This time it lasted another hour. Did you take some kind of medicine, I? How have you gotten so strong lately? Dudi finished dressing, looked at the languid woman lying on the bed, and said softly, maybe it's because I'm still in my growth phase. You know I'm still young and my body hasn't fully matured yet. Saint Notely, I'll go deliver medicine to those 3 sisters first, and come back to keep you company tonight. After all, they're considered high quality among your slaves. Would be a shame if they died. Notely nodded. You really are so kind-hearted. But don't forget tomorrow night. In Marihoa, within a lightless dungeon, the Boa 3 sisters huddled together, the fresh whip marks on their bodies throbbing with pain that kept them frowning, unable to sleep. Creak. The cell door was suddenly opened from outside. The 3 sisters opened their eyes in terror, but upon seeing who it was they immediately relaxed. The visitor had long black hair, a tall and sturdy build. His arms were nearly as thick as Hancock's thigh. Contradicting his muscular frame, the man's face was delicate and youthful, almost boyish. Most astonishingly, the youth had a third eye on his forehead. The boy handed the ointment in his hand to Hancock and said softly, this is medicine for external wounds. Apply it to each other. Thank you, Brother Dudi. The Boa sisters were filled with gratitude. Among all the cells housing celestial dragon slaves, having a warden like Dudi was their fortune. All celestial dragon slaves were uniformly imprisoned in the prison district, over 100 cells in total. The wardens here were essentially the prison bosses. Dudi had once been a slave himself, but his exceptional combat talent caught a celestial dragon's eye, elevating him from slave to servant and eventually to warden of Cell Block 9. Ever since Dudi became warden of Cell Block 9, the slaves there finally lived like human beings, no longer tortured by guards after the celestial dragons had finished with them. When someone sought Dudi's help, he would assist them. But Dudi's rise to warden wasn't just due to his combat talent. Saint Figolando Notely was, by family relation, Figolando Giringa's sister, and also the master of Cell Block 9. Golden wavy hair, a beautiful face. Though over 40, her figure was voluptuous and alluring, full in all the right places, slim in others, like a rose in full bloom, radiating a captivating fragrance. Usually she held her head high with pride, even among her own kind. Now she gazed at Dudi with unfocused eyes, her pupils gradually rolling back. Reason was gradually fading. Dudi, my Dudi. Afterwards, she felt like an immortal. As for his current life, Dudi couldn't say he hated it or liked it. He had grown numb. After all, as a slave, one couldn't choose the life they wanted. In his previous life, he had been a cycling food blogger. That day he was riding along when a truck that didn't play by the rules suddenly bolted out from the bushes. This sudden heavenly night farewell. Even Ultraman couldn't dodge it, so unsurprisingly he was hit and thrown into the world of One Piece. His soul transmigrated into the body of a 3-eyed tribe child captured by slave traders, becoming a celestial dragon slave. Unlike normal 3-eyed members, this body's third eye was vertical. The original owner of this body must have died of illness, allowing him to transmigrate. As for how this relationship with Notely developed, it was entirely thanks to this body's extraordinary gifts. After entering puberty, this body transformed into something extraordinary, having such a divine gift discovered by a lonely middle-aged celestial dragon woman. The outcome needed no further explanation. Although Notely was somewhat older, she maintained herself well and was at the peak of her charm. She craved his youth and strength, he needed her protection. A mutually beneficial arrangement. But celestial dragons were inherently perverse. When in good moods they could kneel and call you daddy, when in bad moods they'd whip you until you called mommy. The hierarchy between them depended entirely on Notely's mood. Most of the time Notely's mood was pleasant, but once or twice a week Dudi would be whipped into calling her mommy. As for dignity, integrity, what were those things? Survival first. In this world, the lives of those at the bottom were truly like ants. Natural and man-made disasters aside, starvation alone claimed countless lives. Becoming a celestial dragon slave meant losing freedom, but at least one stayed alive. Although it was difficult. Even though Dudi had a celestial dragon's mount, it would still bite him from time to time. The celestial dragons proclaimed themselves gods, the so-called tribe of gods. They despised all races other than themselves. Some fools, to display their nobility, wore bubble helmets outdoors, as if breathing the same air as other races was a disgrace. Within the celestial dragons, this ideology was mainstream, common sense even. After years of world government propaganda, the vast majority of the world's people regarded the celestial dragons as descendants of gods. The entire world revolved around the celestial dragons. When Dudi first crossed over, only 7 or 8 years old, he would periodically be sent to fight other celestial dragon slaves. Slaves' lives were entertainment for the celestial dragons. Even though he was a rare 3-eyed tribe member, perhaps due to the fusion of souls or the benefits of being a minority race, Dudi's physique far exceeded ordinary people. He had never lost a fight. Of course, the other celestial dragon slaves were children of similar age. The celestial dragons preferred evenly matched fights. Blood and pain excited them more than one-sided victories. At least in this age group, Dudi was invincible. With an adult soul and innate tremendous strength, Dudi had watched One Piece and knew the celestial dragon's nature. If he didn't strike to kill, he would become the corpse. Until a few years ago, when Giringa discovered him, he leaped from slave to servant. Don't think being a servant is shameful. Even Marines were servants to the celestial dragons. Giringa valued Dudi highly. The celestial dragon hoof brand on Dudi's back was removed by a devil fruit user, and Giringa even arranged for CP0 agents to train Dudi along with cultural tutors. Some celestial dragons were happy to cultivate talented children for their family's service. They thought they could use brainwashing education to make Dudi loyal to the Figureland family like everyone else, but they didn't know that Dudi's soul had already been replaced by an adult man from another world. He not only hid most of his strength, but also diligently served nobly. Though outwardly Dudi appeared utterly loyal to the celestial dragons, he was actually waiting for Fisher Tiger to liberate the slaves so he could escape. After becoming warden of Cell Block 9, the reason Dudi treated those prisoners so well was because he knew that at least a large portion of these slaves would eventually escape. Especially the Hancock sisters. Behind them was not just the Nine Snake tribe, but two major figures. Naturally, they deserved more attention. And Dudi could confirm that the day of escape was not far off, because Hancock and the others had already been captured for 4 years and had grown into young women. Fisher Tiger had also escaped with Dudi's help. So if he escaped, where would he hide? Dudi had no great ambitions now. He just didn't want to continue being a dog. Besides, to become king, one must first survive. The world of One Piece looked thrilling in anime, but transmigrating into it was a different story. Currently, people at the bottom lived too hard. But if he became a pirate and gained fame, Notley would order his capture, and he definitely couldn't escape. So should he find a place to lay low and change his name? Just as Dudi was thinking this, Notley slowly wrapped her arms around him. Oh. After their encounter, Notley gazed contentedly at Dudi's middle eye and said softly, "Tomorrow morning, Brother Giringu will come. Bring those 3 wastes with you. I'm taking them to attend a gathering. Oh, and Brother Giringu has decided to make you a member of our family's guard unit. Based on your traits, I found a very interesting mythical Zoan fruit for you." Brother Giringu has agreed too. This devil fruit is known as the most failed mythical Zoan. Past owners never displayed the power of a mythical Zoan, but they all grew a 3rd eye after eating it. I think perhaps it has some connection with your 3-eyed tribe, so I've decided to let you try it. This fruit's name is human fruit mythical Zoan Erlang Shen form. Thank you, Lady Nuotelli. My entire existence is dedicated to you. Haha. Nuotelli hooked her finger under Dudi's chin, speaking with a coquettish tone. I adore this mouth of yours and this tongue. Your lips are honeyed, your tongue slick with oil. As long as you serve me well, everything you desire shall be yours. After hearing Nuotelli's words, Dudi maintained an outwardly calm demeanor, but inwardly, he was ecstatic. Holy crap, my friend. Isn't this a jackpot? Others might not know, but I do. Who is that? Erlang Shen. Though he certainly won't be that formidable in this world, he remains a mythical Zoan, both in rarity and the enhancement it provides, absolutely top tier. Don't spout that nonsense about no weak devil fruits, only weak users. Give Doflamingo a Logia, and with his talent for devil fruit development, he'd probably rival the 3 admirals. Give Katakuri a mythical Zoan, and the Wano country arc would never have happened. The user determines the fruit's lower limit, but the fruit's innate ability defines its upper limit. In this world where strength dictates everything, possessing this devil fruit would allow him to become a minor superhuman. After attending to Nuotelli, Dudi dressed and returned to the prison block. As he reached the top floor, he spotted a man wearing black sunglasses at night, standing guard like a voluntary doorman. Judging by the number of cigarette butts on the ground, the man had been there for hours. Seeing him, Dudi greeted with a smile. Captain Cooley, why aren't you asleep so late? So concerned about me? Dudi. Cooley glared at Dudi with hostility. For this 3-eyed brat, Wolai could found him utterly displeasing in every way. He had tormented him plenty in the past, but never expected. Now not only had Dudi replaced him as the overseer of prison No. 9, but also, he had served Lady Nuotelli diligently for years, treating her like a deity, only to witness her being seduced by a monster born from slavery. It felt like seeing someone else ride the bicycle he had cherished and never dared to abuse. Despite his disdain for Dudi, Cooley dared not provoke him. After all, Dudi was not only Lady Nuotelli's beloved pet, but also highly valued by Lord Jalingu Shung, the patriarch of the Fegurando family. Suppressing his fury, Cooley spoke to Dudi. I'm here to inform you. Lord Jalingu Shung will arrive tomorrow morning. You. Captain. Before Cooley could finish, Dudi interrupted without courtesy. Lady Nuotelli has already informed me of this news personally. Is there anything else? Dudi rubbed his lower back, feigning annoyance. My back has been hurting lately. Guess I need to nourish my kidneys. Some things, when done too frequently, really take a toll on the body. Huff. Cooley took a deep breath and turned away without another word. Oomph. Dudi watched Cooley's retreating figure, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. Back when he was a slave, this man was the overseer of prison No. 9 and had tormented him endlessly. Later, when Dudi began his training, it was under Cooley's supervision, and he suffered countless beatings. If given the chance, Dudi would surely kill him. The next morning, Dudi went to prison No. 9 and brought out the 3 Hancock sisters. The sisters looked terrified, and Dudi understood their anxiety. In his eyes, Nuotelli was like a plantation owner, treating them all as if they were mere cotton pickers, occasionally enduring lashes for no reason. Due to the physique of the Kuja tribe, the 3 Hancock sisters were far stronger than their peers. Since being captured, they had been frequently sent to duel other girls, and sometimes even men. But even when they won, the capricious Nuotelli would occasionally have them whipped. For instance, yesterday, despite defeating their opponents, they were punished because Nuotelli deemed the battle too long. Once outside the prison, seeing no one else, Hancock mustered her courage and asked, Brother Dudi, where are we going? Are we going to fight others again? Dudi remained silent. What else could taking them out of the cells mean if not to fight? Seeing Dudi's unwillingness to answer, the three dared not press further. After all, no matter how affable Dudi appeared, he was still the overseer with the power to decide their fate. Hancock would never forget the day they arrived when the former overseer coolly, brutally beat two disobedient women to death before their eyes. The scene haunted their nightmares for nights on end. After walking for a while, they arrived at Nuoteli's manor. Dudi led the three to wait patiently outside the hall. Then I'll trouble you, brother Jalingu. Haha, as long as you're happy. After a long while, Jalingu and Nuoteli descended from upstairs with a guard carrying a box behind them. Seeing Dudi, Jalingu said sternly, Dudi, Nuoteli must have told you. When the family holds the guard selection next month, you should sign up. We've specially chosen a devil fruit that suits you perfectly. After Jalingu spoke, the guard handed the box to Dudi. Dudi accepted it without opening, feigning deep emotion and squeezing out a few tears. Thank you, Lord Jalingu Shunk. Thank you, Lady Nuoteli. I, Harlan Dudi, will never betray the master's trust. You are my sky, you are my earth. I will risk my life to protect everything you own. Jalingu nodded approvingly at Dudi's tearful display of gratitude, unaware that Dudi's mind was filled with the straw-hatted Lu Haiju. Screw you. Specially chosen. Aren't you just conducting an experiment? A mythical zoan that doesn't live up to its name. If I eat it and become truly powerful, it proves the fruit is related to my race. If I eat it and it's as mediocre as with others, you lose nothing. Otherwise, why would you casually hand over a mythical zoan? Seeing Dudi's endless proclamations, Jalingu waved his hand and said, We are well aware of your loyalty. All right, open it and eat it. Yes. With excitement, Dudi opened the box. What met his eyes was a fruit shaped like a lychee, golden with a hint of copper purple. Dudi glanced at it, then unhesitatingly shoved it into his mouth and took a bite. Crunch. Juicy, but the taste nearly caused his battle-hardened palate to shut down. Dudi quickly swallowed. Any difference? I feel my body has grown stronger. Hearing Dudi's reply, Jalingu said with some disappointment. It seems it's the same as the others. Another failure. Forget it, let's go. We'll check back later. Nuoteli nodded and said to the three Hancock sisters. You three come with me. Dudi, don't follow me today. Go back and carefully explore any differences. Yes. After returning to his room, Dudi extended his index finger and a flame appeared. Then he gently blew and a chill emerged, extinguishing the flame. Dudi looked into the mirror, his face slowly transformed into that of Jalingu, and the third eye on his forehead vanished. Dudi had not told Jalingu the truth. If he revealed his changes after escaping, Jalingu and the others would never let him off easily. After consuming the devil fruit, Dudi sensed that he had mastered 5 elements: fire, lightning, earth, ice, and wind. He could also morph his body into another form, though it required gradual experimentation. For now, these were the only changes, but Dudi could clearly feel that the devil fruit possessed other abilities which he would have to develop on his own. Yet even these manifested powers already lived up to its mythical zoan reputation. Among all mythical zoans, mastering 5 elemental abilities likely placed it among the most versatile. That night, while Dudi was still reveling in the joy of obtaining such an incredible devil fruit, he received a summons from Nuoteli to attend to her. He assumed it was just the daily routine, but upon entering the room, he saw the terrified Hancock sisters. Dudi. Excellent. Seeing Dudi arrive, Nuoteli's eyes lit up. Pointing at the 3 sisters, she said, Let these 3 good-for-nothings witness your prowess. Mold them into your shape. I want to watch it with my own eyes. Looking at Newtle's excited expression, Dudi was utterly bewildered. Wait, is this right? What do you want me to do? Seeing no response from Dudi, Newtle said somewhat impatiently, Hurry up. Dudi, these 3 pieces of trash have been ability users for over half a year, and it took nearly an hour of 3 on 1 just to defeat them. It really makes me lose face. I've decided to give them a proper lesson. Go, Dudi. Today I'll make them know your power. Dudi sized up the 3 sisters. To be honest, among the current Boa sisters, Marigold had the best figure and was the most beautiful. The eldest sister, Hancock, among the 3 sisters, had not yet fully developed her figure. She was just an ordinary young girl's build. As for the second sister, Sandiswonia, quite literally a head bigger than her body. Although Dudi was not picky, apart from Marigold, the other 2 were truly difficult to stomach. Moreover, behind the 3 sisters stood Rayleigh and Xiachi, a couple who were feared as ruthless underworld figures. If they learned he had taken the 3 of them. Oh, I understand. Seeing Dudi's troubled expression, Newtle suddenly realized. True, facing these 3 trash, it's natural that you wouldn't have a reaction. Then let me give you some motivation. A few minutes later, Newtle stood up satisfied and said, Go, Dudi. Facing this situation, Dudi looked at the 3 sisters with expressions of utter despair and shook his head helplessly. Sorry. Under these circumstances, I really have no choice. It's better to die later than to die now. Besides, if I escape, then we might never see each other again. After all, our identities are beyond our control now. Dudi first walked towards the tallest Marigold. Sister Gold. To Hancock and the other 2, Newtle was like a farmer watching over livestock. With her standing nearby, Marigold dared not resist. Gazing at Dudi's handsome face, Marigold slowly closed her eyes. Humph. Witnessing this scene, Newtle couldn't help but begin to make soft humming sounds. With Newtle the farmer watching closely nearby, fearing she would be whipped if she thought he slacked off, Dudi did not dare to be negligent. That night you hurt me. The Legend of Golf, 1 stroke. Into the hole. Dudi escorted them back to the cell, and then went to the pharmacy to get some hemostatic medicine and brought it over. At this time Hancock had already awakened. She looked at Dudi with complex emotions and said, "I hate you." Dudi didn't coddle her, tossing the hemostatic medicine into the cell. "Don't hate me, hate this world instead. When you have the strength, take revenge on society, okay? Besides, you all know how terrifying the heavenly nobles are. Would I dare to rebel against them? Who told you to make her angry? I'm helpless too. How about you look at it from another angle? What if it wasn't me today, but one of the heavenly nobles? Or what if it was Wardfax next door, that gray goat man?" Seeing Hancock frown, Dudi shrugged and said, "See, it feels much better this way, right? All right, take good care of your wounds." Seeing the three temporarily fooled, Dudi turned and left. But when passing by the next cell, Wardfax, who had two thick ram horns growing from his head, suddenly spoke. "You pervert, don't talk nonsense. I'm not like you. I have no interest in human women." "Shut up." Dudi didn't even turn his head, giving him the middle finger while tossing a bottle of wine inside. Wardfax had once been Dudi's cellmate. They lived in the same cell. As a mink tribe doctor, Wardfax had saved the severely injured Dudi several times. So after Dudi became the manager, Wardfax stayed in the prison all day researching medicine. The medical books collected by the heavenly nobles were absolutely top tier. Fax studied day and night, and had now finished reading the vast majority of them. As for why Newtly allowed it, it was simply because she had long lost interest in him, and probably couldn't even remember whether she still had this slave. Occasionally Fax would also practice on some severely injured slaves, and his medical skills had made tremendous progress in the past 2 years. In prison No. 9, many slaves of the heavenly nobles were detained. Most of these slaves never came back after leaving, and considering the rate of slave consumption apart from those who died in the dueling program, Newtly rarely executed slaves. However, Newtly enjoyed torturing slaves, especially since her farmer master skill was fully maxed out. No matter what kind of slave it was, they would all be whipped until they were a bloody mess. For the slaves, the position of the manager came with immense power. As long as the slave wasn't particularly valued by the heavenly nobles, the manager could abuse them at will. Sometimes, even if a severely injured slave was killed by the manager, a pretext could easily be found to cover it up. Before, when Cooley was the manager, those severely injured prisoners would basically be killed by him. After returning to his room, Dudi fell asleep immediately. Humans were, after all, made of flesh and blood. Having worked hard all night, even Dudi, who had consumed a mythical beast fruit, felt exhausted. Boom. Late at night, a loud explosion jolted Dudi awake from his deep sleep. Dudi quickly rose and walked to the window. He saw towering flames rising from prison No. 1. This is... Dudi's heart swelled with great joy. Has it finally come? Tiger. Bang bang. Manager Dudi. Something big has happened. The guard outside the door shouted loudly. Unknown enemies have invaded Mariehua and have already seized prison No. 1 and prison No. 2. Now the slaves in the prison have all escaped and are rioting. Should we go reinforce? Dudi opened the door and smiled at this loyal guard. Really? Poochie. With Dudi's current strength, a single punch sent the unguarded guard flying as easily as paper. Opt. Manager Dudi. What are you doing? Poochie. As the slaves in prison No. 9 were still puzzled by the commotion outside, they saw Manager Dudi actually kill several guards who were watching over them. Why are you looking at me like that? Is it strange? Dudi took a key from the wall and tossed it into the cell as he walked. Don't forget, I was once a slave too. I don't want to live like this forever. I want freedom. Today, the opportunity has come. Congratulations. You are free. Now make a scene and break out together. Otherwise just stay here and wait to die. Oh ho ho. Dudi, you're not bad, kid. If I escape today, I'll definitely repay you. The slaves opened the cells and quickly began freeing others from their cages. Dudi walked over to Fake, his face turning green as he watched Fake casually pack a few medical books into his backpack as if he were going on a trip. Are you coming or not? If not, I'm leaving. Coming. After packing up, Fake hurriedly followed Dudi as they ran outside. Hancock, who had just emerged from her cell, saw this and shouted angrily, Dudi, you bastard. We won't let you off. Dudi waved his hand dismissively. Better not. Wait until you're older and more developed. Right now you're no match for me. Especially you, Hancock. Your chest is like a damn peanut. Turn off the lights. I can't tell front from back. Dudi sneered contemptuously. Once he got out with his abilities, the sky was the limit, the sea was his playground. Where would you find me? By the time you do, I'll be the reincarnation of Erlang Shen. You'd just be delivering takeout looking for a plant. The prison district of Mary Geos was on the outer side. The guards there were barely stronger than common soldiers, their main weapons being flintlock guns. A few captains stationed in the prison district were somewhat capable, but if they could have stopped Tiger, this situation wouldn't have occurred. Among the slaves in the cells were some formidable characters. Normally shackled hand and foot, the celestial dragons never stayed alone with them without guards. Once freed, these slaves didn't think of escaping, but instead went to kill the guards, set fires everywhere, and acted like demolition workers, plunging the area into chaos. Guards were dead or wounded. In such turmoil, they couldn't even figure out how many had attacked, so the elite forces of Mary Geos gathered inside Pangea Castle, not daring to act rashly, to prevent any assault on the celestial dragons' residences. To them, whether these slaves died or escaped mattered little. Their primary duty was to ensure the safety of the celestial dragons. This was the main reason that Tiger alone could accomplish the feat of freeing the slaves. Of course, apart from that, there was another crucial factor, the help of an actor. Seeing the conspicuous red hair and the 3 scars over his left eye, Dudi quietly lowered his head and quickened his pace. After Dudi left, Zyankasi turned around and murmured to himself, "Dudi, even you are leaving. I knew it. You unfathomable as you are would never be content being a slave." The firelight reddened the sky and the frantic faces of the slaves. Boom. Crack. Kill them. Kill them. Charge out. Facing the guard's interception, the slaves charged like madmen, using their bodies to absorb bullets. Dudi and Fake mingled with the main group and rushed through. Boom. Quick. This way. A fishman with red skin resembling a small giant stood beside a few guards' corpses. This was Fisher Tiger. From this day onward, he would become a hero of the fishmen and the savior of thousands of slaves. Dudi. Fisher Tiger also spotted Dudi among the crowd. It was impossible not to. Dudi was nearly 3 meters tall, and beside him was a goat-headed man carrying a backpack, making them quite conspicuous. Tiger was delighted to see Dudi. Though their acquaintance was shallow, Dudi had given him food several times and provided some convenience during his escape attempts. He had also asked Fake to treat his wounds. Tiger was a man who clearly distinguished between kindness and offense, and he always remembered Dudi's aid. "Are you determined to leave too? Want to come with me, eh?" Facing Tiger's invitation, Dudi shook his head repeatedly. "No thanks. I helped you escape, and today you've freed me. Let's call it even. I'm different from them. If I stay with you, I'll only bring you harm." "Is that so?" Remembering that Dudi had become a prison warden at such a young age, Tiger didn't insist. He extended his fist to Dudi and said, "Take care then, Dudi. If we meet again, I'll treat you to the wine we fishmen brew." Dudi touched his fist to Tiger's. "I look forward to it. Farewell, Tiger. Hope you're still alive next time we meet. Remember, only fools choose death when they can live. Blood in your body, whether human or fishman, becomes yours once it enters you. If you're still alive next time we meet, I'll cook for you myself." Puzzled by Dudi's cryptic words, Tiger didn't think much of it and shouted at Dudi's retreating back, "Don't worry, Dudi. I'll definitely taste your cooking and see if it's good." Mary Geos was located on the Red Line, which split the Grand Line in two. To reach the second half of the Grand Line, one either had to coat a ship and cross underwater or abandon the vessel and buy a new one at the Red Port base on the other side. Of course, if you were on a world government ship, there were special naval passages. Most nobles chose to abandon their ships and buy a new one on the opposite side. It cost some money, but was very safe. Some clever nobles had joined forces to establish shipyards at both ports, recycling and selling vessels. Now this shipyard had become the slaves' hope of escape. Following the footprints, Dudi and the others ran for a while and finally arrived at the shipyard. But most slaves had no experience sailing the seas. Those who were pirates or merchants who knew how to sail suddenly became hot commodities. Anyone who claimed to know how to sail would get a large ship and hundreds of crew members who regarded them as saviors. Others boarded small boats planning to row to the Subordinate archipelago and figure things out from there. Fearing that the celestial dragons would send pursuers, the scene was extremely chaotic, with many people being pushed into the sea. Seeing this, Fake asked Dudi, "Hey, can you sail? What do you think?" "Then what do we do?" Boom. Just then they heard a loud noise. Someone had fired a cannon at the sea. Everyone fell silent. A burly one-eyed man standing on the deck shouted, "Hey, you bastards, listen up. If you want to board my ship, fine. But I, Sindel, am a pirate captain. If you come aboard, you become a pirate. You obey my orders, Captain Sindel. Otherwise, get off." Sindel had a long sword at his waist and 2 revolvers in his hands, presenting a rather intimidating figure. However, most slaves were ordinary people whose only desire was to return home as soon as possible. Naturally, they wouldn't choose to become pirates. Except for a dozen or so who looked like troublemakers, the others kept their distance. Disappointed, Sindel shook his head and returned to the cabin. Soon the ship started and slowly left the harbor. Dudi and Fake exchanged a glance, and without a word ran toward the ship, leaping onto the deck with a burst of speed. "Huh, who are you? Want to join my pirate crew?" "Mink. Hasage. Saria Gaetong. Bosses. Where to? Just say the word." Sandel, a former pirate captain, had managed to find the best provisioned and most seaworthy vessel within a mere dozen minutes of escaping. The ship also carried a log post, eliminating the need to risk a detour to the nearby Subordinate archipelago. Is this the taste of freedom? Fuck opened his arms greedily, inhaling the air of liberty. This drizzled damp and salty. Salty. Fuck opened his eyes in confusion. Dudi descended from the crow's nest, pulling up his pants and cursing, "Are you perverted? I was pissing down from here, and you were catching it below. And it's salty. Lucky I don't have diabetes, or you'd have tasted sweet. You motherfucker." Dudi sat in the cabin, his body half transformed into an eagle and half human. After experimenting for a long time, he finally gave up. With his current abilities, he couldn't freely transform into animals. Though he had mastered the wind element and could fly, how long could he sustain it over the vast ocean, especially while carrying fuck? Still, they had escaped, and that meant freedom. The Erlang Shun Fruit's transformation ability allowed him to effortlessly conceal his third eye or even change his appearance. All he needed was to find a place to lay low. But where should he go? Notley would never let go of her pleasure maker so easily. Knock knock. As Dudi pondered, a knock came at the door. "Dudi, dinner's ready." "Oh, got it." Entering the dining room, Dudi stared at the blackened, burnt-smelling substance on his plate and frowned. "Don't tell me this is food." Sandal looked troubled. Big brother, we had no choice. None of us are chefs, and we tried our best. Looking at the burly men, Dudi sighed helplessly. I'll forget it. I'll do it. In his past life as a food blogger who rode a motorcycle to review restaurants, Dudi's culinary skills were top-notch. After arriving in this world, he had also browsed through some cooking books and occasionally cooked a few dishes whose taste rivaled that of Notley's chefs. So when Dudi brought the dishes to the table, everyone immediately scrambled for them. Sandel, whose belly's abs had merged into one after eating, asked Dudi, Big brother, what's for lunch? Your cooking is so delicious it reminds me of my mother's. Fuck cursed without hesitation. Think again. If you steal my fish again, I'll make you call me daddy. Seeing Fuck's fierce expression, Dudi rubbed his chin. There are black goats on the ship. Let's have lamb skewers for the afternoon. Remember to slaughter 2 rams and prepare them in advance. Remember, slaughter 2 rams and prepare them in advance. Hearing Dudi's words, Fuck stared at him expressionlessly. Dudi gave him the middle finger. Why are you looking at me like that? Just because you're a ram doesn't mean we can't eat mutton, right? What do you want? Yes. What? After a midday nap, Dudi went to the ship's goat pen to pick out a few goats, but found the pen locked from the inside. Baba. Huff. Don't move. Recognizing Fuck's voice, Dudi asked suspiciously, Fuck, what are you doing? Yeah. I asked what you're doing. Yeah. Doing it. Holy shit. Open the damn door. Fuck reluctantly opened the door, pulled up his pants, and asked Dudi, you want in? The skinny one's for you, the rest are mine. After scanning the pen, Dudi's face turned green. Screw you. You're a beast. Even black goats. How are you any different from scum? I have no interest in goats. Fuck looked at Dudi dubiously. I'm from the woolly tribe. It's normal to like female goats, isn't it? Why else do you think our tribe doesn't eat hairy animals? For us, these animals can become our companions when needed. And you disturbing me while I'm busy. What do you expect me to think? Looking at the curved horns on Fuck's head, Dudi was speechless. That afternoon, the room next to Fuck's was converted into a new goat pen, and the consorts Fuck had favored were moved there. Fuck was quite satisfied, but Sandel and the others were somewhat displeased, as black goats were essential on any pirate ship. However, they dared not say anything. After thinking for a long time without deciding where to lie low and develop, Dudi saw Fuck emerging from the goat pen, and his eyes lit up. The woolly tribe's homeland, on the back of the giant elephant, so wasn't that a good place? With all those beast-eared girls, just thinking about it made him excited. Fucky, now that we've escaped, aren't you going home? How about we go together? Fuck lit a cigarette, blew a smoke ring at Dudi, and held up a few fingers. First, my name is Fuck, not Fucky. Second, the woolly tribe's country is on the back of the giant elephant zoo, so it has no fixed location. Third, I don't want to go back. Fourth, even if I could go back, I wouldn't bring a pervert who on first meeting asked me if the beast-eared girls had hot figures. Don't think I don't know what you're up to, you bastard who didn't even spare a celestial dragon old enough to be your grandmother. Sigh. Dudi looked at Fuck's finger pointing at his nose, slowly took the cigarette pinched between them, took a drag, and said to Fuck, I pour my heart to the moon, but the moon shines on the ditch instead. Tell me, as a kid who has never seen a woolly tribe woman, is it wrong to ask if their figures are hot? Fuck frowned tightly, and replied, no, it's normal. I was being narrow-minded. Dudi blew a smoke ring at Fuck, and continued, second, others call me a sex maniac, and I can tolerate that. But you. As soon as you escaped, you went after a female goat, and you even turned a public vehicle into a private one. What right do you have to call me a sex maniac? Fuck, sweating on his forehead, said earnestly, yes, I was wrong. I, a filthy creature, have no right to accuse you. Good. Dudi nodded in satisfaction. Then what do you mean by celestial dragon old enough to be his grandmother? Notley is not even 50, and I'm almost 20, and she maintains herself so well she looks at most 30. According to your taste, she's a fat, hairy, smelly female goat, and it was she who took a liking to me. Is it wrong for me to be with her? Wah. No. Fuck knelt on the ground weeping. I was narrow-minded. Bro. Dad. Don't twist anymore. It'll break. I really am sorry. Dudi released Fuck's hand, blew a smoke ring, took a few steps forward, and was about to say something when he frowned. What's this? What? Damn. Fuck, what did you do? Turning around, Dudi suddenly felt the sky darken and quickly looked up. Holy shit. A huge golden eagle. What? Fuck shook his fingers and stood up to look at the sky, his curly wool standing on end in fright. A golden giant eagle was circling overhead, its wings spread so wide they blocked the sun. The eagle spotted Dudi on the deck and dove down rapidly. Dudi, you little bastard. Today you die. Holy shit. Cooley. The golden eagle rapidly shrank, and by the time it swooped over Dudi, its head had transformed into Cooley's face. Its talons viciously struck toward Dudi. Swish. Huh. Cooley's claws grasped empty air. He circled back in midair and stared at Dudi, who had appeared on the other side of the deck. Is that the shave? Cooley flapped his wings, his eyes filled with shock. I never expected you, little bastard, to have mastered the shave. It seems you've been planning to escape for a long time, otherwise you wouldn't have hidden your strength. But don't think you won't die today, just because of this. Cooley slowly landed on the deck and reverted to human form. His eyes were filled with cruelty as he looked at Dudi. I've mastered the 6 powers long ago. That mere shave is nothing. Storm leg. As Cooley's raised leg descended, an invisible slash shot toward Dudi. But at that moment, Dudi executed the same move. Bang. How can this be? The 2 slashes collided and canceled each other out. Cooley stared in disbelief and shouted, impossible. You've even mastered the storm leg. But ha ha ha. Cooley grinned ferociously. This is even better. Killing a genius like you only makes me more excited. My greatest regret is not killing you when you were gravely wounded. I never expected that a lowly slave like you would catch the eye of Saint Jalingu. And you even got the chance to earn the affection of Lady No Telegon. But, ha ha ha. Cooley laughed so hard tears almost streamed down his face. He pointed at Dudi and cursed loudly, you fool. Utterly stupid. Dudi, I thought I'd never have the chance to kill you in this life, but I didn't expect you to be this foolish. To actually betray Lady No Telegon. Do you think you can escape? After learning of your disappearance, Lady No Telegon sent several groups to search for you. But you happened to be found by me. Dudi tossed his cigarette butt onto the deck and said to Cooley, then I suppose I should congratulate you for finding me so quickly. But are you sure you can kill me? Faker, come on, let's take him on together. Faker. Faker. Seeing Faker nowhere to be found, and the deserted deck, Dudi shook his head helplessly. Damn it. As expected, a guy who uses public transport for personal errands is never reliable. And those cowards who bully the weak. Boom. As soon as he finished speaking, Dudi's legs exploded with power, appearing beside Cooley in an instant and throwing a punch. Bang. Cooley firmly caught Dudi's fist and sneered, decent speed, but unfortunately your strength is as soft as cotton. I heard you ate that so-called most failed mythical Zoan. It seems aside from making your eyes hidden, it hasn't given you any other advantages. You want to defeat me with this kind of power? You. Owl. Before Cooley could finish his sentence, he let out a painful howl. He transformed into his beast form and flew into the sky, spinning dozens of times before reverting to human form and landing. Despicable. Cooley's face turned pale as he glared at Dudi. After all, you were trained by the CP0 instructors. Yet you fight like a street thug. Dudi raised his fist again and charged. Enough nonsense. Do you think we're playing house? This is a life or death battle. You want to kill me, and I've long wanted to show you your own asshole. The images of you beating and torturing me back then will never be forgotten by me until you die. Boom. Bang. Faced with Dudi's counterattack, Cooley was initially dismissive, believing he could easily subdue Dudi. After all, not only had he mastered the 6 powers in hockey, but he was also a user of the bird fruit ancient Zoan model Golden Eagle. Though his fruit ability hadn't awakened due to his limited talent, Cooley had once killed a pirate captain with a bounty of 150 million berries. In Mary Geos, even compared to those CP0 agents, Dudi's strength would not be inferior. No matter how talented Dudi was, his age was against him. He would never be a match for Cooley. Killing a genius of slave origin was Cooley's favorite pastime. Yet an hour later, Dudi had successively used paper art and moonwalk from the 6 powers, as well as hockey. Not only did he block Cooley's attacks, but he even used his monstrous strength to suppress Cooley in human form. Bastard. You asked for this. Cooley transformed into his human beast form and roared at Dudi. His golden wings spread wide, reflecting dazzling light under the sun. Golden feather slash. Whoosh. Bang bang. Cooley's feathers rained down like a storm upon the pirate ship, continuing for several seconds before stopping. Cooley flapped his wings and looked down. The once decent ship had been shattered into pieces by the attack. Some of Cinder's pirates had been turned into corpses by the sudden feather assault, others had sunk to the bottom of the sea. Even Faker's several concubines were being devoured by the fish. Would Faker ever seek revenge by eating those fish, thereby tasting his own flavor? But Dudi was completely unharmed, for a small sailboat happened to pass by in the distance. Dudi now stood on its deck. Though it didn't fly a pirate flag, and seemed to be a merchant ship, the crew, armed and approaching curiously, probably weren't good people. The people on the boat were terrified by the scene. They had intended to play pirates, but instead encountered monsters. 2 quick-witted ones had already lowered a lifeboat, grabbed oars, and rowed away frantically, one of them carrying a large backpack. Damn it. Seeing this, Cooley roared wildly. I'll make you dodge. Golden feather slash. Boom. Huff huff. Golden raindrops descended again. The small sailboat exploded instantly, the sea turning red. Not a single corpse remained of the crew. Cooley panted heavily and grinned smugly. Ha ha ha. Hey, what are you laughing at? Golden Rain. Did you win a championship? Watch out for the legal department suing you. A voice rang out from behind Cooley, and at the same time Cooley sensed a life-threatening crisis. Without caring about falling into the sea, he stopped flapping his wings and turned his body black. Iron body, you think you can break through my defense? Finger gun wind strike. Uft. Freeze. Bang. Cooley coughed up blood and crashed heavily from the sky. He expected to plunge into the sea, but unexpectedly the sea surface froze instantly. The impact left Cooley seeing stars and feeling dazed. When Cooley regained his senses, he saw Dudi staring at him expressionlessly. Cooley looked around. Though only the surrounding 100 meters were frozen, this undoubtedly proved that Dudi had mastered elemental attributes. Moreover, Cooley felt that the attack just now had been mixed with wind elemental power. You bastard. Seeing the third eye on Dudi's forehead reappear, Cooley gritted his teeth. You deceived both lords. That failed mythical Zoan fruit you consumed. It really is connected to your 3-eyed tribe. You scumbag. You don't know gratitude, and you even betrayed the 2 lords. Uft. Dudi stepped on Cooley's face with his foot and said coldly, how dare you talk to your father like that? Just a crappy fruit. I paid with so much protein, it's what I deserve. Besides, to the celestial dragons, devil fruits are like toys. To them I'm nothing but an experiment. You really are a good dog for the celestial dragons. Hope you continue being a good dog in your next life. But remember, don't train with Iron Body next time. Thud. Cough. Cough. Although it seemed that defeating Cooley didn't require much effort, Dudi was also injured. After all, compared to Cooley, his own physique was indeed inferior. The only reason he could defeat him was that he had secretly mastered the 6 styles and awakened life return. If not for this, Hancock would have already been stabbed to death by his own hand. The most important factor was the enhancement provided by the devil fruit. If there existed a compatibility between a devil fruit and its user, then Dudi felt that this mythical Zoan fruit known as the Erlang Shen form was created specifically for him. No, for the three-eyed tribe. Ever since consuming this fruit, even when his third eye was hidden, he felt a constant warm and comfortable sensation. At the same time, his mastery over various elements was rapidly increasing. On a sudden inspiration, Dudi infused the penetrative nature of wind into the 6 styles finger gun, thereby breaking through Cooley's iron body. Without this, defeating Cooley would have required a fierce battle. Splash. Throwing Cooley's corpse into the sea, Dudi oriented himself and soared into the air. If he hadn't been mistaken, he had just seen Fake. After flying at full speed for over 10 minutes, just as Dudi thought he might have taken the wrong direction, he finally spotted a lifeboat on the sea. There were indeed 2 people on it, but they seemed to be in a heated argument. As Dudi slowly descended, Fake's voice reached his ears. You red-nosed idiot. Who told you to use such force? Now what do we do? Red nose. Damn it. You damned goat-horned bastard. Who are you calling an idiot? Don't think I won't hit you just because you're from the mink tribe. If you hadn't broken me, or I wouldn't have stuck it into the boat. Besides, this is my lifeboat. Red nose. Could it be? Dudi looked at the man arguing fiercely with Fake. The man seemed in his 20s, dressed as a clown with a white skull drawn on his forehead, with paint 2 blue streaks slanted across his eyes and blue hair. The very possessor of the Pirate King's Haushiku hockey luck. His name could not be said backwards, Buggy. Especially when paired with red hair, the name became a taboo that could not be reversed, or else it would be sealed. But at this time, shouldn't Buggy be in the East Blue? The cause of their argument was a hole in the middle of the small boat, which Fake had plugged with his own clothes. Seeing Dudi slowly descending, Fake's eyes lit up. Hey, you red-nosed bastard. My companion is here. You're dead meat. Your friend. What are you at? Buggy turned his head as he spoke, his eyes nearly falling into the sea. Isn't that the man from before? Damn. What should I do? Just as Buggy was sweating in panic, Dudi landed on the boat. He said to Fake, without mercy, forget it. I'm not your companion. I don't have a companion who jumps into the sea to escape at the first sign of trouble. Huh. Buggy's eyes darted, and he shouted at Fake, so you're such a despicable scoundrel. A coward who abandons his companions and flees alone in the face of a strong enemy. Every pirate despises such a bastard. Damn. Dudi rolled his eyes and silently cursed in his mind, you're not much better, okay? You two are a match made in heaven. Fake glared at Buggy and cursed loudly, you have the nerve to say that. You were the first to run just now. Didn't you abandon all your companions? They weren't my companions, I was just hitching a ride on their ship. Do you think I'm as despicable as you? I, Buggy, am the captain of the Buggy Pirates. After cursing Fake, Buggy put on a flattering smile and said to Dudi, big brother, how about becoming my partner, Buggy? Although I, Buggy, am weak in strength, I would never do anything to abandon my companions. Join my Buggy Pirates. Dudi stared at Buggy for a long time without speaking until Buggy's heart began to race. Then Dudi suddenly smiled, all right. Then from now on we are companions. Haha. Buggy laughed on the surface, but his heart was rejoicing. This time he had obtained a treasure map and had secretly come to the Grand Line from the East Blue. The ship he had taken was a smuggling merchant vessel, and he was already thinking of a way to escape when this incident occurred. Now, with a powerful expert like Dudi around who seemed a bit dim-witted, he could escort him to the island where the treasure was buried, then dig it up and sneak away. Dudi's thoughts were much simpler. In the original story, Buggy and his companions were undeniable children of fortune. By joining the Buggy Pirates and keeping a low profile, how could the Celestial Dragons possibly discover him? Haha. The two harbored different ulterior motives, each laughing more brightly than the other. What the hell are you two laughing at? Water is coming in. Whoa, I can't hold it anymore. My books and first aid kit. Seeing the two acting like fools, Fake cursed at them. Dudi examined the hole and said to Fake, what are you using your clothes for? Stick your dick in there. If the size isn't enough, think of a female goat. Fake began to take off his pants, but then hesitated and demanded, why don't you stick yours in? Because I'm a devil fruit user. Touching seawater will weaken me, and there might be gaps. Before Fake could ask, Buggy interjected, I can't. I'm also a devil fruit user. TCH. Seeing Fake's disdainful expression, Buggy instantly broke down, you damn bastard. What kind of expression is that? I, the great Buggy-sama. Fake took off his pants and Buggy's face turned pale as he obediently shut his mouth. After Fake plugged the hole, Dudi immediately placed his hand on the seawater that had poured in. Freeze. Crack. Damn it. Call me daddy, or I'll freeze it solid and freeze it off. Fake affectionately cursed at Dudi, then said with a meek expression, Daddy. I was wrong. Daddy, can you unfreeze it? I still need to use it later. I don't have enough strength, I can't unfreeze it. Damn, Mom must miss you a lot. Dudi wet the three of their shirts and froze them to create a simple sunshade, shielding them from the increasingly scorching sun. The three stayed on the small boat, drifting with the wind. At first they still had the energy to bicker, but as time passed, facing the endless ocean, they all fell silent. Water was manageable. They could freeze the moisture in the air. As for food, they could make do by fishing for chicken with a hook. Even if a storm came, Dudi could freeze the sea surface in time. But as far as the eye could see, there was only seawater, as if nothing had changed. That was the most despairing thing. Just as Dudi was about to fly into the sky to scout the surroundings, he saw a ship slowly approaching. The flag it flew was neither navy nor pirate. It seemed to be the merchant ship of some country. Merchant ships sailing alone on the Grand Line were mostly official ships of allied nations, heavily armed, or else smuggling ships of illegal organizations or slave traders' vessels. Alternatively, they could be bounty hunters or private warships of nobles. The ship before them was a small, three-masted sailing vessel flying no noble flag or bounty hunter guild flag. It was unclear whether it was a smuggling ship or a slave trader's vessel. But in any case, there were no good people on board. However, the three of them weren't exactly good people either. Hey, look, I told you it was a mink tribe. And that man looked strong too. Captain Henry, we're going to be rich. Several burly men threw down a rope and pointed guns at the three, saying, come on up. You're lucky to have met us. The three exchanged glances and obediently climbed up. Once on the deck, Dudi was searched and taken into the cabin. As soon as he entered the cabin, Dudi saw a slender figure wiping the floor with a rag, struggling. Dudi glanced at her, and she happened to look up curiously. Their eyes met, and Dudi paused for 2 seconds before blurting out, Nico Robin. Recognized by Dudi, Robin's eyes were filled with terror. What? Nico Robin? The little girl with a bounty of 79 million berries. Several slave traders were taken aback upon hearing this name, but one quickly reacted. Henry, bare-chested and wearing an undershirt, stepped forward and asked in confusion, where? This one? You mean Mary? You're saying she's Nico Robin, the demon child? Isn't she the unsellable ugly one? Henry took the wanted poster, searched through, and pulled out Robin's bounty, carefully comparing. The eyebrows and eyes are somewhat similar, but the face and skin tone. In the photo on Robin's wanted poster, because she had been at sea all day, she looked like a... Now Robin appeared fair-skinned with a large red patch on her face that seemed repulsive. According to the setting, Robin is Russian, the animation team initially assumed, without asking, leading to the inconsistency in her skin tone. Robin was still a 15-year-old girl, lacking the sophistication and calmness of later years. Being exposed by Dudi, she only had one thought, that she was doomed. Cold sweat broke out on her. Seeing her like this, Henry grew more suspicious. Just as Henry was about to reach out and test whether the red patch on Robin's face was real, Dudi suddenly spoke. Hey, you're Henry, right? We're tired and hungry. Go prepare some food. Fuck added, I don't eat meat with fur. Prepare fish for me. And make it spicy. Buggy also raised his hand and said softly, if possible, get me a few hot dogs. With ketchup. Fuck turned and cursed. Did you leave your vocal cords on the ship? Your voice is so small. A burger. I'll give you a dick. Do you have any to eat? It's still warm. Lamb flavored. You motherf. IF. Huh. Seeing Buggy and Fuck cursing each other as if no one else was around, Henry glanced at Dudi and abandoned his attempt to verify Robin's identity. A cruel smile curled on his face as he walked over to Dudi and asked, what did you just say? You want us to prepare food for you? Dudi said expressionlessly, are you deaf? Do we need to repeat it? I want grilled meat and alcohol. That goat eats fish. That clown wants a burger. If you don't have one, cut off yours and give it to him. Huh. Dudi's reply completely stunned Henry. He blinked, stepped back a few paces, and said to his companions, oh wow, they're treating us like slaves. This is absolutely preposterous. Henry pressed his pistol against Dudi's forehead and said coldly, who do you think we are? Let me tell you, we are slave traders. We saved your lives. Selling you as payment is only reasonable, isn't it? Dudi nodded and said, indeed, that's reasonable, but there's a prerequisite. What prerequisite? Your fist must be bigger than mine. Huh. Henry was about to mock Dudi when he saw Dudi place his finger on his own forehead. Then everything went black and he lost consciousness instantly. Captain Henry, you bastard. The others quickly raised their guns to attack Dudi, but Buggy, holding a throwing knife in each hand, had already detached them from his body. Fuck suddenly spread his arms, grabbed the two men in front of him, and smashed their heads together. Bang! In less than 10 seconds, several had become corpses. Hearing the noise, others on the ship rushed over. Dudi's face turned cold and he vanished instantly. Fuck lowered his head and charged forward. Ah, wah, crack. Dudi fished a pack of cigarettes from a corpse, took out a lighter, lit one, and took a deep drag. I say. Buggy looked at the bodies on the ground and said cautiously, excuse me, you killed them all. Who's going to cook for us? Dudi didn't speak. Fuck taunted from the side. Looks like you're really hungry. I've got a hot dog here, you can make do with it for now. Fuck off. Buggy pointed at the bodies on the ground and shouted, Dudi, fuck, what have you two done? You killed everyone. How are we supposed to sail this ship away? Dudi asked in confusion, aren't you a pirate? A pirate who can't sail? Buggy stamped his feet in anger. I'm a pirate, not a helmsman. I can steer temporarily. Who knows how far the next island is? How am I supposed to know what all those buttons do? Why did you kill them all? Simply because of this. Hearing Buggy's question, Fuck pulled down his pants. Buggy immediately cursed, you damned curly-haired bastard, you've made Buggy-sama angry. I'm going to. Hey, Seeing Fuck present his buttocks toward him, Buggy's anger instantly vanished because there was a distinct mark on Fuck's butt. The hoof of the soaring dragon. You're slaves of the celestial dragons. Buggy was so startled, he stuffed his hand into his mouth. Staring at fucking horror, he asked, "Are you the slaves who escaped from Mary Geos a few days ago? And why is your mark here on both, but cheeks?" Fuck pulled up his pants and said calmly, "Oh, because I had the least hair on my butt. So back then they ha, branded it on my butt." Before Fuck could finish, Buggy burst out laughing. After mocking Fuck, Buggy turned to Dudi with curiosity and asked, "What about your mark? Is it on your butt too?" "Phew." Dudi tossed the cigarette butt and retorted, "On my dick. You want to see? Should I drop my pants too?" Buggy was silent for a moment, then said helplessly, "Although I understand your feelings, you killed all these slave traders. What are we going to do? I can read the navigation chart, but I'm not really familiar with steering the ship. Can either of you?" Seeing both of them shake their heads, Buggy said with tears streaming, "Forget it, I shouldn't have asked. Well, we finally found a ship, and now we're going to die stranded at sea. This is the fate of Captain Buggy." Just then a timid voice sounded. Robin stood up, raised a hand, and said, "I can sail, and I'm quite good at it. If it's okay, let me try." Buggy's face instantly changed. His head flew in front of Robin and screamed, "What? Really? Then we must trouble you." Dudi walked over to Robin, tossed Buggy's head aside, and said to her, "Good. You'll be in charge of sailing. Once we find a new helmsman, you can leave. I don't care if you're Mary or Robin. When that time comes, you go your way, and I'll go mine. Let's pretend we never met. How about that?" Robin didn't speak, but smiled at Dudi. For Robin, after hiding for so long, she was already exhausted. Now a powerful expert had appeared, and he was also a slave who had escaped from Mary Geos. Compared to her own identity, they were 6 of one and half a dozen of the other. She didn't want the Navy or the world government to find her, and they certainly didn't want to be discovered either. So staying with them for now was definitely the best choice. Clatter. Buggy and FAQ with lumps on their heads reluctantly cleaned the cabin. After the two finished cleaning, it was already dark. Sailing on this broken ship at night on the vast sea would be suicide, so Luo Bin found a relatively safe spot and asked Dudi to drop the anchor. They would spend the night here. Luo Bin's sailing skills were not exactly masterful, but handling this small sloop was more than enough for her, far better than Buggy. "Whimper, red-nosed bastard. This fish is mine. Eat your hot dog. You damned goat-horned idiot, such a big fish, choke on it." The two ate and cursed at each other while Luo Bin focused on devouring her food. After years of wandering, today's meal was the best she had ever had, which solidified her determination to stay by Dudi's side. Dudi, on the other hand, leisurely ate his dessert. As a chef, he naturally wouldn't starve himself, having already eaten quite a bit in the kitchen earlier. Burp. After eating and drinking their fill, Buggy, FAQ, and Luo Bin all had bulging stomachs and slumped in their chairs with contentment. "Hey, Luo Bin." Dudi frowned and asked, "Tell us, how far is the next island, and what's the situation there?" "You should know that, right?" Luo Bin straightened up with effort, nodded, and said, "Yes, Mr. Dudi." The island pointed to by the log pose is called Yezi Island. There is a Yezi town on the island with a population of about 30,000. It is an island not under the protection of the world government. The island has a mixed population, so the ships that go there are either merchants engaged in illicit business, pirates, or bounty hunters. The island also sells eternal poses for other routes, so Yezi Island is very famous among the nearby islands. Yezi Island. Ha ha ha, really? Hearing the name, Buggy couldn't help laughing, then realizing something quickly said, "It's been a long time since I've had a coconut. I really miss it." Ahem. Dudi withdrew his gaze and said to Luo Bin, "Then we'll part ways after arriving at Yezi Island. Don't worry, our identities are also shady, so you don't have to worry about us betraying your whereabouts. So for these days, just steer the ship well. There are still several 100,000 Bailey on the ship, which we'll give to you as well." Luo Bin nodded silently. Although she was still a young girl now, far less mature than she would become later. But in these days of constant fear, trying every means to avoid capture, wandering, and fleeing, Luo Bin could still discern a person's true nature. Although Dudi was ruthless when killing those slave traders, it was understandable. Moreover, someone as powerful as him didn't force her, but instead treated her as an equal and could cook such delicious food. How could such a person be a bad guy? Luo Bin was far less wary now than she would become later, so she silently decided in her heart she was going to cling to this powerful figure. The journey was very smooth. A week later, they arrived at Yezi Island without any trouble. "Hey, as promised, this is yours." Dudi handed the bag containing several 100,000 Bailey to Luo Bin, then shouted at Buggy and FAQ, "Hey, you two don't think I don't know that you took the money from those people? Later, go to town and find an inn to settle in first, then we'll look for a helmsman. If you run out of money, come to me." Buggy was initially reluctant, but upon hearing this, he asked curiously, "Come to you? Where do you have Bailey? Are you rich?" Dudi squeezed his hands expressionlessly. "I have Bailey, but I don't want to pay. I can rob. After all, there are no real experts in the paradise, right?" After the two left, Dudi noticed that Inai Luo Bin had also left at some point, and he finally breathed a sigh of relief. As for Inai Luo Bin, one of the main group members, Dudi didn't have much interest in her since she hadn't started developing yet, and had no allure at all. Most importantly, she was being tracked by Qingji as if he had installed a tracker on her. If not for this reason, Dudi would have been happy to experience the pleasure of raising a girl, since a grown-up Inai Luo Bin with glasses with her voluptuous figure was top tier. Yezi Island was actually quite large with 2 shipyards alone. Almost everyone in the town carried a revolver, and there were pillboxes at the port. After all, it was a place doing business with pirates, so Dudi could understand. Although in the original work pirates who reached the Grand Line seemed to be superhuman-level experts, in reality, most pirates were ordinary people. At most, the captains or officers on the ships were a bit more capable. As for the rumor that even the underlings of the 4 Emperors' crews all had armament hockey, Dudi could only say, armament my ass. If they were that powerful, they would have gone back to the 4 seas to enjoy life. Why would they still be underlings? Most pirates still relied on bullets and cannons to rob around. The bounties on such pirates were mostly obtained through destruction and slaughter. Otherwise, why would some characters with bounties of 8 or 10 million be considered big shots in certain places in the original work? During his years as Mihawk, Dudi had heard about the outside world from the slaves, and had also searched for information giving him a deeper and more detailed understanding of this world than in the original work. Afraid of exposing their whereabouts, Fa could put on a mask found on the ship, then wore a cloak and gloves, making him look like a large, burly man from the outside. Fortunately, in the pirate world, many people dressed like this, so it didn't attract too much attention. The 3 quickly found an inn and checked in. In the dead of night, the sleeping Buggy slowly opened his eyes. He stealthily opened the door and headed straight for the port. However, what Buggy didn't know was that after he left, 2 figures leaped into the sky. Fa used Yubu to land on the deck ahead of time and asked Dudi beside him, "What do you think he's running so fast for? Didn't he invite you to join his pirate crew? Don't pirates like their crewmates to be strong? Maybe he doesn't lack a father yet." Buggy climbed onto the deck, grinning smugly with his hands on his hips. "Ahahaha, fool. Lord Buggy doesn't know how to sail. Lord Buggy can sail with his eyes closed. Goodbye, you 2 damn bastards. Lord Buggy is about to embark on a joyful treasure-hunting journey." Ha ha ha. Buggy turned around, his laughter fading until it slowly disappeared, then closed his eyes and walked forward a few steps, bumping into Fa and stopping. "Hey, what's this?" Buggy opened his eyes and asked with feigned surprise. "Why are we on the ship? Did my sleepwalking act up again?" Buggy held his forehead and said, "This sleepwalking is really troublesome. Thank you both. You must have been worried when you saw me sleepwalking and came to find me. Let's go back to the inn." "Heh, don't mention it." Fa clenched his fists, then grabbed Buggy's head with a ferocious grin. "Perfect, I happen to be a doctor. Let me take a look." Bang. Please, you 2. Buggy, his face bruised and swollen, crawled on the ground as he pleaded, "You escaped from Mary Geos. You were slaves of the celestial dragons." "Those are celestial dragons. I don't want to die. I'm just a small-time pirate captain. A fart from a celestial dragon could kill me. Besides, with your strength you could go anywhere. Why do you have to stick with me? Is that so?" Dudi shook his head in disappointment. "So your invitation to join your pirate crew was a lie. I thought you genuinely considered me a comrade. If that's the case." Dudi walked over to Buggy, helped him up, and looked down at him. "Then forget it. But to keep our whereabouts hidden, I'm sorry about this." Hearing the first part, Buggy was initially delighted, but then he saw Dudi place a finger on his forehead. Buggy nearly wet himself in fear. "Wait. Ha. Actually, I was testing you. All members of my Buggy pirates prioritize loyalty above all. We would never abandon a comrade out of fear of the celestial dragons. Congratulations on passing my test. You are now official members of the Buggy pirates." Fa and Dudi exchanged glances and said in a drawn-out tone, "Oh, so it was a test. Why didn't you say so earlier? That was awkward. Captain, are you hurt?" Fa wrapped a bandage around Buggy and asked, "Since I wasn't invited, can I still join the Buggy pirates?" Buggy said solemnly, "Of course. Our crew needs talent like yours. Both of you must join my crew." Just then a familiar voice came from the cabin. "Captain Buggy, I want to join your crew too. Please take me in." Seeing Robin emerge from the cabin, Dudi frowned. "You?" Buggy looked at Robin disdainfully. "What skills do you have to join my Buggy pirates? Do you think anyone can join?" Robin took a deep breath and crossed her arms in an X shape. "Because I'm a devil fruit user too. 2 flower bloom pinch." "Ow." Buggy went from confusion to despair, rolling on the ground. "It hurts. It hurts. Let go. Let go. It's going to break. So can I join your crew?" Yes. Dudi and Fa stared in astonishment as the mysterious hands slowly vanished. Both instinctively tightened their legs. Robin walked over to Dudi and smiled. "Then Mr. Dudi, I look forward to working with you." "No." Dudi said to Buggy, "You know who she is, right? The world government has never stopped hunting her all these years. Letting her join will put us in great danger." "Danger?" Buggy gave up, lying on the ground with his legs pressed together. "We already have 2 former slaves of the celestial dragons. What's one more child of the devil? I have no objection." "Fine, then we'll vote. All in favor of Robin joining, raise your hand." Seeing Buggy raise both hands to avoid being attacked by Robin again, Dudi sneered. "Captain Buggy, we're counting people, not hands. It's 2 to 1. I declare Robin." Fa suddenly spoke. "Joins the Buggy pirates." Seeing Fa also raise both hands, Dudi was dumbfounded. "What? You? What are you doing?" "Ouch." Fa raised an eyebrow at Dudi and whispered in his ear, "I'm doing this for your own good. You saw it just now. She can manifest hands. Just think. In a few years, if you win her over and get her to use her ability." Dudi's heart raced at Fa's words, but he kept a straight face. "Vulgar. I Haroon Dudi am a man of honor. How could I let her join for such a reason? I just feel sorry for her. Captain Buggy, since we've decided, let's not waste time. Find the treasure and head back to the East Blue, okay? Huh, Buggy scratched his head puzzled. Did I ever tell you my crew was in the East Blue? I don't remember that. That's not important. Dudi quickly said, what matters is we leave here and return to the East Blue. Now let's go find that treasure of yours, then either repair this ship or steal another and restock. I can't stand this wreck anymore. The treasure map indicated a location west of Coconut Island, a forested area. Following the map's clues, the group searched for most of the day before locating the treasure. Once found, Buggy eagerly began digging. For him, treasure hunting was his greatest passion. Clang. After digging for over 10 minutes, Buggy heard a sound and dug faster. The chest was enormous, so everyone helped unearth it. Once it was mostly uncovered, they lifted the chest out together. Click. Buggy excitedly opened the chest only to have his smile vanish. What is this? A sword? Not treasure. Where's my treasure? Under the moonlight, a strange long sword lay in the chest. Its odd shape featured 3 points and 2 edges. Even sheathed, the blade resembled a spear with a silver glowing hilt that seemed no ordinary weapon. Rustle. Dudi lifted it, gently drawing the blade. Its cold gleam slowly revealed itself to the group. Though the blade was indeed a 3-pointed 2-edged sword, the hilt was only slightly longer and wider than a standard long sword, making it more convenient. Inside the chest was a piece of leather with writing. Robin picked it up and read softly, Supreme Grade Blade Chiunto. Ordinary men are unworthy of this blade. To avoid losing your life, bury it again and await its true master. Hearing it was a Supreme Grade Blade, Buggy's eyes went wide. Dudi raised the sword and said, interesting. Supreme Grade Blade. This sword is mine. Buggy panicked. Wait, I found this treasure. Before Buggy could finish, Chiunto began to shake violently in Dudi's hand, and a powerful energy surged from its tip. Shing. Crack. Boom. Dudi's face flushed red as a powerful slash erupted from Chiunto. Branches fell, and even the clouds that had drifted overhead were split apart. Buggy cut in two, stared with his mouth agape. Seeing Chiunto tremble violently again, Dudi shouted again. Do you think I'm easy to push around? I said you're mine and you are. Boom. An invisible shockwave burst from Dudi's body in all directions. Robin fell unconscious, and Faka staggered back a dozen meters before steadying himself. Buggy, with a twig on his hat, hands on the ground, stared at Dudi in amazement and uttered word by word, Conqueror's Haki. Surprisingly, after being struck by Dudi's Conqueror's Haki, Chiunto ceased its violent struggle. Dudi tied the scabbard to his back and gave it a light tap, and it seemed to reshape itself to conform to his form. Perfect. With Dudi towering over 3 meters tall and wielding Chiunto, he looked magnificent and imposing, just like a great sword master. Dudi had always possessed considerable talent. Under the training of CP0 instructors, he had secretly mastered Rokushiki and Life Return Awakened dual-colored Haki and become proficient in weapon combat. After consuming the devil fruit, Dudi discovered that his comprehension of weapon mastery had reached a higher level. Now, with Chiunto in hand and Conqueror's Haki awakened, he simply couldn't resist swinging it. The reason Chiunto could unleash slashes had nothing to do with some blade spirit. It was purely the lingering will of its former master. Dudi shattered this will with his Conqueror's Haki, and wielding Chiunto became as natural as moving his own arm, as though the weapon had been forged specifically for him. Swish. Boom. As Dudi swung Chiunto recklessly, sending countless slashes through the forest, Buggy was so frightened that he couldn't help but hum softly and dared not bring up weapons again. Though it pained him deeply, he simply told himself he had never possessed that treasure map in the first place. He knew Dudi was powerful, but never imagined he was this formidable. With swordsmanship like Dudi's, he was at least at the level of a swordmaster. Someone of that caliber could thrive, even in the new world, yet he had stuck with Buggy. The days ahead would be difficult. Thinking of this, Buggy felt even more despondent. By the time Robin regained consciousness, Dudi had finished releasing his passion. With the treasure secured, the group returned to their ship and set sail for the port. Although some townsfolk had heard the commotion from the forest, very few were curious enough to investigate. In this world, when masters clashed, ordinary people had best keep their distance. The stolen slave merchant ship lacked everything they needed, but Buggy and the others simply didn't have the money to commission a new vessel. Though Dudi had wealth, it was all earned through years of hardship. Trillions exchanged for merely a billion belly. He would never spend it recklessly. After brief deliberation, everyone unanimously decided to seize a large ship. Buggy strongly insisted that the bigger and more luxurious the better. He wanted to name it the Buggy just to compensate for his wounded pride. Believe it or not, there was indeed a ship in the port that perfectly matched Buggy's requirements. Not only could it easily hold hundreds of people, but it also appeared quite new. A quick inquiry was all it took for Dudi to learn the ship's details. It belonged to the Datraka pirates, a crew of roughly 100 members. Their captain Datraka held a bounty of over 60 million belly, which was considered quite respectable in the paradise. However, the exploits of the Datraka pirates stirred killing intent within Dudi. Though Dudi didn't consider himself a good person, he could hardly become a madman who killed for amusement, let alone tolerate a group of such madmen. Several pirates remained aboard, shattering Buggy's plan to sneak the ship away. What's the rush? Dudi said nonchalantly. Let them finish resupplying, and we'll save ourselves the effort. Then we'll just switch ships with them. Buggy looked at Dudi in utter confusion and asked, "Aren't we robbing them?" And would they agree? Dudi's trio stared at Buggy in silence. Embarrassed, Buggy scratched his head and suddenly clutched his stomach. "My stomach hurts, I need to go to the bathroom." 2 days later, the Detraka pirates finally returned. Using his ability, Dudi not only transformed into a bald old man, but also reduced his height, leaving Buggy and the others marveling in astonishment. To prevent anyone from recognizing their identities, all three wore hoods and cloaks. "Hey, last crate. Hurry up, you lot." Detraka was a burly man in his 40s, cunning and treacherous with long-standing operations in Paradise. His main trade was plundering non-affiliated nations without naval protection. Countless civilians had perished under his hand, which is why his bounty was greatly inflated. Just as he was urging his subordinates, he spotted a bald elderly man approaching, accompanied by 3 figures completely shrouded from head to toe. Something stirred in Detraka's mind. Pirates didn't merely rob, sometimes they accepted other commissions such as transporting discreet guests to other islands. Of course, such guests were either exceptionally capable and bold or backed by influential forces, regardless of which they paid lavishly. When encountering such guests, Detraka would always behave like a proper businessman and never entertain any wicked thoughts. After all, a fool once killed a guest aboard and ended up watching his entire pirate crew bombarded into dust by a Navy warship a month later. As soon as Dudi and the others approached, Detraka's cigarette dangling from his lips said, "You know the rules, right? Where are you headed? Judging by your appearance, you haven't brought cash. Let me make this clear. Either a non-registration bank card recognized by all affiliated nations or jewelry of equivalent value. Payment up front, and I won't let you aboard until I see the deposit." Dudi raised his fist thick as a sandbag and asked, "How about this as a deposit?" Looking to die, reacting with sharp instinct and unsure of their strength, Detraka leapt backward and shouted loudly, "Men, we have guests. Show them proper hospitality." "Yes. Ha ha ha." People on the dock quickly scattered at the sight. Pirate life was nothing but constant slaughter. Death and bloodshed were the norm, and battles could erupt at any moment. Dudi darted left and right, dodging attacks until most of the crew had disembarked. Only then did he extend his fist and strike. The Detraka pirates' intended destination must have been far, for the ship's cold storage was packed to the brim. After inspecting and finding no issues, the Buggy slowly pulled away from the port. "Ugh, you're a madman." Recalling the earlier scene, Thacker's legs trembled violently. "You did that on purpose, didn't you? All you had to do was show your strength, and those guys would have handed over the ship without a fight. Why did you kill them all?" Dudi spoke with a blank expression. "Though piracy as a profession hardly produces good people, including both of us, we're hardly saints. At least we can still be called human. Plunder is a pirate's trade, but slaughter is not. Thacker. Look at Robin and the young one. They show no reaction. You should learn from them. Letting people like them live means condemning more innocent lives to death. Stop obsessing over medical arts and start studying the human heart instead." Thacker glanced at Buggy and Robin. Though Robin's face was pale and Buggy's legs still quivered, neither displayed the extreme agitation he himself felt. Clearly they understood that those pirates were far from decent people. Just as Thacker regretted his earlier questioning, he heard Dudi's surprised voice. "Huh, why are there small boats shaped like coffins? What the hell is he doing? Trying to take a piss? Such a lack of public manners." Mihawk sat on his newly customized solo vessel, swirling his glass of red wine, feeling utterly at ease. Whenever cultivation fatigue set in, he would drift aimlessly along the Grand Line, or rather travel on a shoestring budget. Wherever the wind blew, so did Mihawk. Though this lone boat was modest in size, it carried ample provisions and alcohol. On windless days, he used slashing strikes as propulsion, both environmentally friendly and excellent sword training. A sudden urge to urinate struck Mihawk. He rose from his seat, set down his wine glass, and walked to the ship's edge to slowly unfasten his pants. As he relieved himself with great satisfaction, he suddenly felt the sky darken above him. TSK. He's actually peeing. What an uncouth fellow. As tiny as a beanworm, smaller than my head. And wearing that floral shirt. How flamboyant. A large ship passed by on the opposite side with a person, a clown, and a sheep standing on deck. Mihawk instinctively pulled back, but ended up soaking his hand instead. He stared blankly as the large ship drifted past. Dudi cupped his hands around his mouth and shouted, "Hey, don't relieve yourself anywhere you please. Stop flaunting those little tadpoles around. Do you even realize that because of your urination the ocean is now polluted? Urine sometimes carries proteins. In other words, you violated the sea, do you understand? Remember to buy a ship with its own independent toilet." Buggy and FAQ stared at Dudi in utter exasperation. After shouting, Dudi said somewhat puzzledly, "This guy, why does he look so familiar? Coffin boat, cross-shaped sword, and those mismatched eyes. Holy crap, that's Mihawk. Nani, that Navy hunter. What do we do? What do we do? He didn't have a beard. I wouldn't have recognized him. Holy crap." Although this guy wasn't as powerful as he would become in the future, he had heard from some slaves and Mary Geos that he was currently known as the Navy Hunter. Anyone who earned that title and went on to become one of the 7 warlords must be incredibly formidable, facing such an embarrassing situation if it were him. Thinking this over, Dudi said to Buggy, "Go to the helm and tell Robin we're going full speed ahead. That guy's guts aren't even as big as his Dio." I don't know if I could even beat him. When life and death were at stake, Buggy's speed was always exceptionally fast. Before long, the Buggy ship quickly disappeared from Mihawk's line of sight. Mihawk washed his hands, drew his long sword, took a deep breath, and plunged it into the seawater. With a single slash, Mihawk's wrist moved so fast it left after images. His solo boat surged forward like it had been fitted with an electric motor, chasing after the Buggy ship. Within just a few minutes, Mihawk spotted the Buggy ship again, along with Dudi standing at the stern. Mihawk's eyes turned cold. As his black blade was withdrawn from the seawater, a massive slash shot toward Dudi. Shit! Dudi drew his sword out, Cloud Wave, and swung it with all his might. The two slashes collided with a dull crash, causing the seawater to explode. Massive waves formed a barrier that blocked Mihawk's solo boat from advancing further. Mihawk brought his boat to a halt and muttered to himself in surprise. "Oh, so you're a powerful swordsman I haven't encountered before. But what a pity, you're not a pure swordsman. Do you really think that's enough to stop me?" Humph. Dudi breathed a quiet sigh of relief when he saw Mihawk wasn't pursuing. The clash had appeared evenly matched, but in reality Dudi had not only launched one slash, but also utilized his devil fruit ability to emit a wind blade, which together neutralized Mihawk's attack. In terms of pure swordsmanship, Dudi was no match for Mihawk. After all, the future world's greatest swordsman was just as formidable even before reaching that pinnacle. But just as Dudi thought he had shaken off Mihawk, a tremendous roar echoed across the water, followed by a colossal wave sweeping toward them. Mihawk was chasing them on his coffin boat. Dudi's eyeballs nearly popped out. Is this really necessary? Surfing on a coffin. Fuck, you think I can't speed up? Wind come. The gale howled as the sails billowed completely full, emitting a satisfied sound. The Buggy ship instantly transformed from a modest vessel into a magnificent steed. Mihawk showed no sign of backing down. Gripping the sword hilt with both hands, he directly engaged in human-powered acceleration. His solo boat was nearly turning into a magic carpet. Thus it continued. He chased, she fled. For most of the day. Finally, Dudi flew into the air, summoned lightning, and with the assistance of fierce winds managed to break free from Mihawk's pursuit. When Dudi landed back on deck, he saw FAQ and Buggy charging out with furious expressions. Where's that kid? Is this never going to end? Still chasing us. Let's kill him. One punch from me, and he'll be on his knees begging for mercy. Dudi gave them both a sideways glance. How about we turn around and go back? Want to let you two show off? Watching the pair scamper back into the cabin, Dudi helplessly shook his head. Under Buggy's strong insistence, the Buggy ship did not stop throughout the night, continuing onward. Though nighttime navigation was extremely dangerous, it was far better than having a furious swordsman practically steaming with rage hot on their heels. Moreover, large ships' various systems were simply superior to those of small boats. After Buggy and Robin took turns navigating for several days, they finally spotted a small island. Just as everyone was about to make landfall for a rest, another slash came hurtling toward them. Blast! Shit! Buggy cried out with a crestfallen face. He's caught up to us again. Damn bastard. This never ends. He must have a log pose too, pointing to the same target as us. What should we do? Dudi thought for a moment and shouted loudly, head for the comm belt. I can't believe it. Can he still chase us into the comm belt? Don't be afraid. You've already seen my abilities. There's no wind in the comm belt. Let's see how long he can manage with pure human effort. Upon hearing this, Buggy was overjoyed. Right? You can control the wind. And with your strength, those sea kings won't stand a chance against you. We can even return to the East Blue faster. Let's head to the comm belt right away. However beautiful the plan sounded, Dudi and his companions had overlooked one thing. How immense the energy a man can unleash when his pride has been grievously wounded. Watching Mihawk crouched half squatting on his coffin boat, left hand on the scabbard and right hand gripping the hilt as he paddled furiously, Dudi grabbed the loudspeaker and shouted at him, fuck off and stop chasing us. How big a deal is this? Do you really need to persist so stubbornly? We're both grown men. Why are you being so serious about this? How about I take off my pants and piss right in front of you? You think you're Ultraman or something? Always unleashing your ultimate attack. Even if you were Ultraman, you'd be out of power by now. Just give up the chase. Mihawk said nothing. He simply continued paddling relentlessly. Schwat. A sea king leaped from the ocean, but before it could fully emerge, Mihawk's slash arrived, cleaving the creature in two before its eyes even closed. Schwashwak. With a few more strokes, Mihawk guided his small boat through the sea king's corpse, now holding two roasted meat chunks in his hands, biting into them with a wide-open mouth. Buggy stared wide-eyed, frantically urging Dudi, let out the wind. Let out the wind. Let out the wind. Bang. Let your mother's head. Do you think we're in prison? Dudi punched Buggy into a folding screen, then exhaled a smoke ring. Little cuh, haven't you had enough? Chasing for half a month in this state of yours, you really think I can't take you down? What's the big deal? Just because I saw you peeing. Is it worth it? Are you from the south? Spotting a small island ahead, Dudi ordered Buggy, you guys dock the ship there and wait. I'm going to teach this little worm a lesson. Schwat. As Dudi flew toward him, Mihawk sheathed his long sword, and his small boat slowly came to a stop. Crack. The moment Dudi landed, the seawater beneath his feet instantly froze into ice. Mihawk's heart tightened. Dudi was undoubtedly a devil fruit user, having already displayed powers over wind and thunder. Now he revealed ice manipulation. The ability to control multiple natural elements indicated Dudi's fruit was extraordinary. Though Mihawk did not fear ability users, Dudi also possessed formidable swordsmanship. Such a formidable opponent ranked among the top 3 he had ever faced. At this thought, Mihawk couldn't help but feel exhilarated. After creating a battlefield, Dudi spoke coldly to Mihawk. Haven't you had enough? You really think I'm afraid of you? You do wrong, and won't let others speak. Now you want to kill me to silence me. Looks like you want to clash with me. Do you have the strength to clash with me, Dudi? Mihawk drew his long sword and pointed it at Dudi. Enough nonsense. You dare to insult me like this? If I can't beat you, I'll drown you in the sea and let you taste the flavor of violating the ocean. Not kill me. You're quite kind. Seeing Dudi's sarcastic demeanor, Mihawk frowned. In his years sailing the seas, he had encountered many masters, some domineering, some gloomy, but all possessed the pride of a strong. He had never seen anyone as shameless as Dudi. Chased for so long, he only now decides to fight, and his mouth is as vile as a village fishwife, lacking any bearing of a strong. But whatever, let's fight first. After chasing so long, a good fight is the only way to quell his anger. Schwa. Clang. Mihawk wasted no words and charged at Dudi first. Their weapons clashed, the powerful impact forcing both to step back a few paces. Good. Interesting. Both charged again, summoning all their strength to strike. I slash, slash, slash. I slash again. I slash left, slash right, slash up, slash down. Your swordsmanship is far from simple. I thought and thought, guessed, and guessed. Why would you relieve yourself anywhere? Clang, clang, clang. Dudi muttered excitedly like a madman, slashing back and forth, eventually bursting into song. Mihawk, however, kept his lips tightly shut, saying nothing. Huff, huff. After a dozen minutes of mutual slashing, both stopped, panting heavily. Their arms were numb, sweat slowly dripping onto the ice. A swordsman's battle is far more dangerous than a brawler's, so they rarely engage in continuous exchanges of blows. More often they seek openings in each other's movements to strike. To exchange blows on each other's weapons for over 10 minutes like fools was unheard of. Yet both were suppressing their anger, holding a breath, wanting to overwhelm the other with sheer strength. But clearly they were evenly matched in power. Though Mihawk's face was expressionless, he was deeply shocked inside. Martial arts and swordsmanship are inseparable. A strong physique is the foundation of swordsmanship. Thus, powerful swordsmen are never weak in physical combat. Since Mihawk first set sail, no one had ever been able to block his strikes consecutively like this. To put it exaggeratedly, perhaps the sweat on his back was more than the red wine he had drunk. And Dudi was equally astonished, for his survival from Mary Geos relied mainly on his monstrous strength. Moreover, after consuming the human fruit mythical beast model, his physique had been enhanced to some extent. Yet now he was evenly matched in strength with Mihawk, who had been chasing him for over half a month and was not at full strength. Damn, was it really because he lost his virginity too early? Thinking this, Dudi asked Mihawk, "Are you still a virgin?" Before Mihawk could speak, Dudi muttered to himself, "From your face, I know you must be. Otherwise a little worm like you wouldn't dare to show it off. Even with life return, you can't find a giant woman as a wife. A guy who can't even afford a boat, with a private toilet swishing your wine glass all day looking for your princess. You're so poor, stop pretending, okay?" Huff, huff. Mihawk's eyes turned bloodshot with rage as he panted and shouted, "Shut up. You vulgar, rude bastard. The dung of a wild ox is cleaner than your mouth. You." Dudi grimaced in disgust. "How can you be so vulgar? With your noble attire and appearance, I didn't expect you to spew such filth. No wonder you do something as uncivilized as urinating anywhere." Hearing Dudi turn the tables, Mihawk could no longer contain himself. "I've had enough of you. I'll cut you to pieces." Schwa. A massive slash preceded Mihawk as he stepped on the ice. Dudi dodged using Soru, but Soru's principle of continuous high-speed stepping to generate reaction force for movement was only useful for dodging attacks against opponents with strong observation haki. The moment Dudi landed, Mihawk's long sword came down. Clang. Ice armor. After a dozen exchanges, Dudi, struggling to hold on, quickly reinforced his defense with ice element. In pure swordsmanship, he was indeed inferior to Mihawk, and he had only obtained his fruit for a short time, unable to develop powerful techniques. But with the aid of his abilities, Dudi managed to fight Mihawk to a stalemate for an hour. However, Mihawk, exhausted from the chase, was about to go all out. Boom. After another clash of their weapons, the powerful impact split Dudi's tiger's mouth, and the same happened to Mihawk. But Mihawk's attack came again. Dudi held Shiyunto horizontally in front of him. The moment their blades met, he felt a tremendous impact transmitted from Mihawk's long sword. Boom. You want to overwhelm me with haki? Dream on. Seeing Mihawk's face reddening, Dudi gritted his teeth and endured. After a dozen seconds, pale-faced Dudi suddenly raised his foot. Bang. Haha. Mihawk's eyes bulged and he braced his long sword against the ice to keep from kneeling. Dudi gave a gentle push. Boom. You lost. But since you didn't intend to kill me earlier, I'll spare you too. I don't have this worry, but I can try to understand your inferiority complex. But I still have to tell you, there's nothing to be ashamed of. With your martial arts foundation, achieving size control isn't hard. As long as you don't marry a giantess, it's enough. Mihawk gritted his teeth, recovered after a while, and shouted at Dudi's retreating back. You lack martial virtue. With such strength and no bearing of a strong, don't you feel ashamed? Martial virtue. Bearing of a strong. Dudi's puzzled voice reached Mihawk's ears. You're wrong. I don't have that. I don't have it, so what do you want me to talk about? Brain fried. Bang. Hearing Dudi's reply, Mihawk, who had just stood up, collapsed again. Shame. Fighting with someone like you is my shame. You bastard whose mouth is filthier than a bull's ass. As Dudi slowly descended from the sky, the three of them, Buggy and the others, breathed a collective sigh of relief. Dudi, I knew you could win. If I could fly, I would have come to help you. Dudi, do you need a sheep horn massage? You know my technique. Absolutely professional. Mister, Dudi, I prepared some fruit for you. Heh. Seeing the three of them fawning, Dudi expressionlessly pulled out a cigarette. Buggy quickly took out a lighter and lit it for him. Puff. Dudi took a deep drag, then blew a smoke ring at them with a cold laugh. Heh. I bet if this weren't the calm belt, you would have sailed off long ago, wouldn't you? Hearing this, Buggy bristled. How can you slander my innocence like that? I'm your captain now, and as the captain of the Buggy pirates, how could I abandon you? I believe in your strength. You're definitely stronger than that so-called marine hunter. Fake also shouted indignantly. You can doubt them, but how can you doubt me? We've known each other since your python was the size of a peanut. Don't you know my character? Heh. Dudi flipped him the bird and sneered. I know you all too well. If I had lost, you'd probably be the first to run. Because they're devil fruit users, they can't swim away. Then Dudi turned to Nico Robin, who was holding a plate of fruit, and said softly, Nico Robin, I know you're looking for a place that will take you in where no one covets your bounty or betrays you. We were both slaves of the celestial dragons. That clown may not be a saint, but he has principles. So none of us would sell you out to the world government for a measly bounty. But you need to understand clearly. Just as Fake said, I'm an unrepentant lecher. If you haven't left in a few years. Hearing Dudi's threat, Robin's smile never wavered as she calmly replied, we'll talk about it then. You have to pay something to get something. But Mr. Dudi, you'll have to work hard. I prefer to sleep with a man I have feelings for. Hearing Nico Robin's blunt response, Buggy and Fake both gaped, and Dudi was equally stunned. No wonder she was the fearless Nico Robin who dared to grab a man's jewels. She spoke directly. Splash. Boom. Splash. Just as a Sea King leaped up, the Buggy ship drifted past, followed by a bolt of lightning that struck the Sea King, sending it crashing into the sea, with black smoke rising. There were indeed many Sea Kings in the calm belt, but Dudi used his ability to make the Buggy ship speed through, so most Sea Kings didn't even react before the ship had already passed through their territory. Occasionally one reckless Sea King would pay for its curiosity. Dudi gained a great deal from his battle with Mihawk. He had many ideas about using hockey and fusing his abilities with swordsmanship, all waiting to be tested and trained. Strictly speaking, if Dudi were to fight Mihawk to the death now, Dudi would definitely be the one to die. But the gap wasn't huge. Although Mihawk wasn't in top form, Dudi had also expended considerable stamina along the way. Mihawk's dual-color hockey was slightly stronger, but Dudi's reflexes and physique were slightly superior. Dudi believed that with some time to settle and train, he would certainly not be weaker than Mihawk, and in a life-or-death battle, he would be the one to triumph. After all, those experts were too obsessed with so-called strongman's dignity. In Dudi's eyes, when you're already fighting, why bother with dignity? Any move that wins is a good move. Look at the Black Dragon 18 hands, for example. And he had been too indulgent over the years. Although he trained when he could, he had long lost his virginity, letting the old cow graze on tender grass. From now on, if he could be disciplined, he believed there would definitely be a place for him on the vast sea. But until his strength reached the level of an emperor, he had to stay low-key. Otherwise, the best outcome would be getting squeezed dry by those juicers again. After a few more days of high-speed sailing, Buggy shouted excitedly through his binoculars, there's a passage out. And according to the direction, that's the East Blue. We're finally leaving this damn place. We're out. Haha. As the Buggy ship left the calm belt and entered the East Blue, Buggy laughed heartily, tears of joy streaming down his face. These past few days had been nerve-wracking for Buggy. There were so many Sea Kings in the calm belt that he feared Dudi might slip up, causing his newly acquired ship to be swallowed whole by a Sea King. Then not only would this arduous treasure hunt yield nothing, but he might also end up at the bottom of the sea. The Grand Line was too terrifying. He'd better stay in the East Blue from now on. But after the joy faded, Buggy grew worried. Why would a powerhouse like Dudi, who could hold his own even in the New World, insist on clinging to him? As for Nico Robin, Buggy wasn't particularly concerned. People in the East Blue probably hadn't even seen her wanted poster. As long as the Marines didn't spot her, hiding her should be easy. With Dudi's strength, if he only wanted to escape the Celestial Dragon's pursuit, he could go to the New World and join one of those powerful pirate crews. Their captains would welcome him with open arms, especially Kaido. And that goat Fake. In Buggy's judgment, even if he wasn't as strong as Dudi, he was still a formidable fighter capable of being an officer in a major crew. Why would two such powerful individuals choose to join his Buggy pirates? Was it because of his charm? What a pity, he didn't have Shanks' talent. Oh well, no matter their reasons, he had to lay down some ground rules. Ahem. With that thought, Buggy coughed a few times. Seeing the three of them looking at him, he crossed his arms and said gravely, listen up, you lot. I don't care why you join my Buggy pirates, but I have to say this up front. I'm going to set 3 rules. Fake rolled up his sleeves and walked toward Buggy. 3 rules. Let me slap you 3 times first. Wait. Dudi stopped Fake, looking at Buggy with interest. Go ahead, we're listening. If we can agree, I'll do my best to comply. First, Buggy raised his index finger. Although the East Blue has few strong fighters, there are still plenty of marine bases. We should keep a low profile. I only plan to raid towns of non-ally nations. That way even if our bounties go up the Marines won't send special forces after us. Even if we do encounter them, we'll just flee immediately. They can't chase us forever. Dudi nodded. That's what I want too. We intend to stay hidden anyway. Being low-key is best. Seeing Dudi agree, Buggy sighed in relief and continued, second. I Buggy am the captain of the Buggy pirates. No matter how strong you are, that doesn't change. So all actions of the Buggy pirates are decided by me. You can't interfere with my decisions. Dudi nodded, agreed, but if we think something is wrong we can offer a suggestion, right? Buggy thought for a moment and nodded, fine. If the suggestion is good I'll listen. Third, and this is the most important. Buggy's face turned serious. As I said, I'm the captain of the Buggy pirates. You cannot hit me in front of my underlings. I need to maintain my authority as captain in their eyes. Before Dudi could respond, Fake cursed impatiently. Damn it, so many rules and I can't even hit you. You expect us to serve you like those lackeys. I want to hit you right now. Seeing Dudi's silent, Buggy panicked, but still insisted stubbornly, no. This is my principle. If you don't agree, I'd rather die. Go ahead, kill me. Fake picked up Buggy and headed toward the cabin door, then go die. Wait. Seeing that Fake was about to throw him into the sea, Buggy quickly said, I can tell them that you two are my sworn brothers. That should solve the problem. Big brother. Second brother. Son. Buggy and Fake both looked at Dudi, who said with a look of contempt, are you guys out of your minds? Do you really think we're sworn brothers? Just call me by my name. You want me to call you Big Brother? Dream on. Besides, with your temperaments you can't go 3 sentences without arguing, and yet you talk about Big Brother and Second Brother. Do you think you're Lu Guan and Zhang? Acting so chummy it gives me goosebumps. Luo Bin asked curiously, who is Librarian Lu? Which library? Is he famous? I've never heard of him. Dudi waved his hand and said, that's not important. From now on let's just call each other by our names. Don't be awkward. Now Buggy, lead us to your territory. On the Grand Line, Mihawk, who had barely managed to return by riding a sea beast, was lying on a tree resting. Suddenly Mihawk opened his eyes and said through gritted teeth, isn't he crazy? Compared to the Grand Line and the calm belt, the weather in the East Blue was much better. Moreover, here they didn't need a log pose. Luo Bin, holding the sea chart given by Buggy, was steering the ship toward Sugarcane Island. Several hands worked together to turn the helm, and Luo Bin had no trouble controlling the direction of the ship. It would take at least nearly a month to reach Sugarcane Island from their current position, and along the way, aside from some isolated islands, they would have to pass several inhabited islands. Compared to the Grand Line, the Four Seas had more habitable islands, so the population on most islands was not very large. Often you could see a small island with just one town with populations ranging from tens of thousands to just a few thousand, and some islands even had only a village of a few hundred people. A country might consist of several, or even a dozen islands, and at least more than half were non-member nations. Non-member nations were not protected by the world government or the navy, which bred many pirates. After all, toiling in the fields for a year wasn't enough to pay the taxes to the nobles, but risking one's life to plunder could bring back enough money to support a family for a year or more. Sometimes a few fishing boats with a dozen men carrying a few guns would form a small pirate crew. When the lower class obtained weapons, the first people they oppressed were those of the same class, because they still couldn't afford to offend the nobles. Beast. Bastard. I swear I will definitely kill you all. A Jean grabbed a plank and floated in the sea. Though his body was weak, his eyes still burned with the light of hatred. Just a few days ago, he and several friends went fishing and encountered pirates. Several of his companions had been killed and thrown into the sea. If a Jean hadn't been shot into the sea, leading the pirates to think he was dead, he would have already become a corpse. That fishing boat was something he and his friends had saved up for with great effort. They had once dreamed of using it to start a family and a career, but now everything was destroyed. The boat was stolen, his friends were all dead, and he didn't know if he could survive. A Jin's vision was growing increasingly blurry. Already injured, he had been soaking in the sea for a day and a night, and could barely hold on. You're quite lucky, kid. Just as a Jean was about to lose consciousness, he saw someone land from the sky beside him. At the same time, a pirate ship that was moving forward noticed Dudi in the air and suddenly stopped. Captain Kelly Ko. There's someone floating in the air ahead. What? Such a monster. Must be a legendary devil fruit user. Stop immediately. Wait until he leaves. Dudi used the scabbard to scoop up a Jean and glanced back at the pirate ship's flag. It was a typical skull with a red hourglass on each side, which was somewhat rare. Moreover, these pirates were sensible. They kept their distance and even seemed about to turn around. Dudi didn't mind. He took a Jean and flew into the air. He had come out to practice his abilities, never expecting to rescue someone. Hey, Faker, see if this guy can be saved. Seeing Dudi bring someone back, Fake examined him for a while, then took out a medical kit, removed the bullet from a Jean, and bandaged him. He said to Dudi, where did you fish him out from? The wounds are all soaked and rotten. But it's nothing serious, just a bit of fever. He needs some nutrition. This guy has a good constitution. I'll give him in 4. You go prepare some light food and feed it to him. He should be fine by tomorrow. Feed him. Dudi glanced at Luo Bin and instructed, then Luo Bin, I'll leave the patient's care to you. Remember to get dinner later. I will kill you. Kill you. Huff huff. A Jean woke up from a nightmare, shouted a few times, then came to his senses from the pain in his shoulder. This is... Recalling the scene before he fainted, a Jean murmured, I was saved. Is it real? Can someone really fly in the air? Yes. A clear female voice reached a Jin's ears. Only then did he notice a black-haired girl sitting in the corner of the room. Luo Bin looked at Ajin and said, "You were saved by Mr. Dudi. Mr. Dudi is a devil fruit user. He found you while practicing his abilities." Devil fruit user. Although he was in the isolated East Blue, Ajin had heard of devil fruit users because an old man in his village had traveled the Grand Line in his youth. Ajin had learned physical techniques from him, but unfortunately the old man had passed away a few years ago. Creak. Ajin wanted to ask more, but at that moment the door opened. Dudi walked in carrying a tray and said, "Yo, awake. How are you feeling, Mr. Dudi?" Seeing that the visitor was the man he had seen before fainting, Ajin quickly sat up, knelt down with a thud, and said excitedly, "Thank you for saving my life. I, Ajin, have nothing to repay you with, but this worthless life. If you don't mind, I will devote my life to you." Ajin. Hearing Ajin introduce himself, Dudi finally realized. No wonder this guy had such dark circles. Wasn't he the Ajin who would later be known as Everything is Ajin? No wonder he looked familiar. In the original story, this Ajin had good talent and was loyal to Kelly Ku, making him a good subordinate. Thinking this, Dudi smiled and helped Ajin up, saying, "Don't talk about worthless life. Just focus on recovering. We'll talk when you're healed." The reason Ajin chose to follow Dudi was not merely because he had nothing to offer in return, but also for a touch of personal calculation. He hoped to rely on Dudi and the others to avenge his friends, for with his current strength, seeking revenge for his deceased companions was simply impossible. The East Sea was the most tranquil of all seas, where a devil fruit user was regarded as a legendary figure of great significance. But Dudi was not merely a devil fruit user. He could also soar through the skies. This utterly shattered Ajin's understanding of the world. The weak naturally reveres the strong, and facing such a formidable power, Ajin considered this might be the only opportunity of his lifetime, so he promptly knelt and submitted. What further astonished Ajin was that before his arrival there were only 4 people on this ship, 3 of whom were devil fruit users. The sole exception was a gray goat capable of speech, bearing an appearance resembling a demon. Buggy's head floated over to Ajin, wearing a grave expression as he declared, "You are, Ajin, correct. This vessel is the Buggy, and I, Buggy, am its captain." Before he could finish, a loud thwack sent Buggy's head flying aside. Fang slapped it away with a deadpan expression and scolded, "Get lost, you're blocking my path. You damn infuriating goat, are you looking for a fight? Fight. I'm not afraid of you." Given the crew's attitude toward Buggy, Ajin deeply doubted Buggy's legitimacy as a pirate captain. However, several days later, as the Buggy arrived at Sugarcane Island, Ajin finally accepted Buggy's identity as pirate captain. Sugarcane Island, named for its abundant sugarcane crops, had become the stronghold of the Buggy pirates the previous year. Buggy was a man who thrived on excitement and vanity, which explained why he commanded so many subordinates, over 100 in number. When a large 4-masted sailing vessel approached, the pirates at the port immediately rallied their comrades. But before they could launch an attack, Buggy's head sped ahead, calling out, "My men. Captain Buggy, you've returned. It's Captain Buggy. Captain Buggy has also brought a tremendous new ship." Once the Buggy docked, Buggy burst into an arrogant laughter and declared, "Ha ha ha, my men. Rejoice, for your magnificent Captain Buggy has returned. Captain Buggy." Cough cough. Buggy glanced at Dudi beside him, cleared his throat softly, and called out to his subordinates, "During this outing, I befriended 2 powerful individuals. We have become sworn brothers. Their word is my word. Do you understand?" Seeing his subordinates nod, Buggy pointed to Dudi and said, "This is Dudi. From now on, address him as Mr. Dudi. And this is Fank. Simply call him Fank." Dudi was passable enough, a towering figure over 3 meters tall, with flowing long hair. Though handsome, he carried an aura befitting a powerhouse. But Fank, he looked like an upright gray goat, which sent the pirates, who had never encountered the mink tribe, into hushed speculation. Fank, what in the world is that? Did Captain Buggy damage his brain during this outing? That's just a goat. Does knowing how to smoke make someone powerful? And it's male? How did it become his sworn brother? Powerful. Roar. A lion's roar echoed as Mochi rode atop the lion, Richie stepping forward with a stern expression. "As the vice captain of the Buggy pirates, I wish to witness what true strength looks like." But before he could finish, his gaze fell upon Fank, and Mochi froze in astonishment. A goat. A gray goat that smokes. Such an intelligent creature. It must be quite rare. "Captain Buggy, did you bring this? Would you mind if I trained it?" "Oh, train it. Ha ha ha." Buggy struggled to contain his laughter as he replied to Mochi, "Very well, Mochi. Show me your beast-taming prowess. Be careful, this goat has a vicious temper." Mochi leaped from Richie's back and strode toward Fank with unwavering confidence. "For someone like me, a master animal tamer, there is no creature in this world I cannot tame. Come, good little goat, eat this." Mochi reached into a pouch at his waist and produced several pieces resembling dried fruit, offering them to Fank. When Fank showed no interest in eating and regarded him with utter disdain, Mochi's lip twitched, and he drew his whip. Buggy witnessed this and could not resist shouting, "Is this really how you train animals?" Mochi swung his whip and delivered a fierce strike toward Fank. "Oomph. So be it. Let me demonstrate the prowess of Mochi, the beast-taming master. No animal has ever withstood the power of my whip." Smack. Huh. Fank reached out and caught the whip, then seized it from the blinking Mochi. Smack. "Beast-taming master are you?" Smack. "Submission is it?" Hiss. Mochi endured the pain and fled to Richie's side. Monster. The goat can talk. Richie attacked together. Roar. Smack. Woof. Team up, huh? The pirates watched in bewilderment as Fang pursued Richie and Mochi with his whip, only processing what happened after several seconds passed. Good heavens. The goat spoke. Almighty God, is this a demon? Wait, that's from Captain Buggy. Captain Buggy, did you venture into the underworld? Cough cough. Stay calm. Buggy cleared his throat and addressed them with complete seriousness. Fang is a male member of the Mink tribe. The Mink tribe generally resides in the New World. They are human beings just like us. There is no need for alarm. Furthermore, Fang will serve as our ship's doctor from now on. Now prepare a banquet below to welcome our new members. Oh, and have Kabeji and Mochi come find me shortly. Kabeji, arriving late, happened to encounter Fang pursuing Mochi and Richie. Drawing his sword, he stepped forward bravely. Halt. What are you doing, you female goat? Huh. Fang stopped and turned to Kabeji. Female goat. Have you ever seen a female goat with horns this size, eh? Smack. Both Mochi and Kabeji, battered and bruised with swelling all over their heads, glared at Buggy. Dudi did not need to see their expressions to know they were silently pleading for justice. Cough cough. Buggy ignored their stares and introduced them to Dudi. These two are officers of the Buggy pirates. This is Mochi, and this is Kabeji. Everyone else beneath them are mere subordinates. You two listen carefully. This is Dudi and this is Fang. They are my sworn brothers. Understand? And this is Robin and this is Jean. Robin will also serve as an officer of our Buggy pirates from now on. Dudi surveyed Mochi and Kabeji. Both had already pledged allegiance to Buggy. Even the lion Richie, remaining robust over a decade into the future, was indeed a remarkable specimen. But what kind of names were these in the Buggy pirates? Mochi, terminal stage. Richie, dysentery. Kabeji, a man in the terminal stage of dysentery who also seemed to have something stuck. Ganja Island was a medium-sized island, and as its name suggested, it was known for its sugarcane. The town of Ganja on the island was quite a large settlement with nearly 50,000 residents, almost comparable to a small city. Most of the people in the town were those who could no longer survive in other countries and had relocated here. As the population grew, it gradually formed a town. In the Four Seas, such spontaneously formed villages or towns were very common. After all, this way they didn't have to pay taxes to the nobility and the entire family could make a living. However, the obvious drawback was that without military protection, they became easy targets for pirates. Pirates particularly enjoyed raiding such villages or towns. But in the East Blue, there were no particularly powerful pirate crews. A town of several thousand people was enough to deter most pirates from looting, especially a large town like Ganja with tens of thousands of residents. Even a crew of several hundred wouldn't dare to attack easily, let alone occupy it. However, Ganja Town was unlucky enough to encounter the Buggy pirates. As a devil fruit user, Buggy merely displayed a fraction of his abilities, and the town's guard force scattered in all directions. Though Moji and the others seemed weak in the original story, they were still formidable fighters against ordinary people. Coupled with the Buggy pirates' ample firepower, they captured the town without much effort. Once they confiscated the town's weapons, the Buggy pirates easily occupied it. Of course, with just over 100 men, true occupation was impossible. What pirates called occupation meant going to the town once a month to collect protection fees. Since they had claimed the territory, any other pirate attempting to raid would have to face them first. But most pirates were short-sighted fools. The protection fees they demanded were exorbitant, and some even went into town to bully men and women looting on the sly. Hence, ordinary people hated and feared pirates. When a town was taken over by pirates, many would secretly flee. Buggy was not fond of women or violence. His only love was treasure. So there was no bullying of men or women. Moreover, in larger towns, there were always women engaged in the flesh trade, providing an outlet for the low-ranking crew members. But precisely because Buggy loved treasure, the protection fees he set were extremely high. The town had already lost several thousand residents. After Dudi learned of the situation, he could only sigh at Buggy's foolishness. Yet most pirates were the same. After all, piracy was a profession where one never knew if there would be a next meal. Nevertheless, Dudi decided to change the current state of affairs. After all, a child raised under the red flag, no matter how bad, could only be so wicked. Having become a superhuman, as long as I don't eat beef, benefiting the common people and winning their hearts, why not? Brother Dudi, have a cigarette. As they say, like master, like men. The entire Buggy pirates were a bunch of cowards who bullied the weak. Upon learning that both Dudi and Robin were devil fruit users like Buggy, Moji and Kabeji instantly transformed from resentful into loyal and reliable servants. Dudi looked at the fawning Moji and said softly, "Go call Buggy over. Tell him I have something to discuss and summon all the officers as well." "Yes, Brother Dudi." Compared to Kabeji and the others, Moji was genuinely terrified of Dudi, having witnessed Dudi breathe fire to ignite firewood. To Moji, such a scene was only heard of in legends, and the ability to breathe fire seemed far more formidable than Buggy's Bara Nomi power. Coupled with Dudi's usual attitude toward Buggy, Moji had already concluded that the Buggy pirates had changed leaders. Dudi called for me. All officers. Dudi called me. All officers go. Buggy, who had been drinking, stood up with a grimace. He usually avoided Dudi whenever possible, since although he was the boss in front of others, he felt like a mere underling before Dudi. The Buggy pirates were stationed east of Ganja Town, while Dudi's room was in the only 6-story building. Buggy, however, preferred to stay on the ship most of the time. When Buggy and Moji arrived, Fack and the others were already there. Ajin was training according to Dudi's regimen, and Robin was doing the same. As for Fack, he usually stayed on the ship mingling with Buggy. The two constantly cursed each other, but seemed to have formed a bond. Seeing everyone gathered, Fack asked, "Dudi, why did you call us all here? Has something major happened?" "It should be something big." Dudi looked at Buggy and said, "It concerns the future of the Buggy pirates." "Buggy, do you want to be a pirate who is constantly chased by the Marines, despised by everyone, and can only hold a territory for a few years at most? Or do you want to be a pirate hero that everyone supports, hoping you will occupy and rule over them?" "A pirate hero?" Buggy blinked, his mind short-circuiting. Do pirates and heroes have anything in common? Do people support pirates?" Dudi said firmly, "Of course they do. Who says pirates can't become heroes? As long as you make the common people well-fed, well-housed, and give them a place to live, they won't care whether you're a pirate or a Marine. Of course you need to handle the balance yourself, because human hearts are greedy." "Indeed." Buggy nodded thoughtfully and asked, "You have a point. So what should we do?" "Simple. Cancel their protection fees." "Nanny." Buggy shook his head like a rattle drum. "Impossible. Without that money, what would we eat and drink? Besides, I need a large sum to develop the Buggy balls. Without that money, what would we eat and drink? And I need a lot of funds to develop the Buggy balls." "Idiot." Dudi scoffed disdainfully. "How much can these people pay you each month? You're sitting on a treasure mountain and begging for food. Ganja Island has so much sugarcane. Why don't you open a distillery or a sugar refinery?" "You mean smuggling?" Buggy's eyes widened as he shook his head. No. The smuggling routes are all already taken. They've bribed the Marines and local officials, and we don't have enough manpower. The smuggling routes are all already taken. They've bribed the Marines and local officials, and we don't have enough manpower. And most importantly, we have no money. Building a factory is no small sum. Plus, those people are not to be trifled with. Some of them are quite skilled." "You idiot." Before Buggy could finish, Dudi interrupted impatiently. "Recruit local labor. Find someone with a clean background to set up a company in a member nation. As for the connections, you've occupied a town that's a sugarcane producing hub. Don't tell me you don't know any Marine officers. As for whether those people are tough or not." Dudi pulled out a cigarette, and Robin quickly lit it. He took a puff and blew the smoke toward Buggy. "Do you think they're tougher, or am I tougher? As for berries, I have them. I'll pay." Buggy's eyes lit up instantly. He exclaimed excitedly, "You mean? Haha, I understand. I'll do as you say. I'll give the orders right away." Dudi nodded with satisfaction. "From now on, don't act like you're about to kill people all the time. Be polite. After all, you'll need them to work and make money. A good reputation is very important. Let's make it big and create glory again. Let's make it big and create glory again." Buggy blinked, looking puzzled. Have the Buggy pirates ever been glorious? Thump. "That's not important." "Idiot." These matters were easy to speak of, but exceedingly difficult to execute. First, one must choose a trustworthy individual to establish a company in an allied nation, become a merchant, and open a bank account. As long as his factory paid taxes normally regardless of where it was built, it would be protected by the allied nation. In times of trouble, he could hire the navy for a price. Of course, the most crucial significance lay in being able to fly the world government's flag. This would avoid many troubles, as some pirates would not provoke a factory bearing that flag. Moreover, at certain ports, as long as the money was sufficient, inspections would not be thorough. Most importantly, a factory that could fly the world government's flag was perceived by commoners as legitimate, granting them peace of mind. But as for the Buggy pirates, in the end, Dudi made the final decision. Ajin would go for he had no bounty and a clean background. Then Buggy contacted the town mayor to build a large distillery and a large sugar refinery. In the past, Ganja town only sold sugarcane. There were no large distilleries or sugar refineries. Liquor was brewed at home, and as for sugar, that was a luxury to them, occasionally purchased from visiting merchants. Without sufficient strength, building such profitable ventures would make you a fat target in the eyes of powerful forces. Moreover, some equipment was not easily obtainable. Thus, for the townsfolk, aside from necessities, most goods had to be purchased from merchant caravans. The mayor of Ganja town was named Mogan, a native of the town. His hairstyle was so distinctive, even more eccentric than that of Lao Ji from the Don Quixote family in the original, the kind that would be pixelated on television. Despite his unappealing appearance, it was thanks to him that Ganja town had grown from a small settlement of a few thousand to a large town of tens of thousands. Mogan entered the room and saw Buggy holding a match with a fawning smile, lighting Dudi's cigarette. His heart jolted. Since the occupation of Ganja town by the Buggy pirates, Mogan had seen Buggy at least a dozen times, but never had he witnessed anyone receiving such treatment from Buggy. Seeing Mogan's hairstyle, Dudi's mouth twitched. It was truly an eyesore. "Mayor Mogan, I presume. Let me introduce myself. I am Dudi. I summoned you to inform you that from now on the Buggy pirates will no longer collect any fees from you." Hearing Dudi's words, Mogan's heart sank. If pirates didn't want money, they wanted lives. "Don't worry, Mayor Mogan." Sensing Mogan's concern, Dudi explained, "Because from now on the Buggy pirate style of conduct is going to change. Our Captain Buggy is going to become a pirate hero admired by everyone." "Pirate? Hero?" Mogan looked bewildered, unable to grasp the meaning of those words. He knew each word, yet together they made no sense. Were there such things as pirate heroes? Yes. Dudi pointed at Buggy and said, Our Captain Buggy, seeing how difficult your lives are, has decided to help you. We are cooperating with Mr. Ajin to open factories on this island, and will employ you later. Mr. Ajin is a merchant from an allied nation, so his factories are all legal and legitimate. However, we need your help in building the factories, and you must provide your own food. Do you agree to this? Rest assured, from now on, every household will not need to prepare taxes. Next month, when the equipment arrives, I will send someone to inform you where to work. Once the factories are established, we will recruit you, and the wages will be enough to support an entire family. Mogan was very shrewd, and after a moment of thought he understood Dudi's intention to build factories for smuggling. And judging by Buggy's demeanor, it seemed Dudi was now the one in charge of the Buggy pirates. But could pirates be trusted? Mogan had no faith in Dudi's promises, yet he was utterly powerless. The factory site was in the forest north of the port, convenient for transportation. As for money, Dudi possessed 5 unregistered bank cards from the World Government Bank, each containing 200 million. He could withdraw cash from any bank in an allied nation. This was all earned through Dudi's hard work and protein. Though not much, it was more than enough to build a few factories and purchase some equipment. When he learned Dudi had 1 billion, Buggy nearly knelt before him. You are the guiding light of my life. You are the person I respect most. Get lost. Dudi arrived at the forest. With a gentle motion of his hands, the earth began to tremble. Boom. Crack. The ground undulated like a giant wave, rising and falling several times. Afterward, a vast clearing appeared in the forest. Under Dudi's control, some rocks gathered and depressions formed. Ajin's jaw dropped, stunned by the sight. After consuming a devil fruit, Dudi could control 5 natural elements: wind, fire, lightning, earth, and ice. Among them, he had the deepest mastery over the earth element. It was not due to Dudi himself, but the nature of this devil fruit. The earth element Dudi possessed was not a single branch like the Suna Suna no Mi or the Ishi Ishi no Mi. It encompassed them all, allowing control over both sand and stone. But it was only control. Dudi could not transform into sand like crocodile. Still, it was immensely powerful. At least for real estate development, it was incredibly efficient. After a dozen minutes, when Dudi had shaped the general outline of the factory, Ajin asked with awe, Mr. Dudi, are you a god? A god? Dudi stroked his chin for a moment and replied, in a certain sense, yes. I am the god of civil engineering. The god of civil engineering. What is civil engineering? Later, manufacturing. Buggy set off on an old ship to negotiate with a navy officer he knew, while Dudi, along with Ajin and a dozen lackeys, dressed up and headed for the allied nation of New Herona. The flag of the Buggy had been replaced by a noble flag with a golden-rimmed peony. Establishing a chamber of commerce was not something just anyone could do. It was usually handled by a noble's trusted confidant. Ajin now assumed the identity of the steward of the Peony family from the Dahimasi nation. Dahimasi was a non-allied nation, and the Peony family did exist, but they had all been killed by Buggy. However, such matters could be glossed over with a bit of money. New Herona was a small allied nation with only a few cities, but it was very wealthy. Among them, the port city of Litkala saw dozens or even hundreds of merchant ships dock each day, serving as a transshipment point for renting warehouses. After paying 200,000 berries, Ajin became the president of the Peony Chamber of Commerce, covering a dozen business categories, including liquor, sugar, and tea. If needed, more could be added later. With the documents in order, the next step was to purchase equipment. Such equipment was expensive, so one had to seek intermediaries in the black market. When experienced pirate crews plundered cities, they would specifically take the equipment from factories. Others would dispose of goods of dubious origin. They would first register with an intermediary in the black market, and those looking to buy would also seek them out. Of course, there were many such intermediaries, among whom were fraudsters, and even those who collaborated with other pirates for double-crossing. There were also reliable top-tier ones who even provided warehouses and venues, earning widespread fame, like Doflamingo. But in the East Blue, such formidable intermediaries did not exist. Shark Island, Shark Town, half a month's voyage from Sugarcane Island, served as a supply point for pirates and a place for unscrupulous merchants to handle their goods. Officially, it was the territory of the Shark Pirates, who had a bounty of 8 million, but the true master behind it was a noble from the allied kingdom of New Gerona. The island was chaotic, with numerous hotels and gambling dens, and drunken men could be seen lying on the roads from time to time. After walking for over 10 minutes, Machi brought Dudi and Ajin to a general store. The owner, an old man with glasses and a goatee, smiled upon seeing Machi and said, Lord Machi, it's a pleasure to see you. Do you have any goods to dispose of? Machi shook his head and said, Uncle Lar, we're not here to sell this time. We're here to buy. We need some brewing and sugar-making machinery. Could you help us register the order? I'll be staying on the island for now. If anything comes up, just notify me. Machi took out 100,000 berries from his pocket and handed them over. Lar licked his finger, counted the berries, and laughed. Haha, you're in luck. Not long ago, some members of the Konglite Pirates were looking to offload a batch of equipment that fits your needs perfectly. There's also a snack-making machine. You can negotiate with them if you're interested. One of their crew is still waiting on the island, room 306 at the old chimney, and goes by the name Anson. But be careful, the Konglite Pirates have been absolutely ruthless lately, plundering everything in sight. I hear they're heading to the Grand Line. Got it, thanks. Arriving at the old chimney, and they reached room 306. Before Dudi could knock, the door swung open. A robust man with a burn scar on his left cheek was about to step out. As Ajin recognized his face, he clenched his fists tightly, his eyes blazing with killing intent. Dudi glanced back at Ajin, who silently lowered his head. You're Anson, right? We're looking to buy brewing and sugar-making machines. I heard your crew has some. Hearing Machi's words, Anson grinned and said, finally a big buyer. I was running out of money. Come inside and we'll talk about what you want. Dudi patted Ajin on the shoulder and said softly, go wait on the ship. We'll talk when we get back. Ajin nodded, unclenched his hands, and slowly walked away. At Dudi's instruction, Machi didn't haggle and bought all their machines for 80 million berries. Soon they agreed on the time and place for the transaction. Once Dudi and Machi were back on the ship, Ajin immediately spoke up. Mr. Dudi, that Anson is the pirate who shot me. He and his crew stole my fishing boat and killed my friends. I want revenge. Dudi took a drag from his cigarette and nodded. I see. No wonder your breathing got so heavy, like you were about to kill someone. Don't worry, you'll get your revenge. Machi, overhearing this, said nervously, Mr. Dudi, the Konglite pirates are no ordinary crew. Their captain, Iron Fist Konglite, has a bounty of 34 million. He's the highest bounty pirate in the East Blue. The total bounty of the Konglite pirates exceeds 50 million. They have 2 battleships, 5 small pirate ships, and over 800 crew members. Maybe we should. Oh, before Machi could finish, Dudi interrupted with surprise. A bounty of 34 million. Total bounty of 50 million. There's a pirate crew this badass in the East Blue. Well, the East Blue doesn't allow such a badass crew to exist. On an unnamed island in the East Blue, upon learning that the machines had been purchased for 80 million berries, all members of the Konglite pirates had gathered there. Hurry up, you idiots. Get it all aboard. Once we clear this shipment, we can upgrade the battleships by weapons and head to the Grand Line. I'll make the name Konglite ring throughout the Grand Line. Konglite stood 5 meters tall, his arms thicker than most men's thighs, with protruding lips and a ferocious face. Eager to reach the Grand Line, he had recently plundered relentlessly and sold off the smaller ships, keeping only the 2 battleships. However, the battleships were too massive to pass through Reverse Mountain to the Grand Line, so they had to take the Com Belt route. To that end, Konglite had reinforced the propulsion systems of both battleships and planned to spend a fortune upgrading their firepower. With no rivals in the East Blue, his overconfidence made him believe that as long as he had enough fuel, speed, and firepower, the Sea Kings would be no match. After all the machines were loaded, the 2 battleships set sail for the agreed rendezvous at Boulder Island. Meanwhile, back on Sugarcane Island, Machi hurriedly reported to Buggy that Dudi intended to rob the Konglite pirates. But Buggy's reaction left Machi bewildered. Buggy said nonchalantly, the Konglite pirates. Whatever, let him rob if he wants. Captain Buggy. Machi grew anxious, shouting loudly. That's the Konglite pirates with a total bounty over 50 million, the strongest pirate crew in the East Blue. Your bounty is only 3 million. Buggy was startled by Machi and yelled back, I know. Stop blathering here. Idiot. This is the time for the Buggy pirates to grow stronger. Don't bother me with such trivial matters. Nanny. Machi blinked in disbelief. A huge matter like this is trivial. I think the Buggy pirates are doomed. You're calling me a red-nose, you bastard. Bam. Since they had to pick up the machines, 2 ships of the Buggy pirates and most of the crew followed to Boulder Island. Upon arriving at Boulder Island, the 2 battleships of the Konglite pirates were already waiting. The Buggy pirates' crew turned pale at the sight of those warships. So that's the Konglite pirates. No wonder they're the strongest in the East Blue. Those battleships are huge with so many cannons. Is that guy Konglite? He's so tall. I bet he's taller than my dick. Truly the strongest in the East Blue. Bullshit. What's the strongest in the East Blue? Our Captain Buggy is a devil fruit user. We're not afraid of him. The Konglite pirates were having a party on the island. Seeing the Buggy pirates arrive, Konglite brought a few officers to the beach to welcome their big customer. Haha, you must be the Buggy pirates. We're having a feast. Care to join? Buggy waved his hand and said, no need, we just ate on the ship. Where are the machines? I'll send my men to load them. Straight to business. Konglite pointed at the 2 battleships and said, they're up there. Go take a look. They're not brand new, but about 80% condition, well maintained, and we handled them with care during transport. Come on. After inspecting the machines behind Konglite, Buggy nodded in satisfaction. The machines were indeed in good condition and the quantity was correct. Seeing Buggy's expression, Konglite smiled and said, since the inspection is done, how about the payment? Once you pay, I'll have my men help load them onto your ship. Buggy pointed at Dudi. You'll have to ask him. We're just here to move the machines. Dudi spread his hands and asked Konglite, what if I don't want to pay but still want the goods? What do you suggest? Huh. Konglite looked at Dudi and smiled. Don't joke around carelessly. People could die. Where's the money? Hand it over now. 80 million berry as agreed. Seeing no movement from Dudi and the others, the smile vanished from Konglite's face. I never expected this. The moment I decided to conduct honest business, someone has to come looking for death. In the East Blue, I have never encountered anyone daring enough to rob me, Konglite. Dudi remained unmoved and replied, then today you have. Mwahaha. Konglite clenched his fists and grinned savagely. You guys. People like you foolhardy brats. I kill a few every year. If my guess is correct, you're trying to make a name for yourselves by defeating me, right? You need to assess your own strength before seeking fame. Idiots. After speaking, Konglite raised a fist larger than Dudi's head and slammed it down. Dudi was like a fortress wall compared to ordinary people, but before Konglite he still appeared as weak as a chick. Iron Arm Konglite was famous precisely for his monstrous strength. Machi and Kabaji were so terrified they squeezed their eyes shut, as if already envisioning Dudi's skull being crushed flat. How is this possible? Am I seeing things? Hearing the others' voices, the two opened their eyes, snot flying. Nani. Kalaite's neck and face veins bulged like earthworms after rain, and Dudi had somehow blocked his punch, with an open palm expressionless and unflustered. Kalaite's clenched fist was far larger than Dudi's palm, yet no matter how hard Kalaite strained, Dudi didn't budge an inch. Damn it. Kalaite roared in anger, raising his left fist to strike again, but this time Dudi extended a single finger. Squelch. Kalaite let out a piercing scream. A finger lay on the ground. Gazing at Dudi's blackened middle finger, Kalaite endured the excruciating pain and asked, "What is this? Are you a devil fruit user? We can negotiate." With a cold expression, Dudi raised his left hand and said in a chilling tone, "Finger gun. Scatter void." Squelch. Thud. Haha. Seeing Kalaite and several officers lying dead on the deck, Machi, Kabaji, and the lion Liji huddled together in terror. Anson, whom Dudi had deliberately spared, stared bewildered toward the deck. How can this be? Impossible. This is fake. It's fake. Captain Kalaite. Before Dudi could give orders, Ajin marched toward him with a revolver in hand, his face murderous. Bang. Thud. Somewhere along the way, Lawbean had produced a loudspeaker and suddenly shouted into it, "Wow. Captain Buggy, you're so amazing. You actually killed Kalaite and the rest." Buggy pointed bewilderedly at himself, "Me. But catching Dudi's teasing smile, Buggy immediately claimed credit. "That's right, I killed them." Ha ha ha. Machi and Kabaji hastily chimed in, "Yes. We can testify. Captain Buggy killed all of them." Though the lion Liji couldn't speak, he nodded vigorously. Dudi waved his hand at them and said, "Enough. The rest is up to you. Don't tell me you can't handle a bunch of unarmed fools. Round them up." Yes. The grunts aboard the Buggy ship had no idea what was happening until Lawbean's loud announcement that Captain Buggy had slain Kalaite. When they saw Buggy and the others carrying the severed heads of Kalaite's crew, a wave of excitement surged through them. "Captain Buggy. The strongest man in the East Blue. Captain Buggy, you're incredibly amazing. We'll follow you forever. The Buggy pirates are the strongest crew in the East Blue." Swept up in his subordinate's flattery, Buggy swelled with pride instantly. "Mwahaha. I, Lord Buggy, am invincible." Although Kalaite's pirate crew numbered over 800, far exceeding the Buggy pirates, they had grown accustomed to arrogance. During their celebration banquet, they had left their weapons aboard the ship. With Kalaite and his officers all slain by Dudi, faced with the Buggy pirates bursting with morale, the surviving pirates surrendered within barely 15 minutes, dropping to their knees. Ajin shouted with a ferocious expression, "Whoever was closest to Anson, point them out. Otherwise not a single one of you will survive today." For these pirates, betrayal was second nature. Soon several terrified sailors were singled out. Bang bang. Ajin wasted no words and dispatched them cleanly. Under Dudi's special training, Ajin's strength had now caught up to Kabaji's. Moreover, perhaps due to the deaths of his comrades, his personality had grown cruel and cold, much like in the original story. Over 100 pirates died, and Ajin personally killed more than 20. After clearing the battlefield, Buggy, however, began to headache. When two pirate crews went to war, surrendered pirates were generally not killed, since low-ranking sailors had little loyalty to begin with. But Buggy found himself perplexed about what to do with them. Accepting over 600 people would be far too many. Buggy did not wish to attract the Navy's attention. The title of strongest pirate crew in the East Blue sounded impressive, but to Buggy not a single chest of treasure compared. Dudi did not want to draw attention through excessive fame, and Buggy felt the same way. Calming down, Buggy did not want news of the Kalaite pirates being wiped out by the Buggy pirates to spread. His own subordinates were manageable. He could simply issue commands with his authority. But if these pirates ran their mouths. Just as Buggy was troubled, a voice sounded in his ear, "Tisk tisk, what capable laborers these are. One healthier than the next. It's perfect. Sugarcane Island needs workers. After they finish constructing the factory, they'll seamlessly transition to winemaking laborers. Either way, they won't be escaping by then. Keep them under strict supervision. Those who perform well can join the Buggy pirates, while those who don't continue as workers. Maybe someone will even prefer being a worker, right?" You're absolutely right. My Lord Buggy shall reward you." Aha. Buggy turned around and saw Dudi. His arrogant grin instantly melted into a fawning smile. Boom. After thoroughly looting both warships, Buggy ordered them sunk on the spot. There was no choice. Both vessels had been converted from naval warships, and no one knew where Kalaite had obtained them. The black market would not touch them. No one in the East Blue would buy them, and selling them would expose the fact that the Kalaite pirates had been destroyed by the Buggy pirates. But Dudi certainly did not want to waste Kalaite and the others' heads, since their combined bounties exceeded 50 million, considered a form of utilizing waste. Gazing into Kalaite's unblinking lifeless eyes, Dudi murmured softly, "I told you. The East Blue does not permit pirate crews this formidable to exist. The bounties of pirates are collected at Marine branch offices." To Dudi, the so-called Marines and pirates were essentially the same. Both had their good and bad. It was merely that pirates represented freedom and evil, while Marines represented order and justice. Hence he bore no particular hostility toward the Marines simply because he was a pirate. Dudi transformed into a young man with a thick beard and mustache. After stowing away the cloud-patterned sword, he headed to the 77th Marine branch of base far from Sugarcane Island. Its commander Bulin was highly trusted by the people. It was said that he would actively dispatch troops to fight pirate crews and even help non-ally kingdoms drive out pirates. The Marines' deployment against pirates was not free. Payment was required for their protection. As for non-ally kingdoms, the world government deemed them unworthy of protection. Bulin, however, was a man of true justice. Upon learning that Dudi was there to claim the bounty for the Konglite pirates, the female Marine officers at the bounty department were stunned. After all, in the East Blue, the Konglite pirates were the undisputed strongest crew. Over the years, countless bounty hunters had fallen to them, earning them the epithet, the graveyard of East Blue bounty hunters. After confirming that the heads indeed belonged to all the officers of the Konglite pirates, the female Marine stared at Dudi in astonishment and said this. Sir, according to world government regulations, if the wanted individual is dead, the bounty is reduced by 30%. Dudi looked puzzled. What the heck? Reduced by 30%? Don't fool me just because I'm not well read. Yes, it's written right here. The female officer pointed to the wall where some notices were posted. After reading carefully, Dudi was dumbfounded. No way it's true. A turtle turning a somersault. Rule after rule. Dead pirates get a discount. What should I keep them alive for New Year's? You guys are hilarious. Ha ha ha. I can't help it, but it's world government policy. I don't understand it either. A hearty laugh came from behind Dudi. He turned to see a Marine with a Commodore's coat, his purple hair styled like a giant pinwheel, walking toward him. The Marine Commodore extended his hand and smiled at Dudi. Hello, I'm Bulin, the commander here. And you are? Bulin. Dudi initially thought he was just an ordinary Commodore, but upon seeing his distinctive appearance, he immediately recalled that this was the officer killed by Erlang. So this was the commander of the 77th branch. No wonder he would take the initiative to seek out Erlang and get himself killed. A pity. He was a good man, but overestimated his own strength. Dudi shook his hand in return. Oh, hello. I'm Dudi, a solitary traveler. May I ask what business you have with me, commander? Bulin walked over to the heads and examined them with amazement. So it really is Konglite. Preserved in ice, they look as alive as ever. A refrigerator couldn't achieve this. How did you do it? Are you a devil fruit user? Before Dudi could answer, Bulin said apologetically. Oh, sorry, that must be your private matter. It's quite rude of me to ask such a personal question upon our first meeting. The Konglite pirates were a major thorn in the side of the East Blue Marines. I'm just too excited that you've eliminated them for us. It was normal for a Marine branch commander to know about devil fruits. However, Bulin's demeanor and behavior were unlike those of an ordinary Marine. Dudi took a closer look and noticed a noble family crest on his shirt, suddenly understanding. You're a noble. An old-school Marine, and a branch commander. That's quite unusual. Hearing Dudi's words, Bulin was surprised. I didn't expect you to know about the old school. You must have traveled far and wide, haven't you? If you don't mind, how about we continue our conversation over a meal in our mess hall? Consider it a token of thanks for removing a major threat from our midst. Having spent many years recuperating in Mary Geos, Dudi had picked up a lot of information. After all, Nuoteli was a woman, and even celestial dragons loved gossip. Much of it concerned the Marines. The so-called old-school Marines referred to those born into royal or noble families. Decades ago, they held many important positions within the Marines. However, a large portion of them used their authority to benefit their families, and many officers lacked the strength to match their ranks. This caused significant friction with the high-ranking Marines of common birth. It wasn't until Sengoku became a Marine admiral that, with the support of then-Fleet Admiral Kong and Marine hero Garp, he carried out sweeping reforms, eradicating the corrupt practices of the old school and resolving internal conflicts. This incident was also the main reason Sengoku was recognized as the next fleet admiral. Nowadays, most officers of noble birth work in administrative positions. Only a very few old-school Marines serve in frontline branches or bases, and they typically place Marine justice above family honor. However, without strong personal charisma, it was difficult to earn the recognition of the common-born high-ranking officers. Their families also disapproved of them. No wonder Erlang was still alive and well after Bulin's death. Although the main reason was Jinbe, Bulin's awkward status as an old-school officer certainly played a part. Despite being a Marine commander full of justice, Bulin was not rigid or inflexible. He also knew how to enjoy life. A single bottle of fine vintage wine could cost as much as an ordinary Marine's annual salary. He also possessed rare delicacies such as the stone shell crab, which even celestial dragons adored. Special tools were required to eat it, and ordinary people might never have seen it. These items were absolutely unaffordable on a Marine's meager salary. Having spent so much time with Nuoteli, Dudi had adopted some aristocratic manners. However, nobles rarely left their homeland to become travelers, so Bulin was uncertain about Dudi's identity. When he saw Dudi skillfully using the tools to handle the stone shell crab, Bulin's eyes lit up. You must be of noble birthright. And judging by your demeanor, you're no ordinary noble. Dudi swirled the wine glass in his hand and chuckled softly. Noble or commoner, what does it matter? Such identities hold no meaning. To me, the world is divided into the strong and the weak, the good and the bad. Bulin was taken aback, then laughed heartily. Huh, you're right. If you cared about your noble status, you wouldn't have chosen to be a traveler. But since you managed to kill Konglite and his crew, you must be a man of great justice. Would you be interested in becoming a Marine? Before Dudi could respond, Bulin quickly added, don't misunderstand. With your strength, you wouldn't be serving under me, of course. Vice Admiral Garp the Marine hero is currently in the East Sea handling some personal matters. If you wish to join the Marines, I can introduce you. I'm sure with your abilities you will earn his recognition. After speaking, Bulin looked at Dudi with eager anticipation, recommending that a master like Dudi should join the Marines, and he could also connect with the Marine hero Garp. For Bulin, this was a perfect arrangement. Dudi did not answer, furrowing his brow in deep thought. The East Blue was Garp's homeland, and it was perfectly normal for Garp to return here. But coming to the East Blue at this time on personal business, he was probably sending Luffy to Windmill Village. Then 2 years later, he would just dump him on the mountain bandits. With Garp's parenting style, even if Luffy hadn't met Shanks and didn't want to become the Pirate King, he would probably end up as the man who becomes the Mountain Bandit King. An Ace was raised by mountain bandits, which could be explained as hiding his identity. But why did Garp the Marine hero throw his own grandson to the dating clan? What secret lies behind this? Thinking of Sengoku's reputation as a strategist, the changes in the Marines over the years, and Dragon, who had thrown himself into the revolutionary cause, Dudi suddenly had a conjecture: could this all have been planned long ago? After all, in the original story, there were many conflicts between the Marines and the world government. With Sengoku's intelligence, he couldn't have been blind to it. It was only natural to have some contingency plans. Mr. Dudi. Seeing Dudi's prolonged silence, Bulin couldn't hold back. How about it? Are you interested in becoming a Marine? With your strength, you could certainly become a Marine under Vice Admiral Garp at headquarters. In the future, you might even become one of the Marines' top combatants. Snapping back to reality, Dudi looked at the eager Bulin and shook his head. I'm sorry. I'm a free spirit who loves freedom. The Marine profession simply doesn't suit me. If it weren't for that, I wouldn't have become a traveler and come to the East Blue. Hearing Dudi's reply, Bulin smiled wryly and nodded. Yes, I should have thought of that. I was too presumptuous. If a master like you wanted to become a Marine, why would you need my introduction? Come, let's keep drinking. Alcohol quickly bridged the gap between strangers. After a few bottles, Dudi and Bulin felt like old friends who hadn't seen each other for years. Bulin, slightly tipsy, complained, Dudi, do you know? I've been in the East Blue for nearly 30 years, and it's been several years since I became the commander of Branch 77. Without any surprises, I'll retire from this position. To be honest, I've only been to headquarters once coming from the East Blue. It's because I'm from an old noble family, and my talent isn't enough to break through the shackles of my identity. So my future is clear to see. The East Blue is a relatively peaceful sea. The bounties on pirates here are low, and famous pirates generally avoid engaging the Marines. So in the waters under our branch's jurisdiction, there aren't many big pirates active. Even though we send out warships on patrol every day, we can only fight against those trash without even bounties. No matter how many of those pirates we catch, it doesn't yield much merit. I can't get promoted either, but I'm not resigned to it. Bulin's eyes reddened, and his tone grew excited. I don't want to spend my whole life in the East Blue, this peaceful sea. I'd even be willing to go to headquarters as a petty officer or a logistics staff member. I didn't join the Marines to live a life of leisure like this. I want to make those filthy rats disappear from these seas. Retiring early. Enjoying life. Your sense of justice is way too overblown. And you have little talent, but big talk, wanting to make all pirates disappear. Looking at the agitated Bulin, Dudi thought to himself, so this is why you'll later rush off to die against Erlang. Because the local pirates are too weak, you think Erlang is a small fry. But merit. A sudden idea popped into Dudi's mind. He asked Bulin, Mr. Bulin, merit doesn't have to come from catching pirates. You can also start from other aspects like the welfare of grassroots Marines. As far as I know, not only the lower ranks, but even officers like you only get a pension after being killed in action. Some disabled Marines only get half their former salary each month, which is far from enough to support a family. They live very frugally. I've heard that some branches can't even provide basic subsidies to their men. The Marines haven't done well enough in this regard. For those who protect justice, this is not the ending they deserve. Hearing Dudi's words, Bulin looked grim. Indeed, the Marines haven't done enough, but it's unavoidable. The annual military budget from headquarters is limited, and each branch has different additional income. Our area is relatively poor with no way to increase revenue, and I have it. Clang clang. Dudi suddenly tapped the table, interrupting Bulin. What if there was something called insurance where you spend 10 to 20,000 belly a year, and if nothing happens, the money is wasted? But if something does happen, it would pay out hundreds of thousands, or even millions of belly depending on your injury. Would you buy it? Would the Marines buy it? Insurance. After a moment of thought, Bulin's eyes lit up, and he stared at Dudi. It seems foolish to throw away 10 to 20,000 belly every year, but for us Marines, getting injured or even dying in battle is common. If this so-called insurance really exists, not only would I buy it, but I believe every Marine would. Even headquarters would support it. Is this the merit you're talking about? If this is really as you say, then indeed. No. Dudi interrupted the excited Bulin. It's not just that. Insurance isn't just this kind. There's also retirement insurance. After Dudi explained the detailed insurance services to Bulin, the latter, after his excitement, asked, so where is this company? Where can we buy insurance? Dudi pointed at himself and said casually, of course it's me. But the company hasn't been founded yet. Don't worry, I'll have everything done within a week. Then I'll need a pilot project. The prerequisite is that you trust me. This is also a good reason for you to get closer to Garp. Hearing Dudi's words, Bulin was taken aback at first, then his gaze grew resolute. Don't worry, Dudi. I'll find the pilot project for you, and I'll even pay you in advance. But you have to be quick, before Vice Admiral Garp leaves. You must get this done. Dudi quickly completed the registration of the Merchant Guild, naming it the Heron Chamber of Commerce. To conduct legitimate business dealings with the Marines, Dudi needed a credible identity. After much deliberation, he decided to use his own. After all, the Marine Intelligence Network could uncover anyone's background with ease. The Heron family was a noble house from the allied kingdom of Olingudo, but most of its members had been slaughtered over a decade ago, when pirates breached the city walls. Dudi's mother fled with him for a time, only to be discovered by slave traders. She died protecting him, and he was sold to the Celestial Dragons, later forcibly taken by Nautilus. Bryn harbored no doubts about Dudi's identity and never sent anyone to investigate. His mind was entirely consumed by the insurance Dudi had proposed, and he wished Dudi could complete everything in a single day. With 800 million in savings, everything proceeded smoothly. The pilot location was soon finalized. Bryn chose his third base as the test site, situated in the most prosperous Tell Sea region of the East Blue. This area attracted many pirates, though most had no bounties, yet the number of Marines who died fighting them each year was not insignificant. Bryn could decide the amount needed to purchase insurance for these Marines. After signing the contract and paying the sum with Dudi, he grabbed the printed documents and hurried off to find Garp. The round trip would take about half a month, so Dudi waited patiently at the branch. Sigh. Beautiful Marine lady, slurping your chopsticks clean after a meal is an essential skill for a lady. There were few women in the Marines, but most were decent looking, especially the clerical staff, who came from wealthy local families. Dudi, with his silver tongue and unremarkable appearance, lived quite comfortably during this time. At Windmill Village, after carefully reviewing all the documents, Garp said in astonishment, Bryn, Rear Admiral, are you sure this is real? If Marines buy this so-called insurance, will they be compensated with berries if they are injured or tragically killed in battle? Is this person trustworthy? Could he be a con artist? Hearing Garp's words, Bryn, eager to prove his merit, quickly patted his chest and assured Vice Admiral Garp, this man is absolutely beyond reproach. I swear on my life. As outlined in the documents, they will later introduce medical insurance, pension insurance, and the like. Is that so? Garp looked at the documents again and said to Bryn, in that case, let's see how things go after a year. If it's genuine, then I'll have the headquarters purchase this so-called insurance for all Marines in the East Blue. Then if everything remains fine for 3 years, I'll propose to Sengoku that all Marines, regardless of the insurance type, should be enrolled. If it's real, you'll have accomplished a great feat. Go back and keep an eye on things. Yes, Vice Admiral Garp. Watching Bryn leave in high spirits, Garp picked his nose and muttered to himself, insurance. It looks genuine. No merchant would dare deceive the Marines. But is that man a fool? Isn't he just handing money to the Marines? How can such a good thing exist? By the time Bryn returned, Dudi had already woken up with the 3 young ladies from the Bounty Division. Those 3 ladies had agreed to leave the Marines and become staff members of Dudi's Chamber of Commerce. With their connections to the Marines and their local networks, they could handle basic recruitment without issue. Seeing Dudi, Bryn could barely contain his excitement. Dudi, Vice Admiral Garp has agreed. In a year, if nothing goes wrong, he'll have all Marines in the East Blue buy insurance. If after 3 years you've truly fulfilled the terms of the contract, Vice Admiral Garp will discuss with Fleet Admiral Sengoku to have every Marine purchase insurance. Dudi. Bryn's tone turned grave, his eyes burning as he stared at Dudi. I have given my word to Vice Admiral Garp. Don't let me down. Dudi nodded solemnly and pledged, rest assured, Bryn. In 3 years you'll be heading to headquarters. They exchanged den mushy numbers, and Dudi left first. Next came recruitment and site selection, tasks best suited for Robin. As for identity exposure, a mask would suffice. In the following days, Robin was extremely busy while Dudi remained leisurely. As expected, Robin, who had served as Crocodile's right hand in the original story, managed the Chamber of Commerce affairs with perfect order. Henceforth, the Tort Chamber of Commerce would be under Robin's command, while the Peony Flower Chamber of Commerce of the Buggy Pirates would handle shady business, such as smuggling. Where there is light, there must be shadow. The line between white and black is always blurred. In his spare time, Dudi wanted to visit Garp at Windmill Village and see the 3 protagonist brothers in their childhood. However, 2 days into his journey, Dudi stopped on a deserted island. An unexpected person had come looking for him. Dudi, you damn bastard. How dare you betray me? Watching Nautilus descend from the sky, her pink wings slowly transforming back into hands, Dudi's heart was a whirlwind of emotions. Admittedly, Nautilus was a celestial dragon with a terrible temper, but over time feelings had grown between them. After so many days, she had long become shaped by Dudi. He was not the type of man to abandon a woman heartlessly. Faced with her furious expression, he found himself at a loss for words. Dudi. Nautilus stared at him, demanding. I thought you just wanted to go out and clear your head, but I never imagined you truly didn't want to come back. Don't you know my feelings for you? Are you really going to leave me? Do you have any idea that the devil fruit I gave you was specially chosen because I knew you could master it? I already checked with my ability. You are perfectly compatible with it. Otherwise, why would a mythical Zoan fruit be given to you for free? I knew long ago that you gained a special ability after consuming it. I never blamed you for hiding it. But I never expected that after obtaining it you would leave me. Hearing Natalie's words, Dudi's heart trembled, and he was even more at a loss. Though he didn't know what abilities she had to determine his compatibility with the fruit, she had no reason to lie about this. She truly had genuine feelings for him. After all, humans are not made of wood or stone. Who can be devoid of emotion? Moreover, he was her first, and perhaps only, man. Is the outside world really that wonderful, eh? Is freedom truly that important to you? Do you know how much I've worried about you during this time? Natalie's voice grew softer, her expression shifting from fierce to aggrieved, then flushing crimson. Because Dudi had already started to act. Since words failed him, action was the answer. 1,000 miles delivered. He had to take it. Notrelli arrived in haste, and departed with even greater urgency. Dudi did not press Notrelli on how she had pinpointed his location with such precision. Everyone had their secrets. It was undoubtedly connected to her devil fruit ability, and given the powers she had displayed, even if it were a mythical Zoan, it was most likely not the type suited for direct combat. Notrelli did not ask Dudi to return to Mary Geos with her. She did not truly blame him. It seemed she had found him merely to complain and share a moment of tenderness. Besides moistening a patch of earth, she left Dudi a den mushy. This was the price of his freedom, a few mechanical exertions of his waist each year. Dudi was quite willing. Since Notrelli had already fallen for him, developing feelings for him, he could now exploit this relationship more often. After all, living off a woman was a delightful prospect, especially when that woman was a celestial dragon. The rewards would undoubtedly be very sweet. And by seniority, he would at least be on the same generation as Whitebeard, given that he was the red-haired's uncle-in-law. To be honest, Dudi felt a little touched. A celestial dragon so high and mighty would come alone to seek out a former slave, like a princess risking danger to travel thousands of miles to find the gardener who tended her flower garden. Tisk charm is irresistible. Fengche Village Harbor. Bang! You rascal. Don't you dare slack off. Up. Garp raised a fist as big as a cauldron and punched Lu Fei, who was sleeping, standing up. A visible lump rose on Lu Fei's head. Lu Fei clutched his head in pain, tears streaming, and shouted, "Grandpa. Damn it. That hurts." Garp picked his nose and said, "Standing at attention is the simplest way to temper one's will. And you dared to slack off, sleeping while standing." Lu Fei retorted angrily, "I'm just too tired. And you won't let me eat. I only ate 2 steamed buns and 3 bowls of meat porridge this morning. You have the nerve to say that. You just ate a dozen bananas. Are you hungry already? Which kid eats that much?" Lu Fei shouted defiantly, "I can eat that much. Am I not a kid? Am I not a kid?" Wupu Shalapu looked helplessly at the quarreling grandfather and grandson. Though he disapproved of Garp's method of educating Lu Fei, he knew that as a marine hero Garp was undoubtedly professional in this regard, so he rarely intervened. "All right, Garp, since Lu Fei is hungry, I'll go prepare lunch. I bought some pork, enough for you too." Upon hearing about food, Lu Fei immediately stopped arguing with Garp and shouted excitedly to Shalapu, "Grandpa, village chief, I want to eat grilled meat. Big pieces. Eat an eggplant. Stand for half an hour." Garp was scolding when he suddenly looked up at the sky. Lu Fei also looked up curiously. "That's so cool." Dudi cosplaying as Superman had not yet landed when he saw Lu Fei's eyes sparkling with golden light and Garp frowning with vigilance. Dudi descended slowly and said, "Don't misunderstand. I'm a good guy. I'm just tired of flying and looking for a place to eat. You?" Before Dudi could finish, he felt his feet slip. Whooshed. Bang. The golden light in Lu Fei's eyes vanished. Garp helplessly covered his forehead. "Lu Fei, look what you've done." Dudi stood up expressionlessly with a banana peel on his head. "Actually, I did it on purpose. I was afraid of causing misunderstanding, so I deliberately stepped on the banana peel. This way you'd think I'm a very approachable person. Otherwise a mere banana peel. Do you think I'd be so easily?" Bang. Dudi stood up again, now, with 2 banana peels on his head. Seeing the 2 of them both picking their noses, he said helplessly, "Fine, I admit, I didn't see it. But who's so uncivilized as to throw so many banana peels here?" Lu Fei picked his nose and looked at Dudi defiantly. "I threw them. But that's the trash heap. Where else would banana peels go? By the way, how can you fly? You don't have wings. Do your legs go weak after flying? Do you have to fall? How do you fly?" Dudi looked at the insatiably curious Lu Fei and turned his head away. The young Lu Fei was indeed a brat, unlikable. Garp sized up Dudi. Devil fruit users were extremely rare in the East Blue, especially one with a flight ability. He didn't believe a single word Dudi said. Tired of flying and looking for a place to eat. Did he look that stupid? Moreover, using his observation, Hockey Garp could sense that Dudi's life force far exceeded that of an ordinary person, comparable to a Marine Vice Admiral or even stronger. A powerhouse of unknown allegiance arriving in his hometown. This was not a good sign. Garp had seen too many audacious scoundrels in his life. He had captured so many pirates, and some might seek revenge. With that thought, Garp said coldly to Dudi, "Hey, you'd better state your intentions clearly, or I can't guarantee you'll still be able to fly." Damn, no wonder the East Blue is called the Peaceful Sea. Seeing Garp clench his fist, Dudi dropped his pretense and said solemnly, "Vice Admiral Garp, it's an honor to meet you. My name is Dudi." Seeing Dudi's expectant expression, Garp frowned, skipped the introduction. "Just tell me why you're here." Dudi pointed at himself in disbelief. "Hey, I'm Dudi. Harlan Dudi. Didn't Bulin mention me to you?" Huh. Garp was taken aback, then suddenly understood. "Oh, Dudi. So you're the insurance salesman." Bang bang. Garp patted Dudi on the shoulder with inexplicable excitement. Welcome, welcome. So you're Harlan. D. It's Dudi. Right. Dudi. Looking at Garp's eyes crinkled with laughter, Dudi silently cursed in his heart. What the hell, insurance salesman? And is my name really that hard to remember? After a few casual exchanges, Garp asked with a puzzled expression, So Dudi, why are you here? Dudi took out a document he had prepared earlier, handed it to Garp, and said seriously, Commander Bulin told me that you strongly support our chamber's insurance business. I came specifically to thank you. First, to reassure you that our tote chamber is not a fraudulent operation. I'm no fool. You might not understand, but I can tell you this is a win-win situation, and I will never give up halfway. Second, to give you a small gift. As long as your family members sign these 2 agreements and affix their thumbprints, our Harlan chamber will reimburse any injuries in the future. Moreover, after the age of 60, they will receive a monthly pension. This is not a bribe. These are 2 types of insurance we will offer to ordinary people in the future. I just want you to take a look for yourself. Garp took the documents, read them carefully, and looked at Dudi with a complex expression. For ordinary people. What a remarkable dream. I may not understand business, but I know it must be extremely difficult. At the very least, you'll need hospitals to cooperate and have branches in every country. The manpower and time required. Ha ha ha. Garp suddenly burst into laughter, gave Dudi a thumbs up, and praised, to achieve what you've described, you'll have to work hard. However, Kapu changed his tone, casting a somewhat scrutinizing gaze at Dudi. I may not understand commerce, but I know the Navy well. You certainly won't make a profit in the early stages. Making money is something for the future. I know you're very smart, just like Crane. Someone as clever as you could make money with ease. Why go through all this trouble? You support the Navy so enthusiastically, there must be some reason. Dudi took out a Bauhinia badge worn around his neck and said in a tone tinged with both sorrow and indignation, My name is Haroon Dudi from the Haroon noble family of Aolingwo, a member state of the world government. My grandfather was once the lord of a city, and I am the sole heir of the Haroon family. But when I was young, our city was overrun by pirates, and every member of my family died in battle. My mother and I escaped under the escort of our retainers, but we were eventually found. My mother to protect me. He paused. Although I managed to escape later, and those pirates were captured by the Navy, my family can never return. It is precisely because I have experienced the suffering brought by pirates that I support the Navy. Vice Admiral Kapu, as you said, I am a clever person, but you are equally clever. I won't deceive you. I am well aware of the Navy's various problems. But I believe that order bound by rules can bring people peace and stability far more effectively than the chaos caused by so-called freedom. The vast majority of pirates shout slogans of freedom while plundering the lives and property of others. If I do not support the Navy, should I support them instead? Of course, most importantly, I also need the Navy to protect our merchant guild, and even to leverage the Navy's connections to expand our business. I wonder if this answer satisfies you. I see. After hearing Dudi's response, Kapu fell into deep thought for a long, while then glanced at Luffy, whose nose was bubbling. Bang! You brat. How can you fall asleep again? Grandpa. They had lunch at the village chief Slap's house at noon. Though the meal was plentiful, neither of them had eaten their fill. After all, Luffy and Kapu were both bottomless pits. Dudi only managed a few bites before watching the grandfather and grandson perform their daily tug-of-war battle. In the end, Kapu shamelessly grabbed Luffy's head and snatched the last piece of meat, winning the match. This drew continuous complaints from Luffy and earned him a lump on his head. Dudi watched in disbelief. Luffy was only about 4 or 5 years old now and could already eat so much. No wonder he could recover from any injury as long as he slept and ate a meal. Truly gifted beyond measure. Burp. Dudi, you came at just the right time. After finishing his meal, Kapu picked his teeth and said, I came here to train Luffy. I'll be leaving tomorrow. If you came one day later, you wouldn't have seen me. Good thing I have another grandson. Didn't you say all my family members can get this insurance? Come with me now to see him. In the future, both he and Luffy will become outstanding naval officers. Of course I will pay as promised. Dudi forced a faint smile and nodded perfunctorily at Kapu. The Navy. Keep dreaming. Handing them over to the Dayton family was about the best outcome. They might manage to return once a year, and that would be generous. Train Luffy. You mean throwing a 4 or 5-year-old child into the deep mountains to survive on his own? With such an unconstrained upbringing, it was inevitable that he would become a pirate. Even if not a pirate, he would become a bandit. For him to become a naval officer, both Ace and Luffy would have to lose their minds. Dudi even suspected that Kapu was doing this on purpose. Given the complex relationship between the Navy and the world government, Sakazuki might want to set up a few contingency plans. Especially with Red Hair's impending arrival, Dudi could not believe that the Fleet Admiral Sakazuki would be unaware of Red Hair's acquisition of the Nika fruit. With Luffy's lawless nature, without Sakazuki shielding him before the world government, relying solely on Kapu's reputation as a naval hero would hardly protect Luffy for long. Perhaps Red Hair's face also played a role in this matter. The Dayton family lived on Gulseek Mountain east of Windmill Village, where the scenery was picturesque and small animals could often be seen. Kapu led Dudi on a journey that lasted most of the day before they finally arrived. Though the Dayton family called themselves mountain bandits, they were essentially no different from hunters, having basically settled into seclusion here. When Kapu and Dudi arrived, Dayton was directing several subordinates in the fields. Kapu. Faced with Kapu's arrival, Dayton and the others appeared visibly terrified. Dudi did not approach, instead he waved from a distance as a greeting. Kapu picked his nose and chatted with Dayton and the rest for a few moments. Learning that Ace was not there, he turned and left with Dudi. Although Golseek Mountain was vast, Kapu's advanced hockey prowess allowed him to easily pinpoint Ace's location. His steps grew faster, and he cursed continually, "That brat. All day long he just runs around wildly. He never gives me a moment of peace." Dudi followed closely behind him. After more than 10 minutes, Kapu suddenly stopped. Before them lay a river, and a boy of about 7 or 8 years old stood in the water, holding a tree branch, clearly preparing to catch fish. That was Ace. Even as a child, Ace already had a face covered with freckles. His eyes now brimmed with determination, carrying a maturity far beyond his years. Kapu did not disturb Ace, but stood at a distance watching him quietly. Just as Ace was about to strike downward with all his might, Kapu suddenly picked up a stone and threw it. Splashed. "Who's there?" Seeing the large fish he had been waiting so long for vanish in fright, Ace turned around in anger. But his angry expression quickly shifted to astonishment laced with a hint of panic. "Old man." Splashed. Kapu leaped forward in an instant and landed beside Ace, grabbing him by the collar and lifting him up. "Ha! Ace, you're full of energy. Old man, put me down." About a meter tall, Ace struggled uselessly in Kapu's grasp like a chick. No matter how he wriggled, it made no difference. Watching Ace writhe like a maggot to express his displeasure, Dudi silently mourned for him for 2 seconds. Seeing Ace in this state, it was clear he had suffered no less from Kapu's training. Splashed. As a large fish swam by, Dudi moved his hand slightly, and the fish immediately floated to the surface. Ace rubbed his eyes, looked at Dudi, and asked, "How did you do that? And who are you? Are you one of this old man's subordinates? What are you doing here?" Ace had not yet learned courtesy from Sabo. His personal manners were woefully lacking. Dudi was not offended, and instead smiled as he said, "My name is Dudi, and I am not with the Navy. I've come here to bring you a gift. As for how I did that, do you want to learn it? If you want to learn, I'll teach you." Crack. Several large fish weighing 3 or 4 gin were cleaned and skewered on branches. Ace was skillfully roasting them over the campfire, occasionally sprinkling the seasonings he carried. The aroma of the grilled fish attracted some wolves, but they fled with their tails between their legs before even approaching. Dudi glanced at Garp, who had used his conqueror's hockey to drive away the wolves without Ace noticing or causing any damage, like using a cannon to kill a mosquito without harming anything else. The strength of Garp the marine hero was undeniably formidable. "Haha, looks pretty good. I'll help myself." Garp grabbed a large fish that Ace had just seasoned and stuffed it into his mouth. Ace immediately panicked. "Old man, that one's mine." "Hey, grill your own. Give it back." "Bang. Bastard. Since when does a grandfather have to grill his own fish when he has a grandson around? Stupid old man." Though Garp was rough in his approach to child rearing, it also meant that Ace and Luffy never felt the distance other children felt toward their elders. Simply put, there was no generation gap. They interacted like friends. Of course, setting aside Garp's occasional use of his fists to strengthen bonds, watching the grandfather and grandson fight over a fish made Dudi feel like he was watching a senior student bullying a junior. The fish-stealing battle ended with 2 lumps on Ace's head. After they finished eating the fish, Garp took out some documents and a pre-prepared ink pad from his pocket and handed them to Ace. "Hey Ace, press here." At the bottom. Seeing Ace's puzzled look, Dudi quickly explained, "I'm a merchant. Our Chamber of Commerce offers a service called insurance. Your grandfather bought 2 policies for you. They'll cover your medical expenses if you're injured, and when you're old you'll receive a monthly pension sufficient for your retirement." After hearing Dudi's explanation, Ace sneered, "What's that? I don't want this. Pension when I'm old. I don't even know if I'll live that long." Hearing this, Garp erupted in fury, raising a fist the size of a cauldron and roaring at Ace. "What did you say, you little brat?" Bang. Dudi put away the contract with Ace's fingerprint, gaining some understanding of Garp's parenting style. After all, with these 2 grandsons, fists were far more effective than reasoning. After the lesson of love, Garp began nagging Ace about his dream that he would become an excellent marine and uphold justice. To Dudi, this was nothing but a dream, because even Garp knew that as the son of Roger, Ace's blood ran with the desire for freedom and adventure. Not to mention Luffy. They both had fathers who were respectively the late Pirate King and the world's most dangerous criminal. The idea of their sons becoming Marines. Even with Garp and Sengoku's influence, would the world government ever believe it? Garp couldn't be unaware of this. It was merely his wishful thinking. "Shut up, old man. Bastard, you little brat." Bang. When Ace's patience wore thin, he took a love punch from Garp. Garp shook his fist, satisfied, and prepared to leave. Just as Dudi turned to go, Ace shouted, "Wait. Aren't you going to teach me how to catch fish? Why are you leaving now?" "Oh. Heh." Dudi glanced at Ace and chuckled softly. "I said I'd teach you, but I didn't say I'd do it now. And that little guy hiding behind the tree. How about this? I'll come over sometime to teach you too. Vice Admiral Garp, do you agree?" Dudi noticed someone behind a distant tree. From the aura similar to Ace, it must be Sabo. He hadn't expected Sabo to already be friends with Ace, though he was still shy and hiding behind the tree, not yet as bold as he would become. Since Dudi could see him, Garp had naturally noticed long ago. Garp glanced at the distant tree, flashed his white teeth, and said, "If you're willing, of course, no problem. I don't have much time to teach them anyway. Just give them a good beating if they don't behave." Hearing Garp's answer, Dudi held out his pinky to Ace and said, "Since your grandfather agrees, it's a promise. I'll come teach you whenever I have time. What do you say?" "TCH, I'm not a kid." Ace reluctantly hooked his pinky with Dudi's, then immediately turned and ran off, remembering that Sabo should have arrived. Garp and Dudi pretended not to notice Sabo and slowly left. On the way back, Garp sighed with relief. Never thought that little brat Ace would make a friend. That's something to be happy about. Dudi, however, frowned deeply. He was glad to see Ace, but after the joy faded, he grew puzzled by Garp's extraordinary trust. Although only a handful of people knew Ace's true identity, even if Garp was easygoing, it didn't explain why he'd bring a virtual stranger to meet Ace, let alone permit him to teach Ace in the future. The more Dudi thought about it, the more irrational it seemed. Could it be that he was just that charming? A natural seducer with the charisma of Liu Bang? Unable to figure it out, he decided to ask directly. After all, he feared nothing now. Dudi bluntly questioned Garp. Vice Admiral Garp, you must have a difficult reason for leaving your grandson here. Isn't it dangerous for me to see him like this? And allowing me to teach him? If I were a bad person, kidnapping Ace would have serious consequences. Garp stopped walking, his face expressionless as he looked at Dudi. Because I know you. The heir of the Heron family. Your father, Heron Soros, was my close friend. He married your mother at 50, and then you were born. Ailing Goodo was under the protection of the G2 branch. Your father was gentle and well-loved by the residents. When your family's castle was breached, it happened to coincide with the World Reverie, which occurred every 4 years. By the time I arrived, everything was already over. Later, I learned that your mother had escaped with you. I sent people to search for you too, but found nothing. I thought you might have perished at sea. I never expected you to be alive. After I learned of your existence from Blemblem, I intended to find you, but you came to me first. Dudi was stunned. He hadn't expected his family to have such a connection with Garp, which explained Garp's trust. But, however, Garp suddenly clenched his fist, his eyes filled with murderous intent. As far as I know, Heron Dudi was a child of the Three-Eye tribe. I saw it with my own eyes back then. So where's your third eye, eh? Upon witnessing Dudi's third eye, the murderous intent in Garp dissipated instantly, and he transformed into a kindly old man showering Dudi with solicitous care, which greatly annoyed Dudi. It was still early when they returned to Windmill Village, and the warship had not yet arrived to pick up Garp. After a moment's thought, Garp decided to invite Dudi for a few drinks at the village's only bar. Let me tell you, Dudi, try our Windmill Village's homemade liquor. It's quite good. Though the bar is now run by a young girl, she's very capable. Hearing Garp's invitation, Dudi nodded and followed him. The bar in Windmill Village must be the one run by Machinoite. But she should only be in her teens now, taking over the bar so early. Before reaching the bar, Dudi saw the brand new signboard reading, Party's Bar. As he drew closer, he caught a faint scent of tung oil. It seemed the bar had just been renovated. The two entered one after another, and Dudi heard a clear voice. Welcome, Vice Admiral Garp. Machinua was only in her teens, but dressed somewhat maturely. She looked flustered upon seeing Garp. Dudi glanced around and understood why she was flustered. Garp raised his fist and strode over angrily. Luffy, you little brat. Who told you to come here? What are you drinking? Bang. Grandpa. Luffy clutched the lump on his head, tears streaming as he shouted, I've finished my training. Why can't I be here? I'm drinking juice. Juice. Garp's face stiffened and he picked his nose while turning his head aside, saying awkwardly, oh haha. So it's juice. What? Why didn't you say so earlier? Hey Dudi, did you say something? You want a drink? Machinua, bring us a few drinks. Garp naturally ignored the furious Luffy, plopped onto a bar stool, and gestured for Dudi to sit down quickly. Luffy watched Garp laughing it off, so angry he wanted to throw his juice. He turned his head, got an idea, and stealthily walked behind Garp with a nail. Grandpa, I want meat. Ask Sister Machinua to grill some for me. You want a hammer? Vice Admiral Garp, what kind of liquor would you like? I'll get it myself. Hey Dudi, what kind do you want? Come pick together. While Garp stood up to get the liquor, Luffy placed the gleaming nail on the stool and covered his mouth as he snickered. When Garp and Dudi returned with their chosen drinks, Garp suddenly stepped forward and sat in Dudi's seat. Dudi found it odd, but didn't think much of it, and sat in Garp's previous seat. Uff. Luffy spat out his juice, his eyes nearly popping out. Dudi frowned. Having eaten the devil fruit, his body's toughness increased daily. Though he felt a slight sting, he paid it no mind, adjusted his position, and raised his glass to drink. Gulp, gulp, gulp. Seeing Dudi unaffected, Luffy thought the nail had fallen off. He hurriedly bent over, searching the floor on his hands and knees, but found nothing. He kept muttering, impossible, I clearly put it on the stool. Hey, you little rascal, what are you doing? Garp cursed impatiently, finished your juice. Then go train. Don't dawdle around here, or I'll give you some love education. Old geezer. Seeing Garp raise his fist, Luffy grumbled, scrambled up, and ran out. Dudi watched Luffy flee in panic, shook his head, and said to Garp, Vice Admiral Garp, don't you think you're too strict with Ace and Luffy? They're just children. A child's childhood shouldn't be spent in harsh training, especially when elders can't always be with them. This kind of upbringing will breed rebelliousness. The more you forbid something, the more they'll do it. After Dudi finished, Garp nodded. You're right. Maybe I should be gentler with them. By the way, Luffy, put a nail on the stool you were sitting on. Doesn't your butt hurt? Dudi stood up, touched his pants, and after a moment of silence said, Vice Admiral Garp, my earlier thoughts were too narrow. I think your current education method is too lenient. When they had nearly finished drinking, the warship arrived. Bogart, the non-devil fruit user, entered the tavern. Seeing him, Garp rose and led Dudi outside. As they walked, Garp said to Dudi, Dudi, how about it? Want to join the Marines? I can see you're quite capable. If you join, you might become a vice admiral like me in a few years. With enough strength and merit, who knows, you could become an admiral or even the fleet admiral. You're very supportive of the Marines, aren't you? How about it? Let's protect this world together. Carp finished, but Dudi looked at him with a knowing smile. Vice Admiral Carp, I may not know as much about the Marines as you, but I know more than most. No matter how powerful the Marines are to the world government, they're just a hunting dog. And the world nobles high above, they're harm to this world. When the Marines' so-called justice faces the world nobles. Though Dudi didn't finish, Carp understood his meaning. The smile on his face vanished, and his expression grew heavy. After a long silence, Carp looked Dudi in the eye and asked, I can sense you're deeply dissatisfied with the current state of this world. If not a Marine, can becoming a merchant or a pirate change anything? Even if the Marines have all kinds of constraints, at least. Vice Admiral Carp. Before Carp could finish, Dudi interrupted. I'm not entirely sure, but I suspect the world government controls the Marines in two ways. One is personal threats, agents planted among high-ranking officers, which is actually manageable for you. If you wish, dealing with them would be simple. The second is economic leverage. The world government uses military funding to control the Marines. If the Marines want to expand or develop new equipment without the world government's approval, nothing gets done. In recent years, the Marines' income has increased, but compared to the enormous military budget, it's just a drop in the bucket. And that is the most intractable problem. The world government will never allow the Marines to become self-sufficient. The insurance I proposed, the reason both Brim and you agreed so quickly, must have been partly due to this, right? If one day someone could cover the Marines' enormous expenses without depending on the world government's whims, would those two words, justice, truly be worthy of the Marines who sacrificed their lives, eh? Carp's eyes lit up, fixed on Dudi, and he said in a low voice, if that day ever comes, that person's importance to the Marines would surpass even the fleet admiral. But that path is extremely difficult. Dudi pulled out a cigarette, lit it, and exhaled a puff of smoke. Though it's hard, how will I know if I don't try? Don't you think so, Vice Admiral Carp? Grandpa, I don't want to leave here. I won't go. Clang. Brat. Shut up. Bogart dragged Luffy over. Luffy howled like a banshee and struggled desperately, his face full of reluctance. Eventually, under Garp's iron fist, he quieted down. Garp looked at Luffy with a serious expression and said, next you are going to live alone in the mountain I have chosen for a period of time. This is my special education for you. When you perform well, I will send you back to Windmill Village. What? I don't want to. Grandpa, you. Dudi looked at Luffy, who was as small as a little bean, and estimated that even encountering a stray dog would be a life or death situation. However, as the protagonist of this world, Luffy naturally wouldn't encounter a stray dog. If placed in Jinyang's world, there would definitely be adventures. No matter how much Luffy opposed, it was definitely useless. After a beating of love education, he completely calmed down. Seeing the warship already starting, Dudi took the Den Mushi handed over by Bogart, and then said to Garp, Vice Admiral Garp, I will take my leave now. I will often come to teach Ace when I have time. Garp nodded and laughed. Then I entrust it to you. If that brat doesn't obey, don't be polite, just hit him. Dudi smiled, then leaped into the air. Watching Dudi, who was cosplaying Superman with one arm stretched forward and the other backward, his body in a straight line flying through the air, Luffy's eyes sparkled. Wow, so cool. Awesome. You can fly freely in the air. But, hey, there's a hole in your butt. No, it's your pants. Your pants have a hole, and there's a thread. Clang. Shut up. You're the one with good eyesight. Dudi's visit to Windmill Village this time was very fruitful. Besides seeing Luffy and Ace, he also gained Garp's approval. Although some things like teaching Ace and future cooperation with the Navy were just spur-of-the-moment ideas for Dudi, when opportunity came he had to seize it. Having connected with the Navy, at least the safety of the Chamber of Commerce was guaranteed. And in the future, by having more in-depth exchanges with New Otelli, the Chamber of Commerce was destined to rise rapidly. And teaching Ace was purely Dudi's perverse interest. If possible, Dudi also wanted to teach Luffy in the future. Dudi was very curious to know whether under his guidance Ace and Luffy would still become pirates, and what changes would occur in their future lives. But before that, he needed to find some more talents for the Chamber of Commerce. As for a gene, it didn't matter. After all, the Peony Chamber of Commerce was positioned to deal with pirates and non-member countries. It didn't need much brains, but strength and firepower. And the Tote Chamber of Commerce was to engage in legal industries in the future, dealing with the nobles and royalties of various member countries. So naturally, it needed to recruit more people. Especially smart people who were well-versed in the nature of nobles and their hypocritical etiquette. Coincidentally, Dudi knew one such smart person who was very suitable, but he didn't know whether that person had become a pirate by now. Kuluo. The Black Cat Pirates. Upon hearing Dudi's inquiry, Buggy looked puzzled, then rubbed his chin and paced back and forth several times before his eyes lit up, and he clapped his hands and said, I've heard of this pirate crew. It's a newly formed pirate crew from last year. The captain is apparently called Kuluo, with a bounty of 4 million berries. In the East Blue, for a rookie, he's considered a decent fellow. This guy defeated several pirate crews with larger numbers. He's said to be very good at scheming, quite formidable. After hearing Buggy finish, Dudi sighed with relief. He hadn't expected that Kuluo was already a pirate by now. This made it easy to find him. Moreover, unlike Luo Bin, he was just a small fry with a few million bounty. With some manipulation, the bounty could easily be revoked. In the East Blue, at the lair of an unnamed pirate crew, Kuluo stood expressionlessly in the town, watching his subordinates fight the enemy. Beneath him lay the corpse of the enemy captain. The burning flames, piercing screams, and excited shouts of the pirates could not bring Kaido a shred of pleasure. Born into nobility, his kingdom was conquered by another country a few years ago, and his family was thus destroyed. Because he had trained in martial arts since childhood, he still had the ability to protect himself on this sea. Although it couldn't compare to his former life, at least he didn't have to worry about food and drink. But unfortunately, to live well in this world, one either needed power and influence or great strength. Realizing that he couldn't return to his former life through normal means, Kaido chose to become a pirate. Because this was the fastest and best way to accumulate wealth and hone his own strength. Relying on his own strength and intelligence, after several battles, he successfully founded the Black Cat Pirates. But although he became a pirate, Kaido never regarded his subordinates as human beings. In his heart, these fools who only knew killing and pleasure and had no plans for the future were nothing more than consumables. Sigh. Just as Kaido was still thinking about where to go next, he suddenly heard a helpless sigh from behind. Pirates really are a bunch of guys who love infighting and killing. Fight wherever they go. Most of these pirates are fools. Don't you think so? Kaido's forehead was covered with sweat. At this moment, he felt a powerful sense of oppression. He didn't know when the man behind him had appeared. He only knew that he was like a lonely boat facing a storm about to be swallowed by the sea at any moment, even unable to breathe. Boom. The clear sky suddenly darkened, accompanied by rumbles of thunder. The man behind continued. Looking at your flashy little cape and this unique little weapon. You are Kaido Bater, aren't you? How about it? Do you want to leave these fools and become my subordinate? Puff. Puff. Almost suffocated, Kaido bent over and gasped for breath. After a long while, he turned around and looked at the man wearing a strange mask in front of him. Kaido asked cautiously, "May I know who you are? Are you specifically looking for me?" Dudi looked Kaido over and nodded with satisfaction. Your mentality is not bad. You're right, I came specifically to find you. As for who I am, you don't need to know. From now on, just call me boss. I have a chamber of commerce. In the future, I will inevitably deal with nobles of the member countries and even the celestial dragons. So I need a subordinate with a high IQ. I think you're quite suitable, so I came specifically to find you. What do you think? Touched. Before Kaido could answer, Dudi waved his hands forcefully, and thousands of lightning bolts burst forth. The pirates who were still fighting instantly disappeared with the lightning. Seeing Kaido's incredulous expression, Dudi patted his shoulder. Submit to me, and you will get everything you desire. Bang! Kaido, his face trembling, involuntarily fell to his knees. Boss! Kaido was clearly stunned by Dudi's power. When confronted with strength, one cannot resist, or even comprehend. Submission becomes inevitable. Though he did not know what Dudi expected of him, the fact that someone with such overwhelming power had taken notice of him was in itself a stroke of fortune. When Dudi brought Kaido to the merchant guild and handed him over to Nico Robin, completing the introduction to the guild's business, Kaido was even more overjoyed. Although he could not yet understand the full returns of this insurance, the mere fact that they could do business with the Marines proved in itself the strength of his new master. In due time, your bounty should be lifted. For now, familiarize yourself with the business. Besides insurance, there are lotteries, restaurant chains, and fine wine. If you have good ideas, feel free to propose them. From now on, your duty is to make contact with nobles and Marines, open branches in member nations, and recruit personnel. If you need anything, speak with Robin. The authority I grant you is extensive. My goal is clear. Within 3 years, I want our branches established in over half of the East Blues member nations. That is all. Contact me if any trouble arises. For a pragmatic man like Kaido, as long as your strength always exceeds his, he would never betray you. Dudi had no interest in managing the guild at present. He had more pressing matters to attend to. Lately, Dudi had sensed his power surging continuously. Even without training, he could faintly perceive his strength increasing. And it was comprehensive. Both his physique and the quality of his haki, as well as his application of the devil fruit abilities, were all strengthening autonomously around the clock. This was no illusion. Even swordsmanship, a skill requiring practice, had grown significantly stronger thanks to his enhanced physique. Dudi perceived the source of all this quite clearly. It was his third eye and the power of the devil fruit within his body. Dudi's third eye was like a thirsty sponge, desperately absorbing the devil fruit's power. Or rather, it was not one-sided. The two seemed like rain after a long drought, a perfect match. This growth was beneficial. The two mutually reinforced each other. Dudi had already sensed special changes in his eye. His vision had sharpened considerably. He could clearly perceive that his third eye could pierce through illusions, and simply by observing discern what had once occurred in a place. This must be the awakening of his three-eyed tribe's innate ability. Perhaps in the end, this single eye would allow him to comprehend everything in this world. Notley had said she sensed this fruit was highly compatible with him. Perhaps too compatible, as if the devil fruit had been born solely for him. Even Nika and Luffy were not so perfectly matched. This filled Dudi with joy, yet also stirred a trace of fear. Zoan-type devil fruits differed slightly from Paramecia and Logia types. When Zoan users awakened, there was a risk of their personality being consumed. It was rumored that Zoan-type devil fruits contained the consciousness of the fruit itself. Though Dudi did not know how such consciousness formed, he deeply suspected that since humans were also animals, Zoan fruits might store the eater's consciousness in some capacity. Zoan users seeking awakening would need to defeat this collective of consciousnesses, or else their own minds would be devoured. In other words, either consume or be consumed. If too many consciousnesses were absorbed, there was no telling whether they might one day coalesce into a new personality and revive. Of course, this was merely Dudi's speculation, for he was still far from awakening. However, the excessively rapid growth in power made Dudi feel his control over himself had weakened somewhat. For now, his priority was to master this surging strength. Dudi had mastered the training methods and techniques of the 3 types of haki. When Green had taken an interest in him, Dudi had not sought to swallow more than he could chew. Instead, he had asked Notley to provide him in advance with everything related to enhancing the 3 haki types, their application techniques, 6 sorcery, and physical combat training. Though the pinnacle techniques were certainly absent, as personal comprehension varied, these were more than sufficient for Dudi's needs. At the very least, the path to reaching Vice Admiral level was already paved. With Dudi's current strength, he might achieve it in less than 2 years. Training armament and observation haki was actually quite simple, especially when one's physique had grown powerful enough. The essence in the early stages could be summed up in one sentence: use it often. Armament haki required conditioning every cell in the body to accept its presence. In later stages, as long as one's physique was strong enough, one could even temper bones with haki. As for observation haki, Dudi had basically kept it active at all times. The strength of both types of haki was closely tied to one's physique. Only with a strong body could one sustain observation haki for extended periods. As for Conqueror's haki, aside from being linked to one's spirit and resolve, it was strengthened by constantly defeating powerful foes. Moreover, those possessing powerful Conqueror's haki who suffered defeat could see their strength regress. Accustomed to smooth sailing, they could not accept failure, causing their haki to rebel against them. A typical example from the original work was Morgan's. In his youthful arrogance, he had faced Kaido without fear, but after his defeat his spirit was shattered, and he could no longer wield haki. Dudi suspected Doflamingo was the same. After his transaction with Kaido, his strength had not increased at all. He had undoubtedly been savagely disciplined by Kaido's club. Otherwise, he would not have feared Kaido so deeply. Arriving at a secluded island, Dudi gripped Izunamizi tightly and poured his armament haki into it, without reservation, then struck the small mountain on the island. Crack. Boom. Crack crack. As soon as the slash was released, its overwhelming pressure caused trees to topple violently. When the attack finally struck the mountain, a deafening explosion rang out, leaving only the sound of falling rocks raining down. As the smoke cleared, the small mountain had been completely flattened. Nearby animals suffered an unjust disaster. Some were still eating when they were reduced to ash. Even the sea surface saw numerous dead fish floating to the surface due to the powerful shockwave. By the power of this single strike alone, Dudi estimated it was at least twice as strong as before. A month later, Dudi, looking like a savage, left the utterly destroyed island with satisfaction. During that month, besides gaining full mastery over his power, Izunamizi had given Dudi an unexpected gift. Through the tempering of haki, Izunamizi had become even more intuitive to wield, unlocking another special ability, the power to freely change its shape. This made things even more convenient. Henceforth, he could use it together with his aliases to stir up trouble wherever he went. In the year 1510 of the Hyuan calendar, light snow had begun to fall over Ganja town. Unlike the previous year's numb expressions, most of the townspeople now wore smiles on their faces. Ganja town was not under the jurisdiction of the allied kingdoms, nor did the Marines protect it. Before the Buggy pirates took over, pirates occasionally came to plunder. Though the Buggy pirates were not exceptionally powerful, they were more than capable in the East Blue. Nearby pirates dared not approach, and the Buggy pirates' actions bordered on saintly. They neither plundered nor demanded payment, but instead led the people to shared prosperity. Thus, compared to other non-allied kingdom citizens, the islanders now lived in great happiness. In just over half a year, Ganja town had undergone a dramatic transformation. Previously, even basic sustenance was a struggle, but now working in the factories provided food and lodging. The majority of people spent nothing, and even their work was accompanied by smiles. The factories in Ganja town had been completed, and most able-bodied adults had become workers. Those struggling in non-allied kingdoms heard of the changes and flocked to the island, increasing its population by tens of thousands. Thus, Ganja town was thriving. New factories were being built, and even in the harsh winter, many workers labored bare-chested with fervor. Some locals voluntarily took on supervisory roles, speaking and acting with a sense of superiority. Yet they had reason for their pride. As long as they did not slack off, the townspeople of Ganja became part of the management class, fostering loyalty to the Buggy pirates. Many physically strong individuals passed various tests and joined the Buggy pirates themselves. Inside the newly established Buggy pirates base in the town, the crew was holding their 6th banquet of the new year. In previous years, having meat and a couple of bottles of alcohol during the new year was considered a luxury. This year, however, there was an endless supply of food, alcohol, and various dishes and fruits. Even Richie the lion had gained dozens of pounds. Of course, Buggy and his crew had to work for their hedonistic lifestyle. Besides guarding the harbor and factories, they also accompanied merchant ships to various destinations. The previous year, Buggy and his men had engaged in several battles, all of which they won. Buggy and the others, drunk, were performing acrobatics while Fak was in his room studying the anatomy of a female goat. Meanwhile, Ajin was training hard on the cliff. Ajin had considerable talent. Under Dudi's guidance, he had mastered 3 of the 6 powers, and had initially grasped armament hockey. The business affairs were now primarily handled by Ajin's deputy seer. Originally a manager of a trading company, Seer was bought by Dudi from the black market. Compared to Ajin, Seer had a much better understanding of commerce, and Dudi had purchased several other talented individuals, giving Ajin time to train. As for Dudi, he was diligently sowing his seeds. At Dudi's current speed, taking the most convenient route, it took only 10 days to travel from the East Blue to Mary Geos. Of course, Mary Geos was not easy to enter freely. Dudi now held the identity of Notelli's external manager, which gave him a natural advantage when dealing with the royalty of allied kingdoms. The marathon was about to cross the finish line. Dudi pulled away and stood up. I've been eating a lot of pineapples lately. Come. Heh. After everything was over, Natilai gave Dudi a playful glare. Too sweet. Next time try an apple flavor. And I want a child. Dudi pretended to be surprised. What? Why didn't you say so earlier? Let's continue. Natilai waved her hand and lay on Dudi's chest. You're getting better and better. Me, I can't compete with you anymore. I really want a child, yours and mine, to keep me company. Otherwise in a few years I won't be able to have one. Dudi, promise me, okay? Dudi smiled and said, of course, Natilai. However many you want. Dudi was quite open-minded. It was just a matter of expending some physical energy. If she wanted children, so be it. Affection could be cultivated later. If they grew close to him and didn't inherit the celestial dragon's evil habits, they would be his children. Otherwise he could always have children with someone else. He was determined not to be tied down by offspring. Unlike his previous life where he had exhausted himself for the sake of his children, now he would prioritize loving himself first. Dudi, you're so good. Knock knock. As they were enjoying their intimacy, a knock came from the door, followed by the housekeeper's voice. Lady Notelli, Lord Shanks, Saint has arrived. He says he has brought what you requested last time. I see. Let him wait a moment. After replying to the housekeeper, Natilai smiled at Dudi. It seems what you wanted has arrived. If you had come 2 days earlier, you would have had to wait until next time. I wonder what kind of devil fruit it is. Dudi's interest was piqued. Last year he had asked Natilai to find a powerful devil fruit for Ajin. After all, when it came to devil fruits, Mary Geos was the place to go. The world government sent people to collect devil fruits every year, amassing an unknown number over the centuries, and they were still collecting. Natilai had the authority to apply for a devil fruit, and she also had a doting brother. Though Galingu was indeed a scumbag, he cherished Notelli, and obtaining a powerful devil fruit from him was not difficult. After all, celestial dragons were extravagant enough to feed mythical Zoan fruits to slaves and weapons. When they had tidied up, Natilai led Dudi to the front hall, where Shanks was sitting on the sofa with a box in his hands, eyes closed. Hearing them approach, Shanks opened his eyes. When he saw Dudi, his gaze lingered for 2 seconds. He had never expected Dudi, who had escaped, to return. But Shanks quickly stood up and bowed. Greetings, Aunt Natilai. This is the devil fruit Father sent me to deliver to you. It is the cat fruit, mythical Zoan model white tiger, a very powerful devil fruit. Father said that if you are still not satisfied, he has no other options. Thank you, Shanks. Natilai nodded, then turned to Dudi. How about it? Are you satisfied with this devil fruit? A mythical Zoan devil fruit. Even for us, it is a rare and precious fruit. Dudi took the box from Shanks and opened it. Inside lay a white devil fruit. The fruit's shell was white with a hint of cyan, shaped like a peach and about the size of a dragon fruit. This was a devil fruit as renowned as Kaido's azure dragon fruit. Its power was unquestionable. But now this devil fruit belonged to him. He would take it back for Ajin to consume. With Ajin's talent, he might not become a Yonka-level combatant, but he would undoubtedly become a top-tier commander. Dudi closed the lid with satisfaction and said to Nuotelli, I am very pleased. Thank you. Upon hearing Dudi's address to Nuotelli, Zyankasi, who was already astonished, had a look of utter bewilderment in his eyes. He had not expected that the devil fruit Nuotelli wanted was for Dudi. After all, even a celestial dragon would find it no simple task to acquire a powerful devil fruit, and Nuotelli had even exchanged several devil fruits without being satisfied. Just moments ago, he had inwardly complained that Nuotelli's regard for Dudi was far too excessive. But what surprised him even more was that, judging from Dudi's attitude toward Nuotelli, their relationship seemed equal. Yet a slave, no matter how outstanding, was nothing more than a plaything to a celestial dragon. How could this be possible? Moreover, Nuotelli was usually extremely arrogant, even treating other celestial dragons with a very harsh demeanor. How had Dudi managed to achieve this? Oh, I forgot. Thank you very much, Sir Saint Zyankasi. Coming back to his senses, Zyankasi looked at Dudi, not knowing what to say, and could only nod without speaking. As for Zyankasi, the king of face, who played the undercover game in Malikia, Dudi could only express his admiration. At present, Zyankasi's strength was only at the level of a Shichibukai, not yet reaching his future heights. Dudi had also trained with him, and in terms of power, Zyankasi was still inferior to Chikizi Zyamulake. Moreover, after joining the God's Knights, Zyankasi often went out to carry out various missions, staining his hands with much blood and doing many things that went against his true heart. In such a complex environment, Zyankasi was able to decisively seize the opportunity upon learning of the Nika fruit, and within a short time gather so many powerful companions. His character, intelligence, execution, and charisma were all top-notch. Furthermore, his talent was formidable. It was destined that such a person would become a Yonko. After Zyankasi left Dudi, toiled at Nuotelli's place for a few more days before finally departing with the devil fruit. After stepping out of Malikia, Dudi was about to leap into the air by stepping on his left foot with his right, when he saw Zyankasi, standing with arms crossed leaning against the wall. Dudi frowned at Zyankasi. It seems. You were waiting for me specifically. Zyankasi raised his head expressionless and said to Dudi, I'm just curious. That day you clearly escaped Malikia. But why did you voluntarily come back? Dudi drawled, of course. Because of love, I can't bear to leave your aunt, and being your uncle-in-law feels pretty good. So I came back. Zyankasi said angrily, stop joking. Someone like you, how could you be bound by love? Besides, for you, love, is nothing but a tool to deceive my aunt. You who clearly escaped, why did you return to this place that imprisoned you for over a decade? What exactly do you want? Dudi said somewhat helplessly, don't think so badly of people. And your attitude when speaking to your elders should be more respectful. In the past, Malikia was a cage to me. After I escaped, your aunt finally understood my importance. Now I can come and go to Malikia as I please, and I can ask your aunt for anything I lack. Dudi patted Zyankasi's shoulder, shaking the box in his hand, and said, even if it's a precious devil fruit, if I want it, your aunt will get it for me. I have freedom when I want it, and I have everything I desire. The price is just coming back a few times a year. If it were you, would you come back? Without waiting for Zyankasi's reply, Dudi continued, people are different, and you don't really approve of your own race either. You have your goals, I have my pursuits. Let's not interfere with each other. I'm done talking. See you. Whoosh. Watching Dudi fly into the air, Zyankasi's frown deepened. It was a long while until Dudi's figure disappeared from the sky before Zyankasi murmured to himself, is that the ability to fly the so-called most useless mythical Zoan? And did this guy notice something? But with his talent, I might try to invite him later. When Dudi returned to Ganja town, the festive atmosphere of the new year had not yet ended. Buggy and the others were still holding a banquet, while Fake was excitedly leading two blue female goats toward the ship. Upon seeing Dudi before Dudi could ask, Fake pointed excitedly at the two female goats and said, look, Dudi. These two female goats are extremely precious. They are said to be a specialty from a certain small island in the East Sea, nowhere else. Luobin sent them to me a few days ago. Look at this skin, look at this rear. Afraid that Fake might lose control and do something in front of him, Dudi couldn't hold back and quickly interrupted him. I didn't know you had a hobby of learning foreign languages. But I remember you said your father is still alive, right? I just wonder if your father would be happy knowing he has so many daughters-in-law. By the way, these two. Your two comrades are so rare, aren't you going to keep them to honor your father? Fake said reluctantly. I have no plans to return to the Malpai tribe in the coming years. Besides, my father is so old. Giving him such a beauty would only be the death of him. Watching Fake's serious expression, Dudi was speechless. Fine, do as you please. Where is Ajin? As soon as Dudi mentioned Ajin, Fake immediately shouted angrily, that bastard. I specially put these two beautiful goats in a separate room, but that Ajin still almost slaughtered and ate them. If I hadn't gone early today, this guy would have already eaten them. He said he thought they were some rare ingredient he had never seen and wanted to taste them. Who would put ingredients in a room where people sleep with beds and blankets? I'm afraid of that bastard. That's why I brought them to the ship. Now that bastard is training on the North Cliff. You must tell him properly not to eat every goat. Dudi felt a chill in his heart. It was lucky that you went early, otherwise Ajin would have become the murderer of your children, and those worth hundreds of millions or billions. Ajin, now wearing weights, was climbing up from the bottom of the cliff. Even though he was drenched in sweat, he seemed to feel no fatigue. His eyes were fixed firmly upward, his hands gripping the rocks on the cliff face, and his legs pushing hard to climb quickly. For Ajin at this moment, he was desperately eager to become stronger, mainly because he was afraid of falling behind Dudi's pace. The power Dudi displayed was like a miracle to Ajin, and Dudi was the only god Ajin believed in. It was Dudi who had saved his life and changed his destiny. For Dudi, he could give everything. Since Dudi said he had great talent and would become a strong man in the future, then Ajin would do his utmost to become a strong man. Just as Ajin reached the top and steadied himself, he heard a voice from behind. Ajin, from now on, don't eat female goats. Too much protein and nourishment, you can't handle it. After seeing Dudi, Arj looked at him with deep respect. Mr. Dudi, you're back. Please wait a moment. I haven't finished my training for today yet. After Arj climbed up the cliff with weighted straps bound to his body, refusing even a moment's rest, and about to descend again, Dudi frowned and stopped him. Arj. Going too far is as bad as falling short. Haven't I told you before? Everything requires moderation, including training. By pushing your body to such extremes, your recovery cannot keep pace with the toll you're taking. This will eventually lead to serious trouble. Arj stopped upon hearing this and nodded. I understand, Mr. Dudi. I'll be more careful from now on. Dudi gazed at Arj with resigned helplessness. This was the third time he'd raised this concern, yet Arj returned to his ruthless training regimen within days. That's precisely what prompted Dudi to seek a powerful fruit, for Arj casually hinting to Naturi that a mythical Zoan type would be ideal, since only its extraordinary regeneration could sustain Arj's reckless pushing without consequence. Very well, I'm too exhausted to keep saying this. Do as you please. Dudi withdrew a devil fruit from the box and addressed Arj. This is a potent mythical Zoan type devil fruit. Consume it. Once consumed, it will substantially enhance your physical conditioning, including your regenerative capabilities. Gazing at the pristine white devil fruit in Dudi's palm, Arj's initial shock melted into fervent excitement. A mythical Zoan fruit. Could it be that you missed her? Dudi? Precisely. These extraordinary powers are what I drew upon. You've likely grown familiar with their nature by now. Dudi extended the devil fruit toward Arj, his expression grave. Though consuming it grants you formidable power, there is a price to pay. The cost is absolute. Seawater becomes your undoing. Even immersion in water for bathing will leave you utterly drained. Water is the natural nemesis of those who bear such abilities. And there exists a peculiar mineral known as sea train, which can also suppress ability users. However, through rigorous training one can gradually mitigate its debilitating effects over time. Think carefully before you decide whether to consume it. Without hesitation, Arj grasped the devil fruit and declared to Dudi, Mr. Dudi, I've already made up my mind. The trading company will expand beyond the East Blue in the future. Relying solely on Buggy and the others won't sustain us on the Grand Line. To be of service to you, I need strength. Without another word, Arj bit directly into the devil fruit. His brow instantly furrowed, but he endured the overwhelming nausea, swallowing in great gulps. Within seconds, he had consumed the entire fruit. Arj, that Edie. Ugh. Heh. Before Dudi could finish his sentence, he saw Arj had already devoured the entire fruit, so he slowly closed his mouth. Sometime later, Arj recovered and asked Dudi in confusion, Mr. Dudi, what were you saying just now? What about eating one? Nothing. Dudi maintained his composure and replied, I was just saying you're a ruthless person. You didn't even hesitate. Test your ability. Arj sensed his own body, and then it rapidly expanded, transforming into a magnificent white tiger over 5 meters tall before soaring into the sky. White clouds gathered beneath Arj's feet as an exhilaration filled his heart. So this is what it feels like to fly. And I can actually do it. Arj opened his mouth and exhaled a freezing breath toward the ocean below. Crack. With visible speed, the seawater rapidly froze into ice. The white tiger form of Arj landed on the icy surface and swiped its massive claws toward the sky. Dark clouds enveloped the area as a fierce bolt of lightning struck the sea surface. Boom. Arj then flew to Dudi's side and reverted to his human form. Dudi nodded approvingly. Wind, lightning, and ice. Mastering 3 major elemental powers is quite impressive. Beyond that, do you have any other abilities? Hearing Dudi's question, the excited Arj quickly composed himself and said solemnly, yes. I sense I can unleash a unique ability on myself or others. This ability enhances physical resilience and eliminates the perception of pain, instilling fearlessness. There appear to be additional effects I haven't yet discovered. Oh, Dudi's interest was immediately piqued. He addressed Arj, test it on me, let's see what it does. Arj immediately activated the ability on Dudi. Dudi felt warmth surge at the location of his third eye on his forehead, and his body instinctively tried to reject it, but he quickly controlled himself, allowing Arj's ability to take effect. Dudi noticed his body had indeed gained some increased resilience, though the enhancement was minimal. Still, this was remarkable. Arj's power was leagues below his own, and he wasn't yet proficient with the fruit's abilities. But if this power could grow stronger as Arj's strength increased, it would become truly formidable. The pain sensation had indeed vanished. Dudi pinched himself several times to confirm. He truly felt nothing. In low-level combat, this proved to be a significant advantage. Arj, does using this ability consume much of your energy? Arj shook his head and replied, I don't feel any particular drain from it. Though I suspect prolonged use would deplete some of my stamina, there don't seem to be any lasting negative effects once the ability activates. I see. After experiencing the ability, Dudi fell into thought. The white tiger represented the West in the 4 symbols, and in the 5 elements the West corresponds to metal. This wasn't the same kind of metal, of course. This unique ability must represent the metal element. Based on legends about the white tiger from his past life, it might also possess the power to repel evil, meaning it could nullify or render ineffective those peculiar devil fruit abilities like the ghost princesses and the legitimate lowly's powers. If this ability can be applied to others, he could gather some children with promising talent and form a special combat division. Fortunately, he didn't need to worry about finding talented children himself. Each year the world government collected children with combat aptitude, though not all of them met their standards. Those with exceptional talent became reserves for the CP division, while rejected children were typically handed over to slavers for trafficking. Dudi wasn't greedy. The rejected children still possessed far greater talents than ordinary people. Rather than being bought by nobles to serve as guards, they would serve him instead. At the very least, he would treat them as human beings. The new year had just passed, and most farmers in the Goa Kingdom had already begun tilling their fields. Yet the villagers of Windmill Village remained immersed in the holidays' joy, their faces beaming with cheerfulness all day long. As the hometown of Garp, the Goa royal family naturally extended privileges, exempting the villagers from various taxes to show respect for the marine hero. Thus, though the people of Windmill Village were not immensely wealthy, they lived in abundant happiness. While inhabitants of other settlements struggled daily for their next meal, the villagers of Windmill Village could even afford to frequent the tavern every few days. Bang! Jack, you little bastard. I'll F you up. Who the hell is your mother? You son of a b. Come on. Early in the morning, as the sun just rose, a group of brats ran around with firecrackers, drawing a barrage of scolds from their parents. The early spring sunlight warmed their faces. Makino opened the tavern door, bathed in light, and smiled as she gazed toward the sea. When the wine delivery cart arrived, Luffy also showed up on time. Makino, let me help. Makino looked at Luffy with a gentle expression and said, Luffy, you're too small. Go inside and have breakfast. I've already prepared it for you. Even though I'm small, I'm really strong. Luffy rolled up his sleeves to prove his strength, but a deep voice came from inside the house. Go eat your meal properly, Luffy. Leave this to me. A lie. Luffy tilted his head, stared for a moment, then his eyes lit up as he pointed at Dudi. It's you. The big brother who flew into the sky with his, but naked. Are you living with Makino now? Bang. Dudi was completely thrown off by Luffy's address. He walked over, crouched down, and punched Luffy. You little punk, what kind of name is that? My name is Dudi. Call me Uncle Dudi. And what do you mean by living together? I just stayed over because I drank late last night. It was truly just a stayover. Not every woman loses her mind over a handsome man. Besides, Makino had a fiancée, and they were very close. Dudi, though flirtatious, had his principles. Comforting a lonesome young wife or seducing an innocent girl, though both served the same purpose below the belt, a man still needed some morals. After all, humans are not animals. The brain is in the head above. Besides, with so many women interested in him, why waste time chasing one who wasn't? Conquest urge. Sorry, his little brother had no time for that. This time Dudi had come to Windmill Village to teach Ace as he had promised. Garp had agreed. Dudi's strength had grown significantly, making him faster than expected. He arrived earlier than planned, and by the time he reached Windmill Village, it was already dark. The tavern was still open, so he stayed the night. Perhaps due to his work, Garp had left Luffy in Windmill Village again. It was no wonder the villagers held deep affection for Luffy. He had practically grown up eating meals from every household. Hey Dudi. After Dudi finished moving the wine, Luffy asked curiously, what are you doing here? Then his face suddenly paled as he imagined, don't tell me Grandpa sent you to train me. Not again. I'm just a kid. I'll starve to death. Stop. I'm not here to supervise you. Seeing Luffy about to cry, Dudi quickly said, I'm not a Marine. Your grandpa can't order me around. Besides, I'm not that free to babysit a glutton. Hearing that Dudi wasn't there to watch him, Luffy immediately relaxed. Munching on a bun, he pointed at himself and asked indistinctly, munch munch. A glutton? Me, eh? Gulp. Watching Luffy swallow a fist-sized bun in 2 bites, Dudi gave him a thumbs up and retorted, otherwise do you think I'm the one? But I'm not a bucket. Enjoy your rare free time. Goodbye. Seeing Dudi fly into the air, Luffy chased after him and shouted, hey, Dudi, where are you going? Can you take me flying too? I promise I won't pee my pants. Hey, Dudi. Dudi had a guess as to why Garp trained young Luffy so harshly. It was to temper Luffy's character and will. Luffy's rapid growth later on was not only due to his protagonist's aura, but also to Garp's training, which played a crucial role. After all, intense strength training isn't suitable for children. For instance, Lucci, who later claimed to be the strongest agent in CP9 in 800 years, had a growth rate that didn't match his title and prestige. Yet CP9 was teeming with talent. Lucci's talent was undoubtedly top-notch. The reason he performed so poorly was definitely related to the hellish training he endured as a child. Not everyone had Luffy's monstrous recovery ability. A young child subjected to high-intensity training too early would inevitably suffer long-term consequences. Of course, activities like running and climbing, relatively comprehensive exercises, wouldn't harm children like Luffy. By the time Dudi reached Gurbo Mountain, it was already noon. He didn't find Ace at the secret cabin, but instead saw Sabo waiting for him. Seeing Dudi descend from the sky, Sabo closed his mouth, looking nervous. Nevertheless, he took off his hat and explained, hello, Mr. Dudi. My name is Sabo. I'm Ace's friend. Oh, so you were the one hiding behind the tree that day. Dudi said with a smile. You seem like a very polite child. Much better than Ace. Sabo was very reserved in front of Dudi. After a brief chat, Dudi learned that Ace had gone to deliver some prey to the mountain bandits, so he flew toward Dedang's place. Thump thump. No one was outside. Dudi activated his observation hotkey, sensed that everyone was inside, and raised his hand to knock. Rattle. Moments later, the door was roughly yanked open from inside. Dedang, holding a piece of grilled meat, instinctively looked down, then slowly raised her head. Seeing Dudi's towering figure, Dadong stepped back 2 paces and asked warily, who are you? What are you doing here? Do you know what this place is? Dudi quickly explained, don't misunderstand. I'm here to see Ace. We met before. At the mention of Ace's name, Dadong became even more vigilant. What Ace? Who are you? When did we meet? Last time I came with Vice Admiral Garp. Hearing Garp's name, Dadong scrutinized Dudi again, then said grumpily, so you're the one who came with that old bastard last time. Humph. Ace, someone's looking for you. Soon Ace came out of the house. Seeing Dudi, the usually expressionless Ace actually showed rare excitement, which made Dadong feel quite jealous. Let's go, Ace. Watching Ace follow Dudi without a word, Dadong deliberately called out loudly. Hey Ace, remember to come back early. Don't trust strangers too easily. Dudi pretended not to hear. But after walking a few steps, he muttered to himself, the dang big egg. How big must that egg be to have such a name? Garp had merely taught AC some basic training methods, and while Sabo came from royalty, he too lacked a distinguished mentor. Thus both had been eagerly anticipating Dudi's arrival for quite some time. At this point, AC and Sabo were still only children, so Dudi would hardly subject them to excessively grueling physical training. Dudi looked at the 2 boys and said, you are both clever young men and naturally understand that Rome was not built in a day. To become strong, one must lay a solid foundation bit by bit. Since you wish for me to train you, you must follow my methods. Do you both agree to this? Seeing AC and Sabo nod in unison, Dudi continued, then today's training is catching fish. What? Catching fish? Upon hearing Dudi's training method, AC said with obvious disdain, are you kidding me? Can catching fish really make us stronger? Ha ha ha. Unlike AC's skepticism, Sabo laughed and replied, Mr. Dudi, catching fish is actually our specialty. All we need is a wooden fishing spear, and we can catch over a dozen fish before noon. Such training is long useless to us. Dudi shook his head, then removed his shoes and waded into the water. If I'm having you catch fish, I certainly won't allow spears. You'll have to catch them barehanded. AC exclaimed in disbelief. What? How is that even possible? Do you have any idea how slippery those fish are in the water? Even if we splashed. The moment Dudi pulled a fish from the water, AC immediately shut his mouth. He then removed his shoes and silently stepped into the river. After a moment of astonishment, Sabo followed suit. Splash. Darn it. Are these fish coated in oil or something? Huff. Huff. By the time dusk approached, both boys were gasping for breath, having caught not a single fish. Yet their wills remained unbroken. Neither gave up, only muttering a few complaints. Just as the two were fully absorbed in catching fish, an intoxicating aroma wafted through the air. From afar, Dudi had somehow started roasting meat, a torment all the more cruel for their ravenous hunger. Fortunately, this torment did not last long. As both boys began drooling, Dudi's voice rang out, all right. Get out of the water or your feet will rot. Today's training is over. We'll eat first and discuss the rest afterward. Hearing Dudi's call, the two scrambled ashore and rushed toward the roasting meat. Hiss. Wow. The moment they took a bite, both could not help but murmur in delight. Dudi's carefully crafted seasoning was so exquisite that even Nuoteli, a member of the Celestial Dragons, had rewarded him extra that very evening. And these two were no exception. That one's mine. You can't finish it, Sabo. What are you talking about? You're the one who can't eat anymore, AC. I could still gobble 10 more, Gene. Burp. Only after devouring every last piece of roasted meat, their bellies swollen, like women 9 months pregnant, did they both let out a simultaneous burp and collapse onto the ground. He had always thought the anime's depiction of Luffy's group massive appetites was exaggerated. But witnessing the two boys consume over 10 gene of meat in one sitting, Dudi stroked his chin and fell into deep thought. Perhaps not all future powerhouses possessed extraordinary appetites in childhood, but those who ate voraciously and excreted generously undoubtedly harbored the potential to become strong. The two boys' digestive abilities were indeed impressive. By the time night had fully fallen, a single bowel movement had restored their bellies to normal, and they were ready to head back. Before leaving, AC frowned and asked, will we be catching fish like this every day? I'm confident I can catch one tomorrow. But what do we do after we catch fish? Dudi patted AC's head and smiled. So confident in yourself, eh? We'll talk about that once you've actually caught a fish. Sabo, who was slated to reside in the Junk Mountain area, soon departed after AC left. Dudi meanwhile surveyed the surrounding environment, leaped across the river, and with a gentle wave of his hand the terrain instantly transformed. Boom. The following morning when AC and Sabo arrived at the riverbank, both rubbed their eyes in unison. Hey. AC, Sabo. Am I seeing things? A stone bridge now spanned the river's midpoint, and on the opposite bank stood a building roughly 20+ meters tall, constructed entirely of premium stone. Dudi was perched at the very top, gazing into the distance. AC stared upward in stunned silence. How did he do that? In just one night. Sabo suddenly spoke up. If he decides to become a construction worker, he'll surely make a fortune. One man is more capable than an entire construction crew. Dudi, who had activated his Finjian's Buggy, nearly fell from the building upon hearing Sabo's remark. He hurriedly shouted down to the two boys. Hey, you two. Hurry up and come up. What are you doing down there? Only when the two reached the building did they realize there was no entrance. The walls were studded with numerous protruding stones. Just as they wondered how to climb up, Dudi called down from above. Hey, see those protruding stones? Climb up using them. Right now you can only scale the eastern wall. Move quickly. I've already prepared breakfast. Whoever climbs faster eats first. AC and Sabo made their way to the eastern wall and found the stones on this side to be both larger and more numerous. Positioning themselves left and right, they began to climb. Though still young, their physical conditioning already surpassed that of ordinary adults. Upon reaching the top, though exhausted, they merely caught their breath for a moment before recovering, then grabbed their food and began eating. Eat more. Dudi pointed to the rope tied nearby and spoke quietly. These 4 walls grow progressively more difficult to climb. Once you can scale this wall without feeling fatigued, switch to the next one. If you can climb up from the westernmost wall, you may descend and repeat the exercise. All the ropes are secured to the pillars inside the room. In the future, tie the ropes around your waist while climbing to prevent injury. This type of training greatly benefits your coordination, muscular strength, and more. As the two ate and listened to Dudi, AC finished his meal and asked with a puzzled expression, so we won't be catching fish from now on? I'm confident I can catch one today. Dudi smiled and replied, you will still catch fish, but after mastering it you'll catch them with your eyes closed. Once you can catch dozens of fish with your eyes shut, you'll no longer need this training. I don't have the time to watch over you constantly. I'll leave you several training methods and check your progress at intervals, perhaps once every half year or once a year. But remember this. Dudi spoke with utmost seriousness, Physical strength is only one part of the equation. True power lies in one's willpower. Only those with indomitable will can create miracles. Every powerhouse who has reached the pinnacle possesses unbreakable willpower. No matter how many or how great their failures, nothing can defeat them. You must never forget this. In the following days, Dudi trained the two further and renovated the small building before departing. Originally, Dudi intended to go directly to Makino's tavern for a few drinks and rest before leaving, but as he descended from the mountain to the village's western entrance, he suddenly stopped. To train his observation haki, Dudi often kept it activated. Nearby, he sensed a slightly powerful presence. In the perception of observation haki, the aura of an ordinary person and that of a strong individual are not vastly different, unless the strong deliberately release their aura. The aura of a trained healthy adult man is not much different from that of top-tier powerhouses. A grunt's heartbeat is not much faster than a strong one's either. But in Windmill Village, the man either went farming or fishing during the day or drank and boasted in the tavern. Few ever came here. This place was only woods and a beach where children often played. Dudi felt puzzled and slowly walked toward the woods. Though the woods were not large, the trees were lush and children often played hide-and-seek there. Beyond the woods lay the beach. Dudi stopped only when he was almost at the shore. On a large tree near the beach, a man in a green coat sat facing the sea. Luffy was playing on the beach and the man watched him intently. He noticed Dudi only when Dudi reached the tree. The man did not turn around, but watched for a while longer before slowly jumping down. With disheveled hair and a face marked by deep hardships, Dudi immediately recognized the man. Dragon, whose face had not yet been stamped with Garp's shoe print. As Dragon stood steady, Dudi said, "As a father, you finally managed to come back, and you just watch him silently like this. Are you afraid the bond between father and son will hold you back, making it hard to leave and fight for the revolutionary cause?" Dragon looked at Dudi, who was a head taller, and after a moment of thought asked uncertainly, "Are you Dudi? Harlan Dudi of the Harlan Trading Company?" "So sure enough, you Garp, with your honest-looking face, have been in contact with your son all along." Not long had passed, and Dragon already knew about him. Seeing Dudi did not deny it, Dragon's eyes suddenly became fervent. "So you are Soros's child. After the Harlan family incident, I have been searching for you all. But I never found you. I thought. We even held a funeral for you within the Revolutionary Army. Uncle Soros's and your tombstones are there. When I learned you were still alive, I rushed back immediately." Hearing this, Dudi's face stiffened. "What the hell? No way. You even built tombstones and you rushed back just because you knew I was alive. Are we that close?" Seeing Dudi utterly bewildered, Dragon continued, "There is much I want to tell you. If you don't mind, shall we find a place to eat and talk?" Dudi nodded instinctively. He was also curious about Dragon's revolutionary cause. And judging by Dragon's demeanor, it seemed the original family had a very close relationship with the Revolutionary Army. Dragon led Dudi quietly out of the woods, then leaped into the air. Dudi keenly sensed wind elements gathering beneath Dragon's feet. If Dragon was not a Logia user, then he must have a mythical Zoan that could control the wind. However, there seemed to be too many mythical Zoans that could control wind, which diminished their prestige quite a bit. When Dudi also leaped and followed him, Dragon showed no surprise, clearly already aware that Dudi had the ability to fly. But he was deeply curious about Dudi's peculiar flying style. Could flying like that be more comfortable? The two flew to a deserted island. Dragon killed a wild boar intending to show off his barbecue skills, but when he saw Dudi pull out a dozen bottles and jars of seasonings, he immediately realized Dudi was more professional. Professional matters should naturally be left to professionals. Dragon courteously gutted the boar, yielded the barbecue rights, and flew back into the sky. Just as Dudi finished grilling the meat, Dragon returned with 2 barrels of wine and a few packed cold dishes. Seeing the stone table, stone stools, and smooth stone plates and bowls beside Dudi, Dragon was a bit surprised, but didn't ask. After Dudi poured the wine into bowls, and both sat down, Dragon suddenly spoke. "Your mother was a member of the Three-Eye tribe, so you were born with 3 eyes. Your current appearance must be concealed using your devil fruit ability. Could you let me see your 3rd eye?" Seeing Dragon's serious expression, Dudi immediately understood his intention. He wanted to verify his identity. Dudi said nothing, simply pointed at his forehead. In the blink of an eye, a vertical 3rd eye appeared in the middle of his forehead. The moment Dragon saw Dudi's 3rd eye, he silently breathed a sigh of relief, and his eyes grew moist. After a few seconds of silence, Dragon raised his bowl and drank it all in one gulp before speaking. "A vertical 3rd eye. You are indeed Soros's child. I know you have many questions. I will tell you everything slowly. Your father, Harlan Soros, was my father Garp's close friend. He was the lord of Tris City, a city in the world government member kingdom Oligodo. Although he was not a strong man, he was deeply loved by the people for his gentle nature, his humility unlike other nobles, and his compassion for commoners. In the member kingdom of Oligodo, your father had great prestige, and many powerful warriors volunteered to be his guards. Moreover, your father had another identity." Dragon looked at Dudi with burning eyes, and said, "He co-founded the Self-Defense Army with me, and he was its vice-commander, the vice-commander of the Revolutionary Army." Hearing this, Dudi frowned, but did not interrupt. Dragon continued, "When I was lost, your father showed me the way. He was not just an elder to me, he was my comrade and my mentor. For your father's safety, we rarely contacted or met. But he died in a conspiracy 10 years ago. It took me a long time to uncover the truth. Dragon's expression was filled with sorrow, and his tone grew melancholic. Although your father died at the hands of pirates, the real mastermind was someone else. I found the pirate crew that killed your father. Through interrogation, I learned that they came for you and your mother. No one outside knew that you and your mother were members of the Three-Eye Tribe, but the pirates who attacked you knew exactly about your mother and son. Moreover, they clearly knew that your third eye was a vertical pupil. Your mother also disguised herself when she married your father and rarely went out. Even when she did, she was well disguised. The same was done after you were born. Apart from me and my father, only 7 people knew about your mother and son's identity. 2 of them, like your father, were Revolutionary Army officers. They would never betray him. The remaining 5 are your cousin Ball, a steward, 2 maidservants, and your father's cousin, the current king of Alagudo, Harlan 7. Your cousin was only 7 at the time. The steward nearly died protecting your father and later risked his life to save your cousin. The 2 maidservants died protecting your mother as she fled, killed by the pirates. So, Dragon's expression was deeply anguished. He did not continue. But Dudi had already understood the truth, and his heart was filled with helplessness. So this cliched plot was the protagonist's template of an ancient martial arts novel. But the protagonist's fate wasn't resilient enough. He was taken over by me. No, this was prepared for me. After calming himself, Dragon continued. Haroon 6 had no offspring, so the successor had to be chosen from the Haroon family. Since you 2 are of royal blood, your father was eligible to become king. Haroon 7, known as Haroon Deluz. Back then he was not yet king, and was quite close to your father. When Haroon VI's end was near, after much deliberation, it was decided that the next king would be chosen between your father and Deluz. Your father's reputation and connections far surpassed Deluz. To secure the throne, Deluz decided to strike against your father, but your father was surrounded by many powerful protectors, so Deluz dared not act rashly. Later, Deluz leaked information about your mother and you to the Celestial Dragons. The CP0 in disguise relayed this to a pirate crew, leading them to attack Trisco, ultimately causing this tragedy. I dealt with that pirate crew and the 3 CP0 agents. I searched for you, but found no trace. I thought you had escaped or perished, but I never imagined you were taken to marry Geos. Dragon's expression showed shame. Dudi silently understood. Even if he had known, it would have been futile. Just like in the anime, where Dragon only sweated when Ginny was captured. Thinking this, Dudi suddenly realized that Ginny might not have been captured yet. After all, the capture of a Revolutionary Army officer would surely make the news. And if a Celestial Dragon got hold of Ginny, a Revolutionary officer, wouldn't they flaunt her and marry Geos? If that were the case, Dudi resolved to find a way to rescue her and prevent the future tragedy. Kuma's fate was particularly tragic. His childhood was miserable, and after growing up, the woman he loved was tormented by a Celestial Dragon for 2 years, returning with a child. He sacrificed everything for that child. Such a kind soul met such a cruel end. Truly the most tragic in One Piece. He only hoped that after rescue, Kuma and Ginny could still have a child like Bonnie. Otherwise, he would have to apologize to Bonnie. After all, Bonnie was born from tragedy. If she had a choice, she would choose not to be born. Dudi's mind drifted, and Dragon, thinking Dudi was lost in sorrow after hearing his words, quickly comforted him. I'm sorry, Dudi, for bringing up these painful memories. I hesitated to tell you, but after much thought, I believed you had the right to know the truth about your parents' death. That's why I came to see you. I searched for you for a while, but couldn't find you, so I decided to visit Windmill Village to see Luffy. I never expected to run into you there. Though Dudi felt no emotional bond with his original parents, having transmigrated into this body, he believed he had a duty to avenge them. Huff. Dudi exhaled and said to Dragon, thank you for telling me the truth about my parents' death. It gives me a new purpose in life. Dragon shook his head in self-mockery, then said to Dudi, if you need anything, I will do my utmost to help you. I can see that you have become quite strong, but you must stay calm. Alagundo is a member of the world government. If the king is killed, the world government will not sit idly by. They will surely find out. Dudi said nothing. He raised his bowl and drank it all in one gulp, then refilled it, taking a few bites of food. Seeing this, Dragon stopped trying to persuade him. They drank in silence, bowl after bowl. After several barrels of liquor were drained, Dudi finally spoke to Dragon. The Revolutionary Army is struggling these days, isn't it? 2 years ago you launched a revolution in Alagundo, but it failed. Then you tried in another member state, and that also failed. This drew the world government's attention. The world government dispatched more forces to deal with you, even established a special department targeting the Revolutionary Army and deployed members of the Holy Knights. You advised me not to go after Haroon 7 because you personally experienced how the world government protects its member states, didn't you? You are now hiding and struggling to develop, aren't you? Before Dragon could answer, Dudi continued. Do you know why the Revolutionary Army is facing such difficulties? Because you are trying to run before you can walk. You want to sing before you've learned to speak. You thought too simply. You dared to act in a member state without proper intelligence. Did you really think those member states paid their dues for nothing? Hearing Dudi's scolding tone, Dragon felt no anger, but shame. You're right. I was too naive. But these failures and sacrifices were not without value. At least now we know what we must do. Oh, and what is that? Dudi sneered. Develop the Revolutionary Army in non-member states. Then rise up. Slowly build strength. That will only bring you even heavier blows. The world government has already seen how dangerous you are. They will stop at nothing to destroy you. At least in the next 2 years, whether it's a member state or a non-member state, If you dare to act, you will face the full might of the world government. You still haven't realized how great a threat the revolutionary army poses to the world government. Your danger is comparable to the poneglyphs. Your actions are meant to overthrow the world government's rule. After Dudi finished, Dragon was stunned for a moment, then activated his sweat fruit ability. After a long silence, Dragon suddenly stood up and bowed to Dudi. Since you know so much, you must have a solution to our predicament, right? Please tell me what the revolutionary army should do next. Seeing Dragon so serious, Dudi quickly helped him up. Why be so formal? With my father's connection to the revolutionary army, I would never stand idly by. Sit down first. Dudi took a pack of cigarettes from his pocket and offered one to Dragon. When Dragon shook his head, Dudi lit one and spoke slowly. What the revolutionary army needs to do now is develop quietly. But since the world government has seen your threat, they will come after you with full force. So for development, you can break into smaller units. Break into smaller units. Dragon looked puzzled. Dudi nodded. Keep the same ideology, but change the name. In one country, you can call it the Revolutionary Army. In another, the Freedom Army. A name is just a label. As long as the ideology is the same, you can reunite when the time comes to rise up. During this time, you can also set up decoys. Deliberately act more conspicuously in a few countries to divert the world government's attention. As for the countries you've already taken over, develop their economy quietly. Put other matters aside for now. With money, you can buy equipment and recruit people. What do you think? Dragon nodded repeatedly as he listened. After Dudi finished, Dragon pondered a moment and said sheepishly, the other things are manageable, but developing the economy. We lack talent in that area. We're not very knowledgeable. Also, we are severely short of funds. We don't have enough berries to start businesses. Dudi sighed helplessly. All right. I'll send someone to teach you business knowledge. As for funds, I can also support you. How do I contact you? Where can I find you? After Dudi spoke, Dragon fell silent, but his eyes grew brighter and brighter, almost hungry. Just as Dudi was about to lose patience, Dragon stood up again excitedly. Why don't you join the Revolutionary Army and become the deputy commander like Soros did? After Soros left, we abolished that position. But I believe the other officers would agree to reinstate it for you. Dudi was stunned. Join the Revolutionary Army. Not only did he come to me for investment, but now he wants both my money and me. Dragon departed, leaving behind a small din mushy for Dudi. However, this communication snail served mostly as ornamentation, as Dragon would only contact Dudi unilaterally to avoid world government surveillance. Dudi agreed to Dragon's request. After all, the revolutionaries were a considerable military force. Given the current situation, Dudi suspected that Dragon's defection might have been part of Zhuliang Zhangguo's design. Even if not, the Marines had undoubtedly provided the revolutionaries with substantial covert assistance. As Dudi's strength grew rapidly, so too did the ambitions swelling within his heart. Having come to this world, surely he would accomplish something remarkable. He need not claim dominion over kings, but at least he wished to act as he pleased. Aside from certain moments, no one was permitted to gaze down upon him from on high. Moreover, Dudi's affiliation with the revolutionaries required no participation in overt revolutionary activities. He merely needed to provide covert support. This arrangement pleased Dudi immensely. The East Sea Tuming Kingdom, as a member nation with only one major port city, Tuming had amassed considerable wealth thanks to its impeccable geographical location. Situated at the very center of the East Sea, this region saw passage from both member nation chambers of commerce and those outside the alliance. Thus it could be considered the most prosperous city in the East Sea. Between the port city of Litkal in New Halona and Tuming Port lay a dozen or so member nations where Kaido and his associates had already established branches. Of course, Dudi's identity had played a significant role. Outwardly, Dudi served as one of the celestial dragons dispatched overseers specifically tasked with gathering rare beasts and curiosities for them. Upon learning that Dudi was a celestial dragon's envoy and controlled a merchants guild, the nobility of these member nations assumed it was a celestial dragon enterprise. They vied with one another to invite Kaido to establish branches in their kingdoms, gifting him estates and proactively purchasing insurance while waiving various taxes. The guild's rapid expansion owed much to these nobles. Dudi could only remark that these princes and dukes possessed keen discernment. Tuming Street, the most bustling thoroughfare in Tuming Port, was home to the Tot Guild headquarters. On the 10th floor, a private meeting room reserved for the guild's uppermost leadership. Robin and Kaido had just concluded a session with several guild executives and were now poring over documents. After joining the guild, Kaido quickly assumed responsibility for its public affairs. With his sharp intellect, handling merchant operations presented little difficulty, and Robin no longer needed to risk exposure by interacting with those nobles. Neither Dudi nor Robin cared to mingle with the aristocracy, but Kaido thrived in such company. Outwardly, Kaido served as the guild's second-in-command, which in the nobles' eyes naturally represented the celestial dragons themselves. Kaido thoroughly enjoyed his current lifestyle. The great figures of yesterday now ingratiated themselves before him. The taste of power was utterly intoxicating. As a clever man, Kaido knew precisely who had granted him this life. Thus, despite wielding considerable authority, he remained obedient and devoted to duty, never daring to transgress even the slightest prohibition. Even if Dudi were to dismiss him, Kaido suspected he would kneel and beg not to be sent away. Should Dudi wish to discipline him harshly, Kaido would stay. There was simply no one more enamored with his present existence. Over the past 6 months, bolstered by noble support, the guild had expanded with astonishing speed. Some branches lacked even managers, leaving the hierarchy severely understaffed. Dudi had rescued numerous slaves who had lost their families, carefully selecting each one. Many possessed some education, and most had previously earned a living within the guild. They were now undergoing training at headquarters. Come next month, these individuals would be dispatched to various branches to assume managerial roles. Killua and Robin were currently reviewing their training performances to assign them suitable positions. Having endured the ruin of their families, wandering, displacement, and a life worse than death, only to be rescued by Dudi and offered stable employment with generous wages to begin anew, their gratitude toward him was beyond measure. In the future, Dudi would continue to seek out such slaves, rescuing them to serve his cause. Though some might eventually harbor ulterior motives, the vast majority genuinely felt thankful. These were the people Dudi could truly trust as his inner circle. Robin managed the guild's finances and felt profound gratitude toward Dudi within her heart. Though still young and lacking worldly experience, she understood how rare it was for someone to protect her after knowing her true identity. Despite her many experiences, Robin had not yet hardened into the guarded, isolated person she would become in later years. Dudi, fully aware of her identity, had taken her in without demanding anything in return, and this alone stirred something tender within her. As time passed, Robin's fondness for Dudi grew ever deeper. As for her body, Robin did not mind forming a deeper bond with Dudi when the time was right. During her flight, she had witnessed too much darkness. In Robin's early matured mind, survival justified any exchange, and Dudi was a handsome man who aroused no aversion in women. As the two busied themselves with work, Dudi pushed open the door and stepped inside. Upon seeing him, they quickly rose. "Boss. Mr. Dudi." Dudi nodded to Killua, then turned to Robin with a smile and said, "Robin, didn't I tell you last time to call me brother? You've grown considerably taller. In another 2 years you'll be ready to serve." Killua tactfully exited and closed the door behind him. Robin spoke with an expressionless face, "You are far stronger than I. Whatever you wish, I cannot resist. Here is the guild's income from the past 6 months, along with all data from the Navy pilot program. So far, revenue far exceeds payouts. Even if Navy casualties were several times higher, we would still profit." Robin picked up another stack of documents and handed them to Dudi, continuing, "Moreover, the lottery tickets have become highly sought after among commoners after several winners claimed fortunes of tens of millions of berries. I fail to understand. The odds of winning are so minuscule. Why do they still purchase them?" Dudi tossed the documents aside, carelessly propped his legs upon the desk, lit a cigarette, and remarked, "Only those at the bottom of society cling to the fantasy of sudden riches. When such an opportunity lies before them, for merely 50 or 100 berries, there exists a sliver of hope to transform their destiny. Guess what they will do? Even the faintest hope will not be abandoned, for as long as one buys a ticket, there is a chance. Without purchase, there is none. The cost is trifling. What harm comes from buying hope? Continue acquiring video den mushies and donate them to those small towns that lack them. In a few days, find several lucky winners and create a handful of 100 million berry prizes. Remember to keep masks on during broadcasts, for we must protect our clients' privacy." After finishing, Dudi withdrew a document from his pocket and handed it to Robin. "I have obtained Admiral Garp's authorization. Over the coming year, all EC Navy personnel will purchase our insurance services. Therefore, within 6 months, I require us to establish business offices near every EC base. Recruit villagers as agents, equip them with den mushies. Their sole duty is serving the sailors. Claims must be processed swiftly." Dudi extinguished his cigarette, took Robin's hand in his, and traced its contours with his fingers as he said, "Ensure those recruits receive thorough training. I will send a steady stream of personnel your way. On the day when every navy across the world purchases insurance from us, I will forge our guild's own bank." After receiving Dudi's guidance, Dragon, who had returned to the headquarters at Baldigo, immediately convened a meeting via visual den mushi, informing everyone of Dudi's suggestions and his joining the Revolutionary Army. Except for Ginny and a few others who were on missions and could not be contacted, all other cadres attended the meeting. Upon learning that Sulusi's son was still alive and had also joined the Revolutionary Army, the cadres were overjoyed. They had no objection to the decision of Dudi becoming the second in command and approved all of his suggestions. However, for those countries that were on the verge of successful liberation, Dragon did not prematurely terminate their operations. After all, too much manpower and resources had been invested, and it would be impossible to give up when success was imminent. The more Dragon pondered Dudi's suggestions, the brighter he saw the future of the Revolutionary Army. Filled with excitement over the addition of such a talent, his usually expressionless face had recently and rarely shown a smile, which amazed Daxiong, who had returned earlier. Daxiong was also an army commander of the Revolutionary Army, his forces primarily responsible for support and logistics. He was also very familiar with Dudi's father, Sulusi. Sulusi had a gentle temperament and taught Daxiong many principles, earning Daxiong's deep respect. It was Daxiong who had initially searched for Dudi and his mother, but he never found them and had wept many times over it. Thus Daxiong was equally delighted by the news that Dudi was still alive. After handling their affairs, the two rarely had a drink together. Dragon even reminisced with Daxiong about Sulusi, discussing the differences between Dudi and his father. Just as the two were chatting animatedly, a panicked voice suddenly came from outside. "Mr. Dragon! Mr. Dragon! Something terrible has happened." Bang! The door was roughly thrown open. Pedro the cadre of the intelligence department rushed in, his face pale as he looked at Dragon, and said in a trembling voice, Commander Ginny and her squad on the mission were ambushed. Everyone except Commander Ginny was killed, and Commander Ginny has been captured. Dragon's eyes widened, and he abruptly stood up. What? Ginny has been captured? Wasn't the mission about to end? They had very few troops left. Petero lowered his head in shame. I'm sorry. An unexpected enemy appeared. The king of Turgala has paid the heavenly tribute and become a member of the world government. This is a trap set against us. The world government dispatched CP0. They blocked the news, so we only learned of it now. Commander Ginny is now almost being escorted to Mary Geos. Splash. Dashion. The cork was pulled out, awakening Nuotelli. Seeing Dudi already out of bed, Nuotelli asked softly, why not sleep a little longer? It's not like I have anything to do. We're leaving today, so why not stay a bit longer? Dudi said while putting on his clothes. I heard there are many slaves locked up in the slave quarters that nobody wants. I'll go take a look and see if there are any talented people. The guild has been short-handed lately. Maybe there are some professionals. Nuotelli asked with some confusion. Dudi, why are you so busy? What's so good about that guild? We're not short of money. Dudi walked to the door, turned around, and said, a man must have his own career. You have to be strong in every aspect. You don't want me to be dependent on you all day, do you? The so-called slave quarters were a concentration point for slaves offered by nobles of various countries and those captured by the Celestial Dragon subordinates. No matter their previous identities, once in the slave quarters they were slaves. Most of these slaves already had owners before arriving, but not all slaves were favored by the Celestial Dragons. Those not chosen would remain in the slave quarters, their fate either to become expendable items in the arena or experimental subjects for Celestial Dragon scientists such as Saturn. In short, one word, death, just a matter of time. So no one cared about them. Dudi had found hundreds of talented individuals among them. Taking them out was also easy. Shindy, the supervisor of the slave quarters, was originally Nuotelli's subordinate and had been given to Dudi for viewing by Nuotelli, who had a particular fondness for cuckoldry. Shindy was very timid, afraid that Dudi would communicate with her privately and anger Nuotelli, so it was just a word from Dudi. When Dudi arrived at Shindy's office, Shindy was drinking tea. Seeing Dudi, she said with some fear, I'm not available today. Dudi couldn't help rolling his eyes. When are you ever available? What do you think of me? Don't worry, I have no other intentions. Any talented people lately? Shindy sighed in relief, took out a booklet, and handed it to Dudi, saying, pick for yourself. But don't take too many. The booklet contained all the information on the slaves. Those marked with red lines were slaves no one wanted. Dudi could mark the ones he liked with black lines and take them directly. The ones marked with gold lines were rare slaves, such as those from the Fishman or Mink tribes, or strong individuals like pirate captains. Even if the original owner didn't like them, they would be sold to other celestial dragons, so Dudi never considered them. But today, as he opened the first page, Dudi was stunned, for the name on it was clearly Ginny. The photo showed a woman with pink hair wearing earphones. Commander of the Revolutionary Army's Eastern Army, Ginny. Hey Shindy, I've never seen a revolutionary before. Can I take a look at her? Seeing the open booklet, Shindy looked hesitant. Dudi immediately began unbuttoning his clothes, not allowed. Then forget it. No. I'll take you. The rare slaves all lived in single cells. The two went to the innermost cell upstairs, where Dudi saw the woman Dashion loved most. Ginny's hands were cuffed to shackles on the wall, and some parts of her body were bandaged. She kept her head down in silence. Dudi watched for a moment, then said to Shindy, open the cell. I'll take a closer look and ask her a few things. Give me the keys and step aside. What? No. No way. Shindy was so frightened she stuttered, pointing at Ginny. You can play with anyone else, but not this woman. She has been personally requested by Jai Galaxy Antisheng, a clansman of the Five Elders Saturn. Dudi had met Annie and was deeply impressed. This guy was about the same height as Dudi, very muscular and once arrogant, but this year, he had contracted Qingyu scale, known to everyone in Mary Geos, so now he rarely came out. Seeing that Shindy did not agree, Dudi said nothing, simply unbuttoning his clothes. Don't. Okay, I agree, but only 3 minutes. Just talk. Dudi took the keys and nodded. Don't worry, I really just want to talk to her. Shindy nodded and warned uneasily, don't you dare play around. Otherwise, even if Lady Nuotelli protects you, it will be troublesome. Play around. Is that the impression I give you? It was Nuotelli who made me do it. Go find her. After Shindy left, Dudi opened the cell and walked to Ginny, saying cautiously, don't be afraid, I'm on your side. I'll rescue you. Bang. A size 36 foot directly made Dudi experience what it meant to be sent flying. Caught off guard, Dudi pointed at Ginny. Damn it. Ginny cursed at Dudi. You scum. Wanna play? Dream on. That woman is so afraid of you. You're a celestial dragon, aren't you? I tell you, Ginny will never submit. Dudi was speechless with tears. Your foot doesn't look that big. Why is it like sister use? And I really am on your side. And I really am on your side. And I really am on your side. Hearing Ginny's furious curses, Cindy hurried over. Looking at the disheveled Dudi, she complained, I told you not to play, and you still did. Now you've suffered the consequences. The Revolutionary Army's military commander, did you think he was an ordinary person? Play with your balls. Dudi stood up with a grim face, glaring at Ginny, and said with feigned ferocity, cut off her chest. Cindy covered herself in horror. Hey Cindy, what kind of look is that? I was joking. I'm not a pervert. I was just scaring her. Do you know where she kicked me, eh? Forget it. Don't tell anyone you saw me, or I'll cut yours off. Having decided to rescue Ginny, Dudi immediately resolved to leave that day, or else time would run out. To avoid suspicion, Dudi selected 2 talents, bid farewell to Notley, and took them by ship to Subati Archipelago, where the Haroon Chamber of Commerce had a branch. The people Dudi chose would stay there first, then return to the East Blue with a cargo ship. Moreover, in Mary Geo's, besides Notley and Shanks, no one knew Dudi had the ability to fly. Dudi first took the 2 aboard a cargo ship heading to the East Blue, then secretly returned to Mary Geo's under cover of night. But when he arrived at the slave quarters, he discovered that Ginny had already been taken away. The Celestial Dragon's residential area, located on the outskirts of Mary Geo's, consisted of several exquisite villas organized by family. There were many guards here, and entering at this hour would risk discovery, especially since many of the guards were masters of observation hockey. However, after a moment of thought, Dudi realized he had been too impatient. He had forgotten that before meeting the Celestial Dragon, slaves were first cleaned and kept in prison for a few days, as the Celestial Dragons believed everyone except themselves was filthy. It was a complete joke, the filthiest people despising others. The prison where Jay Garcia held slaves was prison No. 5, and naturally guarded by many, but that was no problem for Dudi. After obtaining the Azure Jade Scale, Annie stayed indoors day and night, so rescuing Ginny was very simple. Dudi changed clothes, transformed into Auntie's appearance, and arrived at the entrance of prison No. 5. Seeing Dudi, the guards immediately knelt. We greet Lord Andy Saint. Rise. Take me to that revolutionary Ginny. Yes. Meeting Ginny again, her wounds had been treated and looked much better. She was no longer tied to the wall, but her hands were still cuffed. Open them and leave. Lord Andy Saint, she is after all a revolutionary. I don't want to repeat myself. Yes. Though the guards feared Auntie might be harmed by Ginny after obtaining the Azure Jade Scale, Annie's temperament had become even more unpredictable. Afraid of being killed by him, they obediently complied. After the guards left, before Dudi even entered, Ginny stood up. Hey beautiful, can't wait. Here comes your lord. Dudi deliberately walked in with a lecherous grin. Bang! Her cute little foot struck again, but this time Dudi was prepared, firmly clamping her leg. He smirked triumphantly. I was already guarding against you. Still at it. Kicking that high. Are you showing off your flexibility? Bastard. Unable to break free, Ginny lowered her head and charged at Dudi. Hey, what's with the headbutt? I'm on your side, sis. Hearing these familiar words, Ginny froze. Then Dudi continued in a low voice. I told you I was on your side during the day, and you still kicked me. Besides, I'm your superior. If you want to see Kuma again, cooperate with me. Kuma, you are. At the mention of Kuma, Ginny instantly calmed down. She wanted to ask more, but Dudi hushed her. Shut up. If you want to live, do as I say. Kick me again, and I'll really cut you off. After we get out, write me a 10,000-word self-criticism. Do you think Lord Annie Saint will be okay? Why did he suddenly come out? Is that woman really that attractive? Although she's badly injured, she's still a high-ranking cadre of the Revolutionary Army. If Lord Annie Saint gets hurt, we'll definitely be punished. What do we do? If we go in, Lord Annie Saint will be angry. As the guards who had been kicked out were discussing, the door suddenly opened. Seeing Ginny following Auntie Saint like a submissive wife, the guards were all stunned. They had witnessed how fiercely Ginny resisted when she arrived during the day. She only calmed down after passing out. Now she was this obedient. Had Lord Auntie Saint not taken long? When had he become so capable? Taken some medicine. All right, you can go back. Dudi waved them off and said, go about your business. Keep your mouth shut. No matter who asks, say she died of severe injuries. Even if it's me. If anyone says otherwise, you'll all die. Though puzzled, they answered in unison, yes. After all, the Celestial Dragons said whatever they wanted, and they just had to obey. Dudi led Ginny behind him, swaggering toward the city gates. The guards, not even seeing Ginny, knelt as soon as they spotted Dudi from afar. Thus the two encountered no obstruction all the way and walked out of Mary Geo's gates. Only after they were far from the city did Ginny finally ask, who are you really? How do you know Kuma? Dudi reverted to his original form, grabbed Ginny, and leaped into the sky. I told you I'm on your side, your superior. Write that self-criticism obediently, not a single word less. Hey, we're flying. Stand still and don't move, or I won't be responsible if you fall to your death. Along the way, Dudi exerted all his strength, flying at maximum speed. He had to return to the ship with Ginny before dawn. On the other side, upon learning that Ginny had been captured, Kuma was almost broken. I'm going to Mary Geo's to rescue Ginny. Calm down, Kuma. You'll only sacrifice yourself in vain. Now our revolutionary army is under full assault from the world government, suffering heavy losses. Ginny is captured, and if you're captured too, what will happen to the revolutionary army? What about those people? Tears streaming down his face, Kuma leaned weakly against the wall. But I can't live without Ginny. And Ginny was taken by the Celestial Dragons. You have no idea what torments she'll suffer. Bang! The door suddenly opened again, and Ivankov rushed in, panting, Kuma. You? Dragon patted the returning Ivankov and pointed at Kuma, saying, talk some sense into him. Since Ginny has already reached Mary Geo's with our current strength, there's no way to rescue her. Ivankov shook his head. We can't, but there might be someone who can. Hearing Ivankov's words, Kuma and Dragon both looked over. Who? Our revolutionary army's new vice commander, Haroon Dudi. He's now a Celestial Dragon's external steward. Maybe he can find a way to rescue Ginny. But it's only a possibility. He's just a steward. Hancock looked at Dragon and asked, Dragon, can you contact him? Dragon immediately pulled out a din din mushy and called. Brew brew brew. The din din mushy kept ringing, but no one answered. Kuma had never felt time so long. His heart pounded fiercely. Hello. What is it? Dudi? Vice Commander. As soon as the din din mushy connected, Kuma shouted loudly. I'm Bartholomew Kuma of the Revolutionary Army. Our Revolutionary Army's Eastern Commander Ginny was captured by CP0 and taken to Mary Geos. Kuma choked out, sobbing. I beg you. Please save her. I will give everything I have. After Bear shouted at the top of his lungs, Dudi suddenly asked, why are you so agitated? This Ginny, is she more than just a comrade to you? What is she to you? Bear answered without hesitation, she is everything to me. The one I want to protect for my entire life. Oh, in other words, your lover, your wife. Dudi's voice came through the din din mushy with a hint of curiosity. But why haven't you two married? Is it because the Revolutionary Army doesn't allow it? Can you tell me? This question is crucial. It concerns whether I can save her. Dragon and Hancock exchanged glances, their hearts filled with confusion. After a moment of silence, Bear spoke. I am a survivor of the Buccaneer tribe. Our race has always been hunted by the world government. My mother and father both died because of this. I don't want to drag Ginny down, making her suffer the same fate as my parents hunted by the world government. After hearing Bear's reason, Dudi glanced at Ginny, who was already moved to tears with her hand over her mouth. He said into the din din mushy, oh, so that's your reason. You're such a fool. Come on, come on. Dudi couldn't help but scold, you arrogant idiot. Explain to me, what do you mean by don't want to drag Ginny down? Have you forgotten something? You're both in the Revolutionary Army, aren't you? The world government is already hunting you all down, right? So tell me, even if you don't marry her, will the world government spare her? Then why was she captured? Hearing Dudi's interrogation, the heartbroken Bear suddenly froze. After a long pause, he murmured to himself, I was wrong. Wrong. Fool. Yes, I am a fool. Lord Dudi, I beg you. Please save Ginny. I am willing to give everything. I beg you. Dudi let out a cold laugh. And now you realize you were wrong. Too late. Bear's heart grew colder at Dudi's reply until just as despair was about to set in, he heard Dudi say, unless you two get married, then I'll save her. Otherwise. Heh. Bear was somewhat stunned, but still blurted out eagerly, we will. I will definitely marry her. Hearing the reply from the din mushy, Ginny pushed aside the hand covering her and shouted into the receiver, really? Big silly Bear. Ginny. Bear's whole body trembled as he roared with excitement. Is that you? Are you okay? Ginny. Haha, I'm fine, big silly Bear. Scared you, huh? I've only been at Mary Geos for less than a day. And I was saved by this guy who claims to be our Revolutionary Army's vice commander. Hey, not claims. It's by appointment of your leader, know your commander. Remember to write a 10,000-word self-criticism. And can you make this fool quiet down? The din mushy's ears are almost deaf. Phew. Bear could no longer hear what was being said on the other end. He handed the din mushy to Dragon, walked to the side, and slumped to the ground, tears streaming uncontrollably. Sob. This is, really, too good. Although Bear was ready to go to any lengths to save Ginny, deep down, he knew Dragon was right. With their current strength, going to Mary Geos would be nothing but a futile death. His heart had long accepted the outcome of Ginny's capture. But if he could save her, Bear would trade everything, even if hope was slim. In the past few days, thinking of Ginny's smile made Bear's heart ache. He understood that Dragon's excuses and persuasions were correct, but he couldn't help feeling disappointed. At this moment, he suddenly realized that the so-called revolution, the so-called liberation of all humanity, was not as important as Ginny in his heart. If Dragon hadn't been watching him around the clock, he would have already gone to Mary Geos. If he could, he would rather never have brought Ginny to join the Revolutionary Army. After days of Dragon's persuasion, though he still said he would save Ginny inside, he had already accepted the outcome. He had thought Ginny would suffer abuse and die in disgrace, but instead she had merely taken a one-day trip to Mary Geos, barely seeing the sights before being rescued. At this moment, Bear felt the beauty of the world. His gratitude toward Dudi was beyond words. For saving Ginny, who was more important than his own life, Dudi's place in Bear's heart immediately surpassed Dragon's. After receiving Dragon's thanks, Dudi said, Hey Dragon, after Ginny's disappearance, Mary Geos will definitely launch a thorough investigation. I'll take her to the East Blue first. Then you can decide whether to come pick her up, or I'll deliver her. Better I deliver her. I'll also get to know the way and meet the Revolutionary Army's officers. Otherwise it would be awkward not recognizing each other. Ginny wouldn't believe me no matter what I said. She almost kicked me to death. Lord Dudi, you've had a good appetite lately. The ship's assistant cook pushed the dining cart in with effort and said with a smile, You've eaten over 20 roasted beef legs all by yourself. When we docked today, we bought some extra beef legs. Please enjoy them slowly. As soon as the cook left, Ginny rushed out of the wardrobe impatiently. Haha, roasted beef legs again. Delicious roasted beef legs. Meat on the bone is the best. Watching Ginny devour a beef leg in 3 bites, Dudi complained, Are you a bottomless pit? Eating your own weight in one meal. Is your stomach as long as your body? No wonder Bonnie's appetite was so big later. I thought it was due to her ability, but now it seems purely hereditary. Burp. After eating and drinking her fill, Ginny lay on the bed, contentedly patting her round belly, so comfortable. Haven't had such a good meal in a long time. After patting her belly, Ginny giggled happily. Big Bear dear, Big Bear dear. Big Bear dear said, he wants to marry me. Hearing her almost singing, Dudi couldn't help but say, "Can you shut up? Even though this is my ship, it doesn't mean everyone here is loyal to me. Keep it down, okay? Big Bear dear, what's with the cheesiness? Wait, are you that happy about marrying him?" "Of course," Ginny said firmly. "To me, Bear is more important than anyone in the world. No, the whole world is nothing compared to him. As long as I can stay by his side, I can do anything." Dudi asked curiously, "So you joined the Revolutionary Army because of Bear?" "Because Bear also joined the Revolutionary Army." "Yes." Ginny nodded. "Because Bear joined the Revolutionary Army, that's why I joined. I just want to be with Bear to do what he likes." "Wait a minute. These two are both love-struck idiots. They are each other's whole world." Dudi cursed inwardly. "Oda, you bastard. You must have been hurt by a love-struck idiot before, or you wouldn't treat them like this." While Dudi was still mentally cursing a certain procrastinator, Ginny suddenly sat up and asked with a flattering smile, "Hey, our dear Vice Commander, you own this whole ship. Are you very rich?" Dudi asked warily, "What do you want?" Ginny smiled sheepishly. "I want to give Big Bear a grand wedding, but I don't have any money." "So what the heck? Bear is marrying into the family." "No, wait, you're asking me to pay for it. What are you doing?" Ginny smiled sheepishly. "I want to give Big Bear a grand wedding, but I don't have any money." "So what the heck? Bear is marrying into the family." "No, wait, you're asking me to pay for it. What are you doing?" Ginny smiled sheepishly. "I want to give Big Bear a grand wedding, but I don't have any money." "So what the heck? Bear is marrying into the family." "No, wait, you're asking me to pay for it. What are you doing?" The disappearance of Jean and I did not have as severe consequences as Dudi had imagined. The next day, the guards reported that Jean and I had died from severe injuries, and Entei said nothing upon learning of it. Jean and I had not yet piqued Satan's interest. Others offered her to Entei merely to flatter him and give the irritable Entei an outlet for his frustrations. For the celestial dragons, a slave is a slave even if they are from the Revolutionary Army. An ordinary human woman, without the 4 brands, her death was nothing out of the ordinary. And Entei was currently troubled by how to cure his jade scale disease and had no interest in torturing slaves. So unexpectedly, this incident did not cause the slightest stir in Mali Chiaoya. The Revolutionary Army's Eastern Army commander simply took a one-day trip out of Mali Chiaoya. Dudi took Jean and I back to Ganjidao. Here, even a female sheep was in the shape of the Buggy pirate crew, making it naturally much safer than those member states. Moreover, the people here did not know anything about the Revolutionary Army, so no one would pay attention if Jean and I went out to play. No, there was still one person who recognized her. Upon seeing Jean and I, Buggy pointed at her in terror and said, "Riri, slap. What brother are you talking about? There's no brother here. Are you going to lay an egg?" Dudi slapped him, and Buggy instantly stopped stuttering, his eyes nearly popping out of their sockets. "The Revolutionary Army's Eastern Army commander, Jean and I. How could you bring her back? She's a revolutionary." Dudi said irritably, "You're a pirate yourself? Calm down. How is your courage smaller than your kidney?" Buggy looked confused. "But the kidney is naturally bigger than the courage, isn't it?" "Yours is not." "Dudi, good benefactor. Commander, handsome Dudi. Enough. Shut up. I agree." Under Jean's persistent cajoling all day, Dudi finally relented and decided to support Jean and I in holding a grand wedding. Jean and I had already chosen the wedding venue, Kamabaka Wangwa. Ivan Cov had become the queen of Kamabaka Wangwa, where she was worshipped as a god by everyone. Naturally, there was no problem for the Revolutionary Army to go there. The moment Dudi agreed, Jean and I went to contact Ivan Cov. Ivan Cov was a mutual friend of Deshiong, and Jean and I trusted him deeply. At Jean's request, Ivan Cov deliberately kept it secret from Deshiong and first returned to Baldige to make preparations. After hearing Jean's requirements for the wedding, Dudi looked at her with extreme speechlessness and said, "This is what you call a grand wedding? Countless meat with bones. Endless fine wine. Should I also prepare some greens for you? Add a few cold dishes. After all, eating only meat can get greasy. And prepare some fruit, a little dessert." Hearing Dudi's words, Jean and I couldn't contain her joy. "So you agree? Great. Bring more. Great, my foot." Dudi covered his forehead and said, "What kind of decent person marries like this? Do you think you're King Zhou of Shang? A lake of wine and a forest of meat. A wedding isn't just about eating together. Alright, you don't need to worry about this. Consider it a welcome banquet I'm preparing for everyone." Naturally, the Peony Flower Chamber of Commerce handled the matter of supporting Jean's wedding. Now the Haroon Chamber of Commerce, with the support of nobles and the Navy, had expanded into the Grand Line, and Jean had also started developing in the Grand Line along the way. However, due to the peculiarity of the Grand Line and not having access to the Navy's special channels like the Haroon Chamber of Commerce, the Peony Flower Chamber of Commerce couldn't do business as in the East Blue and could only set up a few pirate hideouts. Currently, Jean had bribed several officers in the branch guarding the member states near Reverse Mountain, established 2 strongholds on small islands near the waters of those member states, and the business was doing fairly well. The only problem was that the bounties of the pirates coming were not very high, mostly rookies, since the reputation of the Buggy pirate crew had not yet spread beyond the East Blue, and they dared not expand elsewhere. Dudi thought that if he had time, he would change his appearance to boost the reputation of the Peony Flower Chamber of Commerce. Soon, under Dudi's orders, the ships of the Peony Flower Chamber of Commerce set sail for Kamabaka Wangwa. Dudi was not short of money, and Jean's demands were very low. The population of Kamabaka Wangwa was not large, so the expense was merely a drop in the bucket for Dudi. Dudi had someone make a wedding dress for Jin and I, and also prepared clothes for Deshiong according to Jin's description. Urged by Jin's impatience, Dudi set off with Jin and I for Kamabaka Wangwa. Of course, before departure, Dudi also told Long to bring the Revolutionary Army cadres to Kamabaka Wangwa. Ivan Cov. Jin and I boy. This is absolutely wonderful. Ivan Cov addressed everyone as boy regardless of gender, a unique habit of his. After embracing Jin and Ivan Cov looked at Dudi and said, "Oh, so this must be Dudi." "No, it's Vice Commander. Thank you so much." "You're welcome. It's the least I could do." To express gratitude and respect, Ivan Cov did not address Dudi the same way as others, but called him by his name directly, just as he did with Long. However, looking at Ivan Cov's overly trendy outfit, Dudi turned his head aside and said, "My ships should arrive tomorrow. The necessary ingredients and other items are all prepared, and then we'll set up the venue. Of course, we'll need you to prepare the manpower." Long said they'll arrive the day after tomorrow, so we have 1 day to prepare. Should be able to manage right. "No problem. Please follow me, I've prepared accommodations." Seeing the other new halves gather around with some even looking at him with heart-shaped eyes, Dudi felt a dull ache in a certain part of his body. "Hey, I think I'd better go check on where my ships are. What if they encounter pirates?" Ajin personally escorted the fleet. With his current strength, few pirates in paradise could match him, so the fleet naturally arrived safely. The sky of Kamabaka Wangwa was pink, and the ground was covered with pink vegetation. The country was full of various flowers, making it an ideal environment for a wedding. However, it was not wealthy, so what Ajin and his team transported were mainly ingredients and fine wine. The rest were miscellaneous items such as fireworks, tableware, and the like. By the time Long's ships were about to arrive, everything was ready. The constructed flower bouquets and the stone statue of Jin and I riding Deshiong, made by Dudi. A red banner was hung high at the castle gate with 2 lines of golden characters, "Congratulations to Deshiong and Ms. Jin and I on their happy marriage. May the wife lead and the husband follow with happiness and health." Jin and I stood below staring at it with genuine joy on her face. How wonderful. After the wedding I must take it down. From now on this will be my family heirloom. And that stone statue, Dudi, can you shrink it so I can take it away? Or how about making me 100 pairs? Get lost. Where exactly is Ginny? I don't know. He said he'd be in touch again. Dragon sat on the ship, enduring Bear's relentless questioning, a deep sense of helplessness welling up within him. Dragon was also aware that Ginny planned to hold her wedding in the Kamabaka Kingdom as a surprise for Bear. Bear asked over a dozen times a day, as restless as an ant on a hot pan. Even in the dead of night, he would secretly sneak into Dragon's room and stare at the sleeping dragon. Upon jolting awake, Dragon would hear those 4 words that Bear had asked hundreds of times. Where's Ginny? Dragon felt on the verge of depression, having to face a ghost every midnight who could endure such torment. Dragon felt he had developed obsessive behavior. Even when Bear didn't come in the middle of the night, Dragon would wake up on schedule. But they were nearly at Kamabaka, so this torment was finally coming to an end. As soon as they arrived at the port, Bear couldn't wait to jump off the ship, but was immediately pulled back by Ivankov, who had been waiting for a long time. Bear, today is a special day. Ivankov pointed at Bear's attire and said, Ginny has been rescued, and this is also your first time meeting our vice commander. So you must dress formally. I brought you clothes. Go change. Seeing Bear's reluctance, Ivankov added, this is something Ginny specifically requested. Hurry up, Bear. Bear took the clothes and entered the cabin. A few minutes later he emerged. It was Bear's first time wearing a suit, and this blue one adorned with floral decorations felt just like a wedding gown. Bear felt quite uncomfortable. Dragon and the others had already left, leaving only Ivankov. After Bear stepped off the ship, Ivankov urged, all right, let's go quickly. Someone is already unable to contain themselves. By the way, take this. Huh. Bear accepted the eye patch Ivankov handed over, hesitated for a moment, then put it on before following Ivankov in confusion. After walking for an unknown duration, Ivankov suddenly stopped. Bear heard numerous heartbeats around him, and for some reason his own heart began to pound excitedly. Ivankov stepped aside and called out to Bear, hey, Bear boy, take off that eye patch. Boom. As Bear removed his eye patch, cannon fire erupted alongside a shower of flowers. There stood Ginny in a pink wedding dress holding a bouquet, kneeling on one knee before Bear and shouting, Bear, marry me. Ginny. Watching Ginny's blissful expression and Bear's face turning red as tears streamed down, Dudi, who was merely spectating, turned his head away. What an overwhelming display, utterly unbearable to watch. If the fist sage from Zaihongshu in his past life were to learn of this, wouldn't he punch this entire world apart with 3 strikes? This was all Ginny's design. Dudi had tried to dissuade her, but Ginny insisted. It seemed that in this relationship Ginny was the more proactive party. But this is far too forward. Damn it. Ginny. Bear, kiss her. The two began kissing passionately right in front of everyone. What could the onlookers do? They could only applaud enthusiastically. Clap, clap. Dudi watched as Bear was about to devour Ginny's face whole, and couldn't help but mutter to himself. Ginny was over 1.7 meters tall, while Bear was nearly 7 meters. With such a size disparity, Bear should use life return, otherwise things would truly proceed to the final step right then and there. As the band, specially trained by Dudi, played the wedding march, the couple slowly walked toward the priest under everyone's witness, then exchanged vows and became husband and wife. Most nations in this world had priests. Whether officiating weddings or funerals, priests were indispensable. There were also quite a few priests within the Revolutionary Army, including Bear himself, who was in fact a priest. That was why Ginny's wedding followed a Western style. As for the cuisine, meat, and more meat. Whether it was braised meat or roasted meat, it was served with bones intact. As for vegetables, there were only washed cucumbers and bell peppers. Other than that, there was only alcohol, beer, red wine, and baijiu produced by the Peony Flower Chamber of Commerce. The rich aroma of alcohol made several drunkards in the Revolutionary Army nearly drool. After the ceremony concluded, Ginny walked over to Dudu and addressed the crowd. Everyone, this is our Revolutionary Army's Vice Commander Sir Du. Thanks to him, I was able to be rescued. He also sponsored my wedding. However, he said this wedding should be considered a reception banquet he is hosting for everyone. So I don't need to repay him. I declare that Dudu is my good friend Ginny. Ha ha ha. Seeing Ginny ramble on without end, Bear quickly carried her aside. Dudu then addressed the gathering. Hello everyone, nice to meet you. My name is Dudu. From now on we are comrades in arms. Let us work together to overthrow the Tenryubito's privileged rule and strive to establish a new world order of freedom and equality. Alright, no more words. Enjoy the food and drinks. Clap, clap, clap. After Dudu finished speaking, Dragon led the applause. Only a few dozen members of the Revolutionary Army had arrived, among whom only a dozen or so were principal cadres. Naturally, the cadres sat at a separate table and they dined indoors. The Revolutionary Army members regarded this situation as entirely natural. This proved that a privileged class would always exist even after the Tenryubito were overthrown. However, Dudu had no intention of exposing this. Everyone understood this implicitly, and raising it openly would be awkward. Only someone like Bear would fail to comprehend it. Aside from Bear and his companions, the other Revolutionary Army Corps commanders and their deputies were all characters from the manga. Moreover, Bellamy, who would later succeed Ginny as commander of the Eastern Army, was already a cadre of the Revolutionary Army at this time. Her attire was as bold as in later years, but Dudu had no interest in that. Compared to the playmates Nadi had gathered, she was merely ordinary. Dudu could sense that those Corps commanders deeply respected him. Besides his role in rescuing Ginny, it was likely also due to his connection with his stepfather. After a brief exchange, everyone began to eat and drink. After a few rounds of drinks, conversation flowed freely, and even Dragon joined in, though the topics revolved solely around recent affairs of the Revolutionary Army. Dragon first offered a self-criticism, then enthusiastically praised Dudu's suggestions. Others chimed in with agreement and praise, causing Dudu's forced smile to twitch. Fortunately, not long afterward, Ginny, Bear, and Ivankov returned from the festivities outside. Ginny was an optimist, Ivankov was a mischief master, and Bear, though taciturn, readily played along with their performances. The room instantly burst into liveliness. The wedding reception continued until late at night. Although everyone possessed considerable tolerance for alcohol, they were all on the verge of collapsing from drink. But Ginny's next sentence instantly sobered everyone in the room. Everyone, thank you for attending my wedding with Bear. Bear and I have made our decision. We will leave the Revolutionary Army. What? It was noon when, during a change of clothes, Ginny pulled Big Bear aside. Big Bear, this capture made me think of many things. I thought if I could escape, I wouldn't stay in the Revolutionary Army. I'd go back to Sobel with you, or start a new life somewhere else. We'd keep playing cards with you, you and Pat eat the fish they give us, and you wouldn't be a pastor anymore. We'd open a barbecue joint together. I'd bear you children, and we'd raise them together. Ginny jumped on a Big Bear, hugged his head, and said, but I know I can't escape. Dragon couldn't sacrifice the future of the Revolutionary Army to save me either. I thought a lot. Why should this happen to me? I've saved many people, changed many destinies, but who can save me? I was captured for people who have nothing to do with me. I joined the Revolutionary Army just to be with you, but these years we've seen each other far too little. I thought about death, but I wanted to see you one more time. Then Dudi appeared. He said he was one of us here to rescue me. Ginny hugged Big Bear even tighter as she spoke. I kicked him hard right away. One of us. If there were our people in Mary Geos, I would have known. But I never expected he truly was one of us. That very night, he got me out. Later he flew with me into the sky. Only then did I realize I was truly saved. Big Bear, you know, Dudi may be Solos' child, but he's nothing like Solos. He definitely didn't join the Revolutionary Army to liberate the oppressed. Especially when I learned about his suggestions to the Revolutionary Army, I became even more certain. Even Dragon and Crow couldn't come up with such brilliant ideas. Ginny raised her head and looked at Big Bear, asking, tell me, why would someone so smart join the Revolutionary Army? Those who join are either fools like you or like-minded people like Dragon. But Dudi is clearly neither. You know, the place he took me to was a town ruled by the Buggy pirates. The members of the Buggy pirates clearly held a higher status than the townsfolk. The townspeople worked themselves to the bone in the factories and still had to curry favor with them. Yet the people in the town lived happily. When the pirates accepted their gifts, the townsfolk were overjoyed. Being oppressed yet smiling so brightly. Ginny wiped the tears from her eyes and continued, I didn't understand why, so I asked Dudi. Dudi told me that a ruling class will always exist and true equality will never be achieved. But as long as the rulers still have humanity, the ruled won't fare too badly. After hearing that, I felt deeply moved. At the same time, I understood that Dudi didn't join the Revolutionary Army because he believed in its ideals. And Dragon and the others had long known that the ideals of the Revolutionary Army would never be realized. So I made a decision I would leave the Revolutionary Army and become Dudi's subordinate. At least I wouldn't have to be hunted every day living in constant fear and hiding. Bulldog became the new king of Sobel. He's a decent king. If we miss you and the others, we can bring them over. Big Bear, would you be willing to come with me? After Ginny finished, Big Bear didn't say a word. He held her even tighter. After a long pause, he spoke softly. I will always stay with you, never to be separated again. What? Ivankov's eyes widened. Clearly he knew nothing about the two leaving the Revolutionary Army. Big Bear, Ginny. Is it really necessary? Why, oi? Ginny smiled and said nothing. I just suddenly feel very tired. We're just ordinary people. I don't want to be apart from Big Bear every day. I want to live a good life. Besides, Dudi's trading company looks promising. Big Bear, and I would like to work there. Huh? Dudi, who had been watching from the sidelines, quickly explained, Hey, I never agreed to this. You didn't even discuss it with me. You're putting me in an awkward position. The others immediately tried to persuade Ginny. Ginny, why? Exactly, Ginny. You and Big Bear were among us. Big Bear. Unlike the others' pleas and questions, Dragon remained silent throughout. Only after everyone had finished their attempts at persuasion did he speak. Alright. Since Ginny and Big Bear have decided to leave, they must have thought it through carefully. Let's not dissuade them. As comrades who fought together, all we can do is wish them well. Besides, it's not like we'll never see each other again. Dudi is the vice commander of our Revolutionary Army. If Ginny and Big Bear choose to work in his trading company, in a way they are still part of the Revolutionary Army. Alright, it's getting late. Everyone go rest. Since Dragon had spoken, the others had nothing more to say and left. In the end, only Dragon, Ginny, Big Bear, Dudi, and Ivankov remained in the room. Big Bear, Dragon, and Ivankov stepped onto the balcony. Hey, Dudi. Ginny looked at Dudi with a bright smile. You won't object to my taking the initiative, will you? Big Bear and I need jobs to support our family. I'm going to have many children, so the salary can't be low. Dudi glared at Ginny in displeasure. Is this how you treat your savior? You eat my food, drink my drinks, and now you want me to pay you a high salary. Of course. We're very capable. Ginny pointed at Big Bear, her face full of pride. Especially Big Bear, darling. He's incredibly strong. None of your subordinates can match him. Dudi glanced at Big Bear. This Big Bear didn't yet have the lifelessness of the future. Although he was introverted, his emotions could still be read from his expression. But his personality. Dudi turned back to Ginny and said seriously, I can agree, but you'll have to change your appearance. After all, I don't want the celestial dragons to find out that I rescued you. And given Big Bear's personality, are you sure he can handle the work in our trading company? We're pirates, not revolutionaries. Piracy involves killing, and there's no room for excessive kindness. I doubt Big Bear can manage that. Ginny replied confidently, leave that to me. Big Bear may be kind, but he's no fool. He knows what to do and what not to do. As they spoke, Dragon and the others finished their conversation and came in. The three had very different expressions. Ivankov looked reluctant, Dragon was deeply gloomy, and Big Bear seemed cheerful and relaxed. Dragon walked up to Dudi and said earnestly, Dudi, I entrust Big Bear and Ginny to you from now on. It's good that they're leaving the Revolutionary Army, at least they won't be separated anymore. I have failed them. Alright, don't worry. I'll take good care of them. Dudi comforted Dragon briefly, then turned to Big Bear. Let's go rest now, and not disturb your wedding night. By the way, Big Bear. Dudi couldn't suppress his curiosity and asked, do you know life return? If not, I wouldn't advise you to proceed with the wedding night just yet. Given your size, it could easily be fatal. At these words, everyone except Big Bear burst out laughing. Dragon and Ivankov looked around, pretending not to understand, while Ginny cursed angrily, Dudi, you bastard. Long and Dudi spent another night in deep conversation aboard the ship. Long had long seen the Revolutionary Army situation clearly, yet he stubbornly and naively believed that he and his like-minded comrades could change everything. Every founder of a kingdom believed themselves different from other kings, and indeed each kingdom began with a thriving scene. Yet as Dudi had said, true equality for all would never be achieved, and a privileged class was inevitable. The next morning, Jean and I awoke, bid farewell to the others, and pulling Daxiong along left with Dudi. She walked away with finality, not once looking back at the calls behind her. Women are often petty. Though Jean and I knew Long would not let Daxiong rescue her, learning from Daxiong that Long had indeed stopped him planted seeds of resentment in her heart. What chilled her most was that besides Ivankov, the other officers also urged Daxiong to stay, showing no intention of saving her. After this ordeal, both Jean and I and Daxiong gained profound insight. Daxiong in particular shed his overly merciful nature, a change Dudi had not anticipated. Revolutionary Army suspected of internal strife. Bartholomew Daxiong withdraws from the Revolutionary Army. Long must have maintained contact with that albatross. Before Dudi and his group reached the Peony Chamber of Commerce's stronghold in the Grand Line, a news coup arrived with a newspaper. After Daxiong left the Revolutionary Army, though still hunted by bounties, he was no longer a primary target for the world government. In this, Long acted honorably. However, Daxiong's buccaneer heritage meant the world government would never let him go even if he weren't a revolutionary. Moreover, Daxiong's imposing stature made him far too conspicuous, so arranging a safe haven for him and Jean and I was a challenge. Dudi decided to find a deserted island and establish a transfer station where the two could stay. After all, they were now deeply in love, constantly flaunting their affection, sparing others from their sweet displays. As for whether they would be needed later, that could be decided then. The Peony Chamber of Commerce operating in the underworld required hidden bases. Dudi chose an island near St. Poplar, the Spring Queen city located in the middle to latter part of paradise as the site for a stronghold. Though somewhat remote, the sea train Puffing Tom had been completed this year. Within a few years, Water 7 would connect directly to St. Poplar and other cities. Then renting a few warehouses in St. Poplar would make transporting goods and personnel very convenient. In the pirate world, deserted islands abound. Most have mountains, water, and lush trees, making them suitable for human habitation. But development is a problem. Such islands teem with beasts and insects. An ordinary person would likely perish within 2 days, and building houses is a monumental challenge. For Dudi, however, construction was the easiest part. With a wave of his hand, any style could be erected directly from stone, while utility lines could be added later. The island resembled a coconut, so Dudi called it Coconut Island. Its magnetic field was weak, unreachable by log pose, but one could reach it by sailing southeast from St. Poplar. For flying devil fruit users, navigating paradise without a log pose was still possible, but for ships sailing the seas, even with a map, a skilled navigator was essential. After all, the weather in the Grand Line could be deadly at times. Boom. Dudi used stone walls to enclose a large courtyard, then built several warehouses. At Genie's request, he constructed a 3-story building with dozens of rooms, and thoughtfully added underground drainage to solve water supply and sewage issues. As for electricity, wind and hydropower technologies in this world were no worse than in his previous life, though they were popular only in some member states. For Dudi, any problem that could be solved with money was no problem at all. To facilitate future transport, Dudi went to great lengths to build a wide road. Meanwhile, Jean and I had started farming. They had brought many seeds on this trip, and Daxiong had used his pawpaw fruit ability to launch himself back to the South Blue. Besides Daxiong and Jean and I, the place needed more hands. The two volunteered to recruit people themselves. The small buildings were for them. Daxiong's return was also to pick up his old friends. Next, furniture and food would need to be shipped, and so Jean and I would have to live on the ship for a while longer. Once everything was built, the base would likely remain and used for months, as the Peony Chamber of Commerce had not yet expanded to the latter half of paradise, and the Halen Chamber of Commerce had no use for such a place. Daxiong and Jean and I could only work for the Peony Chamber of Commerce. One was still wanted, the other was supposedly dead. During this lull, Dudi flew to Water 7. He wanted to have a ship built naturally by the world's greatest shipwright master Tom. After landing in Water 7, Dudi found a secluded spot to touch down. The city was far less bustling than it would be in later years. Though famous for its many shipwrights, far fewer people came to build ships, and the shipbuilding companies operated like gangs, often clashing over business. Aside from the main streets, the alleys were littered with garbage. Occasionally, a few reckless thugs would approach Dudi with ill intent, but they soon found themselves sleeping soundly. Master Tom was shunned by Water 7's shipwrights and worked out of Tom's workers on Scrap Island, which was also a massive dump. The stench was overwhelming. When Dudi arrived, he saw a young Frankie, still going by the name Cutty Flam, wearing only blue briefs, sweeping up wood shavings with a broom. Spotting Dudi, Frankie instantly became wary. It had been a long time since anyone visited besides the loathsome CP9. Suspecting Dudi was another world government spy, Frankie glared at him and demanded, "Hey, who are you? What are you here for?" Dudi knew Frankie's hostility wasn't personal, so he smiled and said, "Don't misunderstand. I came here on reputation. I'm here to visit Master Tom. I want to commission a ship. A ship, eh?" Hearing Dudi's response, Frankie was taken aback. Before he could say anything, Iceberg came out of the house and said sternly, "Sorry, sir. My master is busy right now. Please leave." Refused, Dudi simply pulled a bank card from his pocket and tossed it to Iceberg. "I'm very sincere. There's 500 million berry in here. Tell me what materials you need. Ooh, I won't disturb you otherwise. I just need a small ship. The rest is Master Tom's fee." "What?" Both Frankie and Iceberg were stunned. Prices were much lower in those days. A ship usually cost only tens of millions of berry. 500 million was astronomical to them. Clearly, Dudi wasn't a world government spy. What spy would spend 500 million on a ship? Tom was currently building the sea train, and more money would save time. With that thought, Iceberg's face broke into a beaming smile. "Sir, you truly are sincere. In that case, please come in and tell us your requirements." Upon entering alongside Iceberg and Frankie, Dudi saw Tom, who was wearing glasses and meticulously designing blueprints. Tom was about the same height as Dudi, but his stout frame could easily accommodate two of Dudi without issue. "This guest, please wait a moment. Iceberg, bring out my coffee." Tom had already heard the conversation outside and had no objection to Iceberg taking on this business. After all, Tom's workshop had reached a point where Iceberg's shipbuilding skills were proficient enough to strike out on his own. In the past 2 years, Iceberg occasionally sought out projects to maintain their daily expenses. But it was clear that the visitor was here for him, so this time he had to handle it personally. A few minutes later, Tom finished his work and walked over to Dudi. "This guest, do you have any special requirements?" 500 million berries for a small ship. Even if the hull is made entirely of Baoshu atom, it wouldn't cost that much. Dudi said nonchalantly, "Don't worry, whatever's left is yours. My requirements are incorporate all current high-tech features, ensure speed, a sturdy hull, and preferably a sunroom for growing vegetables and fruits. Equip it with a submarine and a speedboat. Include a seawater converter. Additionally, can it store energy from wind, fire, or lightning? The most important thing, plenty of cold storage on the ship and an excellent kitchen. Any problems? Tom calculated silently, then said to Dudi, "This guest, according to your requirements, the ship will be slightly larger than the typical small vessel. But even so, I estimate the cost will be at most 400 million berries. However, I'm very busy lately, and collecting materials will take considerable time, so it won't be ready quickly." Dudi nodded. "I said the rest of the money is your payment. As for time, I'm not in a hurry. If not this year, next year should be fine, right?" Tom smiled. "That's no problem at all. I believe I can build it within a year." "Well, goodbye then." "Wait." Just as Dudi was about to leave, Tom suddenly spoke. "This guest, I don't yet know your name. Also, how should I contact you once the ship is completed?" Dudi turned back to Tom. "My name is Dudi. As for contacting me, I'll come to pick up the ship this time next year." Dudi added then, "See you next year, Master Tom." After Dudi left, Tom mused, "What a generous and peculiar guest. But, Iceberg, did he tell you the password for this card?" Iceberg and Frankie exchanged glances, then dashed out in panic. "This guest. Hey, you stop right there. Hey. Dudi looked back in confusion to see Frankie and Iceberg running and shouting excitedly, "Don't go. What's your password?" "Password. In this world, pirate crews are as numerous as the hairs on an ox, but their compositions vary greatly. Aside from those who turned to piracy out of desperation and young men sailing with dreams, there were also pirates who were originally from the military of various countries or guards of merchant caravans. Some merchant guilds also invested in pirate crews. For instance, to outsiders, the relationship between Peony Chamber of Commerce and the Buggy pirates appeared to be such. Even the member states of the world government were no exception. At least half of them had their own pirate crews. As for the non-member states, some kings even openly established pirate crews with their personal guards. These pirate crews from member states often undertook reconnaissance missions, attacked enemy merchant ships, and even raided towns. The high-ranking marine officers were well aware of this, so by the time they arrived at pirate attacks, it was often too late. However, over the years, many pirates were no longer loyal to their former countries. Most had turned into cooperative relationships. These pirates usually operated in specific seas, establishing bases in their territories, which over time became pirate havens. Last year, under the leadership of Aegon and the power of money, the Peony Chamber of Commerce seized most of the East Blue's underground market and thus aspired to expand into the Grand Line. Originally, Aegon planned to establish 7 or 8 bases in the first half of Paradise, but their merchant ship was plundered by the Steel-Leg pirates who were stationed in the middle of Paradise. Dudi did not want anyone to know his relationship with Aegon, planning to have the Devil Fruit reach Aegon naturally later. He strictly forbade Aegon from using his abilities in battle and believed the Chamber's strength was insufficient to dominate Paradise, so Aegon had to endure for now. Aegon could only establish 2 bases on desolate islands near non-member states in the front area of Paradise. There was little profit there, and few pirates were active. However, with the rapid development of the Haroon Chamber of Commerce, Dudi decided to accelerate the growth of the Peony Chamber of Commerce. Thus, with nothing better to do, Dudi decided to make the Buggy pirates famous. And the Steel-Leg pirates who had once plundered the Peony Chamber's ship were the perfect target. Galria Island, the most renowned pirate base in the middle of Paradise, was also the lair of the Steel-Leg pirates. The captain was Wallace, known as Steel-Leg, with a bounty of 80 million berries. Galria Island was famous among nearby member states and non-member states. Any route change required passing by this island. Although supplies were expensive due to the reputation of Doc's merchant ships that replenished here would not be attacked by pirates in the surrounding waters, so many merchant ships came and went. Wallace, now 50 years old, had ventured into the New World in his youth for many years. Although his bounty of only 80 million berries was far below that of renowned powerhouses, his strength was undeniable. Rumors said he had even clashed with the Roger pirates, and a few years ago, he killed a pirate with a bounty over 100 million. Even though he rarely acted in recent years and stayed on the island most of the time, he remained the uncontested ruler of the surrounding seas. Pirates who came to resupply had to strictly abide by the island's rules. But today someone broke the rules. Hey, what's that? Is it a pirate ship? You kidding me? What pirate uses such a shabby boat? On a simple wooden dugout canoe flew a Jolly Roger with a red nose. A man holding a whip could be vaguely seen standing on it. When the dugout reached the harbor, several pirates saw a white-haired man with a topknot wearing a white beast hide vest that exposed his belly and shoes made from beast claws. His outfit was as bizarre as it could get. Haha. Hey, what are you supposed to be? A circus performer? Several pirates laughed wantonly. The man stared at them expressionlessly, then raised his whip. Crack. You bastards take good care of my boat, or I'll break your legs. Who the hell are you? Daring to cause trouble here. Moji, the great beast tamer of the Buggy pirates. What the hell kind of great beast tamer from a pirate crew is this? Looking for death. Kill him. Being humiliated on their own turf, these pirates who were used to throwing their weight around were hardly going to let it slide. They raised their flintlock pistols aimed at Dudi, who had transformed into Machi, and pulled the triggers. Bang! Die, you bastard. But Machi dodged left and right, then cracked his whip again. It's the Buggy pirates. Bastards. How can you be so vulgar? Crack, crack. Take good care of the ship. Bastards. That guy. After Dudi left, several pirates picked themselves up off the ground. Squad leader Buggy roared, "Go inform the captain. Someone's here to start trouble. I'll tail him. We have to kill him." After teaching them a lesson, Dudi, whip in hand, strode into the island's restaurant. "Bring me all the best food and drink, and make it quick. If you're slow, I'll trash this place." The restaurant owner and waitstaff were all pirates from the Steel Leg Pirates. They initially wanted to teach Dudi a lesson, but Buggy, who had just entered, quickly waved them off. Seeing the lash marks on Buggy's face, they knew they were dealing with a tough nut, and nonchalantly walked away. Soon delicacies and fine wine were served. Dudi glanced at them and immediately erupted. "Bastards, is this what you call the best food and drink? Just ordinary meat, not even Sea King flesh. And the liquor is nothing but rum, not even a 50-year-old vintage. Is this how you run a restaurant?" The restaurant owner glanced at the welts on Buggy's face, gritted his teeth, and forced a smile as he walked over. "Sir, what you're asking for? Sea King meat and 50-year-old wine. Not even the grand restaurants of the affiliated kingdoms have those. Just make do with what we have. Don't make things difficult for us." "Difficult?" Dudi rose to his feet. "Then don't bother." Crash. Dudi, now possessed by a crow, stunned the entire tavern. The other patrons fled immediately. "There's a madman causing trouble in Wallace's territory. Run, run. When Wallace gets here, we're doomed." Dudi sneered. "Wallace? More like Wallace. Don't you guys sell burgers? You bastard. Insulting the captain. I can't take it anymore." When the pirates went to inform Wallace, he was having lunch. Over 3 meters tall and 50 years old, Wallace was a mass of rippling muscle, especially his legs. Thick, powerful, with calves like cannonballs brimming with explosive force. "Captain, there's this madman with a whip causing trouble. He calls himself the Great Beast Tamer of the Buggy Pirates. We just laughed and he lashed us. Even squad leader Buggy got whipped." "What?" Buggy was Wallace's adopted son and ranked among the top fighters of the Steel Leg Pirates. Hearing that Buggy had been humiliated, Wallace's interest was piqued. "A madman with a whip. Take me to him." When Wallace arrived, Dudi was still lashing the rebellious pirates. Crack. Thwack. "You give up. Give up, eh? Still can't take it. How about now?" Several pirates on their knees with tears streaming sobbed. "We give up. We give up. Stop lashing." Seeing his men's disgrace, Wallace frowned and shouted at Dudi, "Hey, are you that so-called Great Beast Tamer?" "Machi, I don't recall knowing you. Why come looking for death?" "That's Wallace. Stay back." The onlookers, pirates and merchants alike, scattered the moment they saw Wallace. Dudi turned to face Wallace. "Are you the burger seller? 5 months ago you plundered several merchant ships from the Peony Merchant Association. They flew the flag of the Buggy Pirates. Remember? Buggy Pirates." Wallace looked confused. Buggy quickly reminded him, "That pirate flag with the red nose. There were 3 ships." After Buggy's reminder, Wallace's face lit up. "Oh, those 3 merchant ships. I recall they were loaded with food, fine wine, and especially those valuable spices. We had a fat year thanks to them." Dudi extended his hand. "Then pay up. 100 million belly." "Haha." Wallace scoffed disdainfully. "Great Beast Tamer, where are your beasts? If you have no beast, you might really die." Crack. Dudi flicked his whip and chuckled. "Haha. A beast doesn't have to be an animal. Isn't my beast standing right in front of me? You arrogant little brat." Feeling insulted, Wallace wasted no more words. He channeled power into his legs, vanishing in an instant and reappearing before Dudi, using the shave technique of the 6 styles, then swung a high kick downward. Boom. But Dudi was faster. Wallace's kick struck the ground, splitting it with massive cracks. Wallace's heart tightened. He leaped aside, relieved to find that Dudi hadn't pressed the attack. Wallace then gathered his strength again and charged at Dudi. This time Dudi didn't dodge. He raised his hand and swung his whip. Just as Wallace's leg came up to kick, the whip lashed out. Crack. This. Dudi's whip coiled around Wallace's right leg like a python. No matter how hard Wallace struggled, he couldn't break free of the whip, which was made of some unknown material. This sight sent the distant pirates into an uproar. "Impossible. That guy is faster than Wallace. Is his strength that great? I didn't even see how he did it." Wallace was known as Steel Leg for his blinding speed and explosive leg power, enough to kick through a thick tree trunk, and he also wielded armament hockey. But now, facing this man with a top knot, Wallace was clearly at a disadvantage from the first exchange. After a moment of stalemate, Dudi shook his head in disappointment. "Steel Leg. All reputation, no substance. It seems you're just that." Swish. Dudi yanked the whip hard and Wallace was forced into a split. Boom. Heh. Seeing Wallace's face twisted in pain, tears streaming, Dudi looked down curiously. Tisk. At the protruding rock on the ground, Dudi said apologetically, "Sorry, but this really isn't my fault. You can only blame your own sloppy cleaning. Does it hurt? Maybe I should just cut it off." Wallace took a moment to recover, then forced himself up despite the agony. He fumbled in his pocket and tossed out a bank card. "I'll accept defeat today. An unregistered card, no password. You can withdraw from any world bank in the affiliated kingdoms." Dudi took it, inspected it, and said, "Why didn't you do this from the start? Look at what a mess you've made. Tut tut, eat more kidneys from now on. I'm off." After Dudi left, Wallace's face was ashen. He gritted his teeth, shot a glance at the other pirates, eyeing him hungrily, then stomped hard. Boom. The cracks in the ground instantly discouraged any other pirate crew from trying to take advantage. Half a month later, Wallace was resting, his injuries barely healed, when a subordinate rushed in. "Captain, a swordsman on a unicycle has come to cause trouble. He says he's the performance swordsman of the Buggy Pirates." Kabaji. It's Captain Kabaji. Is this never going to end? What's wrong with this pirate crew? It's not a what's wrong, it's a what's stuck. After Dudi continued to don the faces of both Machi and Kabaji, challenging over a dozen pirate strongholds, and completely annihilating several notoriously vicious pirate crews. Kabaji and Machi quickly rose to notoriety within Paradise's pirate circles. Since there were no records of them plundering merchant vessels or attacking small towns, even when the Marines heard of their deeds no reports were filed and neither of their bounties increased. Yet to the pirates of Paradise these two were far more terrifying than the big shots with bounties exceeding 100 million for Wallace, with an 80 million bounty, was mere plaything in their hands, and the Steel Leg Pirates had been coerced into becoming a vassal crew of the Peony Flower Commerce Guild. Soon rumors spread among the pirate ranks speculating on just how formidable this suddenly emerged Buggy Pirates captain might be. Could he be another veteran who had carved his name in the new world? I'm absolutely not going to Paradise. At this moment Buggy was flatly rejecting Arkham's proposal with a look of sheer terror, shaking his head vigorously like a rattle drum. Besides, I still have several treasure maps from the East Blue that I haven't even located yet, Arkham patiently explained. We've essentially secured control of the East Blue's underworld now. Moving forward, our priority is building factories and recruiting capable people. It's time our pirate crew expands toward Paradise. I think we should just leave behind 1 or 2 officers. Then you stay? Send Frank. That way we can devour sheep without any hesitation. Hearing this, Arkham hesitated. Seeing his opportunity, Buggy pressed the advantage. You wouldn't want to spend your days eating mutton and having someone check whether it's male or female, would you? What if one day the chef mistakes it or leads the wrong one? Arkham's expression darkened instantly at the implication, and he turned to Buggy. That works, but all of you need to train properly from now on. We won't be confined to the East Blue or even Paradise in future. Without formidable combat strength and exceptional ability, you're not worthy of serving Mr. Dudi. Buggy immediately leapt to his feet at these words. I'm not that man's subordinate. I'm his business partner. Do you understand what partner means? How could I, Lord Buggy, ever be someone else's subordinate? Arkham said nothing, but his parting glance conveyed everything. You bastard, what's with that look of yours? Frank raised no objections upon learning he'd be stationed in Paradise. However, he attached one condition: his beloved concubines must accompany him. Arkham agreed to this demand, but when departure time arrived and he witnessed Frank's concubines filling an entire vessel, he could hardly suppress his exasperation as he said to Frank, Do you have any idea how far your stench carries? 50 meters away, and I can still smell it. Others eat lamb kidneys to strengthen themselves. What do you consume? Lamb pleasure. What the hell is that? Frank flexed his arm, gesturing to the bulging muscles beneath, and sneered. I'm already this built. What do I need supplements for? What else could lamb pleasure be? Arkham glanced at the dozen or so sheep running onto the deck, then turned back to Frank. Your favorite thing. Your favorite thing? Frank stroked his chin, muttering to himself. If it's called lamb pleasure, it must come from the sheep, right? Could it be those sensually thick lips? Close enough, except they don't have whiskers. Although Frank was quite grotesque, his strength was considerable. As a mink who could gaze upon the full moon without transforming into his lion form, he ranked among the elite, even within his own kind. The reason he agreed to accompany Arkham to the Grand Line was because Dudi had already made arrangements with him. Even without explicit orders, Frank would have eventually journeyed to the Grand Line on his own accord. Next, Dudi planned to capture Algudo. Once secured, they would need capable fighters across multiple fronts. A strong leader holding ground would prevent countless complications. As for Buggy and the others, that could wait. Marineford, the Marine headquarters. Crunch. Garp sat nearby, devouring sunbae with voracious appetite. Tsu sipped her tea with quiet satisfaction, while Sakazuki pored over every document related to the Haroon Trading Company with grave intensity. By the time Garp had nearly finished off all of Sakazuki's stored provisions, Sakazuki finally concluded his review. Tsuru, I've finished going through everything you analyzed. From this past year's results, the Haroon Trading Company has indeed compensated injured Marines, and the compensation their fallen comrades' families receive far exceeds what we currently provide. And our military expenditures have actually decreased compared to before. If we were to implement insurance for our soldiers, whether they're wounded or killed in action, we wouldn't need to bear additional costs. Sakazuki looked up at Garp and said, You've already agreed to let the Haroon Trading Company provide insurance for all Marines in the East Blue before the year ends. I have no objection to this. If every Marine in the East Blue enrolls in the insurance program and no issues arise within 3 years, I'll fully support expanding it to all warriors across the Navy. But there's one thing that confuses me, Garp. Can you explain it to me? Sakazuki stood without waiting for Garp's response and continued, Haroon Dudi originated as a slave belonging to the celestial dragon Figalinda Notary. I've heard you've been granting preferential treatment to his trading company. You even arranged for their merchant vessels to utilize our Navy's internal routes. Why would you do this? I went to great lengths to uncover information, and what I discovered was troubling. His relationship with Notary seems abnormal. She favors him greatly and obeys his every command. And he's also deeply trusted by the Figalinda family. Can we truly place our confidence in a slave who has won such favor from the celestial dragons? You're well aware of the implications if a trading company gains our backing, particularly along the Grand Line, where utilizing our internal routes for commerce represents extraordinary profit margins. But he remains a slave of the celestial dragons, which means this trading company ultimately belongs to them. Such an arrangement offers us little tangible benefit. Ha ha ha. Garp chuckled proudly while picking his nose. That's precisely why the world government won't object. They won't overthink it. His status actually works in our favor. Sakazuki, you needn't worry about a thing. Garp's expression suddenly turned grim, his voice dropping to a serious tone. Dudi can be trusted. His parents perished because of the world government. I can guarantee that investing in Dudi will yield the Navy benefits beyond imagination. Observing Garp's unwavering demeanor, Sakazuki fell silent for a moment before responding, I understand. Then we'll proceed as you've outlined. From this point forward, the Navy will extend our full, unconditional support to him. Just as you mentioned, his particular status becomes an asset. Alagodo, situated in the latter half of Paradise, was a prosperous nation and a vassal state of the world government renowned for its amethyst honey, a rare purple honey. Alagodo comprised 4 cities and more than a dozen towns, 3 of which were port cities arranged in a triangular formation to guard the central capital of Villia. A small town under Trisco's jurisdiction had discovered iron ore deposits several years prior, attracting envoys from various nations who came to purchase the mineral and brought prosperity to Trisco. However, the common folk lived far more harshly than before. The current lord of Trisco was Haroon Bar, a 17-year-old youth. As a direct descendant of the Haroon family, Bar must address Dudi as his elder cousin. His parents had died from illness when he was young and Soros had taken him in. Years ago he had survived because Soros, the old steward of the lord's mansion, had distracted the pirates and risked his life to save him. Though Bar held the title of Lord of Trisco, his authority was confined within the lord's mansion. Far from wielding real power, had old steward Luo Xia not brought him before the crowd at Haroon Vi's coronation ceremony, Bar might not have lived to see another day. Drews had dispatched his trusted men to seize control of everything in Trisco. As for Bar, aside from old steward Luo Xia, the only people he could command were the dozen or so servants in the mansion, some of whom might very well be Drews' spies. Nevertheless, though his power had been stripped away, they did not dare withhold the mansion's daily expenses. The officials feigned respect toward Bar on the surface. Under Luo Xia's tutelage, Bar had grown into an exceptional young man, his strength surpassing even his peers. Most men of the Haroon family stood over 3 meters tall. At 17, Bar had already approached that height, his physique carved with muscles rivaling a bodybuilder's, exuding an intimidating presence. Strike faster. Even faster. Inside the training hall of the Lord's mansion, Luo Xia was drilling Bar. Luo Xia, now past 60, remained tall and robust without a trace of aging. In his youth he had been one of Alagodo's most formidable warriors, but after being defeated and nearly killed in battle, Soros had saved his life, and Luo Xia had since become the steward of the Lord's mansion. Luo Xia possessed a gentle disposition and wore a perpetual smile, yet a gruesome scar ran from his left eye to his right mouth, giving him a fearsome appearance. A wound earned protecting Soros all those years ago. After training concluded, Luo Xia gazed at the 18-year-old Bar, who already towered a head above him, and spoke with a hint of melancholy. Do you remember when you and young Master Dudi were children, climbing trees in the courtyard and plucking the feathers from the old master's parrot, turning the mansion into chaos day after day? In the blink of an eye you've grown into a man. If young Master Dudi were still alive, he'd stand as tall as you by now. He'd be just as strong as you. Bar wiped the sweat from his brow, his eyes filled with determination. Uncle Luo Xia, rest assured, I will avenge them. That bastard Drews has no idea we already uncovered the truth. Once I've fully mastered the 6 powers, I'll find my chance to kill him. Years ago, when Long learned that Bar had become the city lord, he specially sent someone to reveal everything to them, which hardened Bar's resolve to personally confront Drews one day. Thus Luo Xia trained him from childhood, and driven by hatred, Bar grew rapidly, mastering both colors of hockey this year alone. Lord Bar, Lord Bar. While the two were lost in sentiment, an urgent cry echoed from the courtyard. Stepping outside, they saw tax collector Jim hurrying toward them. Lord Bar, a special envoy from the world nobles, Mr. Dudi, is arriving unexpectedly. We must hurry to the harbor to welcome him. Please go change and head to the harbor at once. I shall go ahead. A special envoy of the world nobles, Dudi, sharing the same name as his cousin. A glint of hatred flashed in Bar's eyes. After changing, he set out for the harbor alongside Luo Xia. A small vessel bearing the flag of the world government slowly entered the harbor. Before it could dock, Jim rushed forward with a group of people to greet it. While the others offered warm welcomes, Bar stared fixedly at that flag. Uncle Soros was killed by those sent by the world government. Aunt Daisy and Brother Dudi also perished because of them. Bar clenched his fists and whispered, one day I will. Shoo. Luo Xia shook his head at Bar. Bar glared at the flag one final time and fell silent. As the city lord, regardless of his unwillingness, Bar had to stand in the front row to receive the visitors. Just as he took his position, the people aboard the ship stepped ashore. With a single glance, Bar froze. Luo Xia, standing behind him, gasped this. The man leading the group was muscular and stood over 3 meters tall, with long black hair, a headband across his forehead, sharp eyes, a high-nosed bridge, and a gentle smile on his face. His features bore a striking resemblance to Bar's. Bar turned and quietly whispered to Luo Xia, this man looks a lot like me. No. In Bar's confused gaze, Luo Xia stared at the headband on the man's forehead and spoke slowly, word by word, he resembles young Master Soros. And he's named Dudi. Do you mean? Still reeling from shock, Bar was tapped on the shoulder by Jim, who gave him a subtle nudge. Composing himself, Bar led his group forward. Welcome, Mr. Dudi. I am Haroon Bar, the Lord of Trisco. Dudi looked at his younger cousin who was only half a head shorter than himself and felt an instant sense of kinship, a bond rooted in their shared bloodline. Bar felt the same, gazing at Dudi in a daze. Dudi smiled and patted his shoulder, praising, "Lord Bar, you are truly remarkable for one so young. I've heard that Alagodo's amethyst honey not only beautifies the skin, but also restores vitality and fights aging. That is precisely why I have made this unscheduled visit, hoping to purchase some. I trust one have not caused you any inconvenience." Before Bar could respond, Jim beside him flattered eagerly, "Not at all, my lord. Your presence here brings an air of nobility to our city. In fact, there was no need for you to come personally. A mere message would have sufficed, and we would have presented the finest amethyst honey to you." Dudi's smile vanished. With visible impatience he asked, "Who are you?" "I am Trisco's tax collector G. Tax collector?" Before Jim could finish, Dudi interrupted, "What rank do you hold? A mere tax collector dares to interrupt. Don't you know your place? Clovis, teach him a lesson." "Yes, sir." Clovis grabbed Jim and delivered a powerful kick. With a splash, the 200-plus-pound Jim was sent flying into the sea like a cannonball. The other officials who had been eager to curry favor immediately bowed their heads in fear. Dudi turned to the shocked Bar with a smile, "Forgive me. I despise those who lack self-awareness." "Then Lord Bar, I leave these 2 days in your care." Although Dudi was a soul transmigrator, he had also merged with some memories of his original body. So as soon as he stepped into the city lord's mansion, Dudi felt a heartfelt joy and sorrow. A wanderer returning home, all childhood memories. Just as Bar was about to take Dudi to the living room to rest, Dudi walked familiarly to the left. Without anyone guiding him, Dudi walked to the garden and stopped under a sturdy willow tree. Then Dudi bent down and touched the tree trunk, which bore several crookedly carved characters. Although deformed, they could still be discerned as the names of Dudi and Bar. Seeing this, Bar's mind felt as if it had exploded, and Luo Xia's eyes reddened. From the moment Dudi entered the city lord's mansion, Luo Xia had been observing his reactions. Now seeing Dudi so familiar with the place, Luo Xia was certain of Dudi's identity. However, Luo Xia quickly regained his composure. He still had to confirm the most important thing. When Dudi and the others arrived at the living room, Luo Xia wanted to ask something, but after glancing at Kaluo standing behind Dudi, he fell silent. But Dudi's action made Luo Xia's heart momentarily stop. Dudi reached up and removed the headband from his forehead, then said to the 2 stunned men, "Uncle Luo Xia, little brother Bar, long time no see. You are." Seeing the vertical pupil on Dudi's forehead, Luo Xia and Bar, after their shock, burst into tears. "Young Master Dudi, big brother. Great. You're alive." After their excitement gradually calmed, Dudi looked at them. "I have learned the truth about everything back then. I came back this time to deal with that guy to Lu Shi." Luo Xia quickly said, "My son Luo Yi is now the captain of the Storm Bear Pirates. Most of the crew members were also the guards of Master Soros back then. They've been targeting the merchant ships of Ao Gusi Duo these past few years. I can contact them." "Storm Bear Pirates?" Kaluo behind him quickly said, "It's a pirate crew of about 200 members with a total bounty exceeding 200 million. The captain Luo, he has a bounty of 60 million known as the Storm Bear, and is proficient in physical techniques. This pirate crew has been besieged by the Navy multiple times, but they have never been captured. Several times, even Vice Admiral Ka Pu personally led the pursuit, yet they managed to escape." Dudi looked at Luo Xia's strange expression and instantly laughed. "How could they not escape? You asked Ka Pu to catch them. This Luo Yi is proficient in physical techniques, perhaps Ka Pu had a hand in it. But this also shows that Ka Pu truly values his friendship with that father. No need, I don't need them for now." Hearing Dudi's response, Luo Xia said worriedly, "But Lu Shi has many experts around him. If you want to deal with him." Dudi said casually, "Dealing with him is a piece of cake for me. But after dealing with him, reforming this country will require a lot of manpower. Are any of those people literate?" Luo Xia nodded. "They are all literate. Back then the master specially hired teachers to teach the city lord's mansion guards and servants to read and write. Among them, more than 20 are from minor noble families." Dudi's face showed a trace of joy. "That's great. In that case, after eliminating the Lu Shi, placing these people in important positions in various towns should be no problem." Luo Xia shook his head, "But they are pirates and many of them have bounties. To have their bounties revoked would be very troublesome. After all, it's the world government." Luo Xia paused mid-sentence, looked at Dudi, who was smiling, and asked, "Young Master Dudi, can you help them revoke their bounties?" Dudi took out a cigarette and lit it. "Of course, but some of them don't need their bounties revoked. We also need a pirate crew to handle some matters that we can't deal with openly. Besides, I have other uses for them. You can discuss it with them later." "But big brother," Badr said worriedly, "the Lu Shi's guard team has many powerful experts. The strongest in Ao Li Gu Duo, Iron Hand Kudela, is his guard captain. With them around, it's hard for us to find a chance to act against the Lu Shi." Dudi waved his hand dismissively. "Iron Hand, or whatever, unless he's Iron Fist. Besides, when did I say I would foolishly go up and fight him? As the king of a member state, if the Lu Shi dies of illness, that's fine, but if he dies mysteriously, the world government will definitely send someone to investigate. Do you think you can keep it a secret then, eh? Then what should we do?" Looking at the 2 puzzled faces, Dudi said meaningfully, "I will reason with him. I believe he must be a reasonable person. He will repent for the mistakes he has made. Reason with him." Before the 2 could react, Dudi continued, "Bar, do you want to be the king of this country?" I think after a while, maybe Delusure will make you the king. King. Barr shook his head helplessly, not to mention that he won't let me be king. Even if he really abdicates, the throne should be yours. Big brother, let's discuss this properly. Delusure is really not easy to deal with. Young Master Dudi. Dudi waved his hand to stop the two who wanted to continue persuading. Alright, let's talk about everything after I return. Tomorrow I will visit him in Wirelea, and it will also be a good chance to learn more about him. Today let's just talk about our experiences over the years and not mention him. Although Bater was his cousin and Luo Xia was his father's loyal servant, Dudi did not want to reveal his plans to them. His ability to mimic others' devil fruit powers should be known to as few people as possible. That night the three stayed up all night sharing their experiences over the years, and Dudi gained a general understanding of the situation in Aoligu Duo. Since Delusure became the new king of Aoligu Duo, he gradually took back the powers of the city lords of the other three major cities, appointing his own people to all important positions. Although there was resistance, those who opposed him and their families all died mysteriously. Moreover, in recent years, Delusure has been imposing heavy taxes and levies, causing the people to live in misery and widespread complaints. However, Delusure has the army and powerful guards, so even if someone rebels, they are quickly defeated. For Dudi, this situation was actually a good thing. The worse Delusure's reputation, the easier it would be for Bater to win the people's hearts when he ascends the throne. With the powers of the three major cities all in the king's hands, it would be more convenient to implement any policies. Dudi did not want to become king, but he could not. If a king or noble of a member state were a servant of the celestial dragons, that would absolutely be unacceptable to other kings, and the world government would never agree. This was a bottom line, at least on the surface. In private, even if a few kings licked the toes of the celestial dragons, no one would care, but on the surface, even a city lord of a member state could not be a servant of the celestial dragons. Bater was his cousin, also bearing the bloodline of the Harlan family, so after Delusure's death, no one would oppose him becoming the new king. Moreover, Dudi was not worried that Bater would have any disloyal intentions. He could make him king, and he could also make someone else king. As the king of a member state, Drust would naturally never go out of his way to welcome an envoy of the celestial dragons, some so-called representative. Drust had seen quite a few of such envoys by now. Didn't they all come for money? Was he, a king, really going to lower himself to curry favor with an envoy? He was not a celestial dragon. However, while Drust refused to grovel before Dudi, others were already lining up to flatter him. The officials of Trisco had already delivered gifts before Dudi even woke up the next day. Gold and silver jewelry were considered the most mundane offerings alongside rare gems and premium amethyst honey. And there were even two beautiful women among the tributes. Dudi naturally accepted every one of these tributes without refusal, having them all loaded onto his ship. As for the two women, their eager expressions made it clear they were not forced. Quite possibly they had volunteered on their own accord. Upon learning that both beauties were daughters of local officials, Dudi could only accept them with a smile. Regardless, the journey from here to Virrelia would take at least over a week with its many stops, so having lovely companions along would make even the roughest carriage ride far more bearable. The caravan pushed forward through cannon fire, and after a week of torment finally reached Virrelia. Along the way, devastation was everywhere. Judging by the tattered clothes the people wore, their lives were worse off than those in non-member states. Dudi pulled back the carriage curtain and gazed outward. Though this was the capital, the streets were filled with emaciated faces and worn garments, no better off than residents of other towns. Upon spotting the convoy, they hurriedly barred their doors, terror evident on their faces. King Drust was without question one of those wretched and incompetent rulers. Soon they arrived at the royal palace, and seeing Drust upon the throne, Dudi bowed slightly. "Greetings, Your Majesty, Haroon VII. It is an honor to make your acquaintance." Though Drust felt a touch of impatience, he maintained proper courtly etiquette. "O Lord Dudi, I am likewise pleased to receive you." "You?" Upon truly taking in Dudi's face, Drust was suddenly startled. He then examined Dudi's forehead closely, and when he noticed the headband wrapped around it, panic began to rise within him. You are named Dudi?" Dudi feigned confusion. "Your Majesty, my name is indeed Dudi. Is something amiss?" Drust glanced toward Kundrao at the foot of his throne, slowly steadying himself before replying. Nothing at all. I have already arranged a welcome banquet. Lord Dudi, shall we speak over a meal?" At first Drust had intended for his son to host Dudi, but now seeing the resemblance between Dudi and Soros along with that familiar name, he could only think of one thing: he needed to determine whether Dudi was truly Soros' child. If he truly was, it would be disastrous. Dudi was now an envoy of the celestial dragons, clearly held in high esteem by them, making him difficult to deal with. But if he could confirm it was him, even as a celestial dragon's envoy, he would have to kill him. Drust would absolutely not allow anyone to threaten his rule. During the banquet, Drust scrutinized Dudi, carefully seeking an excuse to have him remove the headband from his forehead. Dudi raised his wine cup toward him. "Your Majesty, Haroon VII. Thank you for your hospitality. Please let me toast you." However, Drust merely stared at Dudi's forehead, prompting Kundra to interject nervously, "Your Majesty." "Your Majesty, ahem." Drust hastily raised his cup, and once they had both finished their wine, Dudi smiled and said, "Your Majesty, I notice you seem quite curious about my headband. Does one need such a thing as well?" As he spoke, Dudi removed the headband. The moment Drust saw that Dudi's forehead held no third eye, his eyes lit up, and his tension instantly dissolved. Haha, it is merely that our nation has never seen such a headband before. Oh right, Lord Dudi, I suddenly recall I still have matters to attend to. Please excuse me for a moment. You must keep him well company. Seeing that Dudi had no third eye, Drust dropped all pretense and rose from his seat, leaving several ministers utterly bewildered. For the following days Drust never appeared again, sending only his ministers to accompany Dudi. Even when Dudi prepared to depart and sought a farewell audience, the king declined, claiming he had no time. As King Drust naturally felt confident enough to disregard Dudi, but those ministers and nobles lacked such assurance. When Dudi left, the caravan had gained over a dozen additional wagons, including a larger gunpowder storage and naturally more artillerymen, though CLO did not depart. On the return journey, the bombardment grew even more intense. Though no smoke filled the air, the relentless cannon fire echoed constantly in the merchants' guards, tormenting them. By the time the caravan reached Trisco, Dudi and the artillerymen were naturally refreshed, while the guards bore dark circles beneath their eyes, so pronounced they could pass for giant pandas with a bit of makeup. Young Master Dudi. Luo Xia handed Dudi a stack of bounty notices and several lists. After discussing with Roy and the others, these are the names they provided. These individuals have families, wives and children in Algudo, so let them return to normal lives. As for the rest, they have grown accustomed to life at sea and wish to remain. Roy will continue to lead them. Dudi reviewed the list and nodded. Have them return as soon as possible. Within a week their bounties will be rescinded. Meanwhile, they will receive appointment letters signed by Drusts, placing them in key positions across various towns. Luo Xia and Bear exchanged glances and spoke in unison. Brother Dudi, that seems impossible, doesn't it? Drust has already placed his loyalists in control. Before they could finish, Dudi interrupted firmly, do not doubt it. They will receive their appointment letters, but whether they can hold their ground will be up to them. You may also allow them to bring a few men along. I will depart tomorrow morning and return after some time. Though Bear and Luo Xia harbored doubts, the certainty in Dudi's demeanor compelled them to acquiesce. Understood. The following morning, Dudi boarded his ship with gifts and set sail, bidding farewell to his comrades with the hope of meeting again someday. Then he took to the skies toward Virilia, arriving at the royal palace before nightfall, given his speed. Those so-called experts were nothing more than children to Dudi. Without the slightest effort, he silently abducted Drust from his bath and removed him from the palace, leaving CLO to keep watch over him. Dudi then transformed into Drust's appearance and returned to the bathing chamber. However, scarcely had he arrived when a sensually clad beauty in a bathrobe walked in. Your Majesty, might I join you for a bath? Before Dudi could speak, the woman had already shed her robe and stepped into the pool. Confronted with such an offer, Dudi showed no reluctance, and soon the woman's startled cry rang out, Your Majesty, how? It must be a second wave of development. The wanted posters for the members of the Violent Bear Pirates were soon revoked. Wanted posters were typically issued by the Marine headquarters under the authorization of the world government, and after the Marines produced them, the bounty department would retain the archives. If pirates wished to have their bounties cancelled aside from being captured or killed, they had to approach both the Marine headquarters and the bounty department of the world government. Only by doing so could a pirate's bounty be completely eliminated. Fortunately, Dudi had connections in both departments. The total bounty of the members of the Violent Bear Pirates who needed their bounties revoked amounted to no more than 100 million. For Luo, it was as simple as informing Kapu of the names on the list. As a Marine hero, revoking the bounties of some small fry was naturally effortless. Besides, Kapu was even more familiar with these pirates than Dudi was. As for the people in the bounty department, Dudi only needed to have New Otelli send a message. A department devoid of real power dared not offend a celestial dragon. When Dudi asked Kapu to revoke the bounties of some members of the Violent Bear Pirates, Kapu said nothing more than a simple word of caution. Dudi had indeed been extremely cautious these days. He would visit Deloshi whenever he had time, observing his body and imitating his every move, striving for the utmost authenticity. Deloshi rarely concerned himself with state affairs, spending his days indulging in food and sleep. Thus, the most likely to discover his impersonation were his hundreds of concubines. However, while size could be imitated, time could not. To this end, Dudi had to claim that he had consumed a miraculous elixir presented by a subject. Of course, there was also Deloshi's most trusted captain of the guard, the so-called Iron Hand Cadella. Dudi did not know if his hand was truly iron, but his head was certainly not hard enough. Soon after the bounties were revoked, Dudi directly issued appointment letters. Just before the arrival of the Violent Bear Pirates, he also summoned the officials to the capital ahead of time. The reason given was the murder of the prince. Deloshi's only son had been sent to meet his maker by Dudi a few days earlier, and by means of poison. A father's debt repaid by his son was only natural. After the officials arrived, Dudi ordered them all executed and their properties confiscated. As accomplices to Deloshi, every single one of them deserved to die 10 times over. With their interference removed, the appointment of new officials went smoothly. During this period, Dudi's kidneys suffered greatly. Deloshi, though physically weak, insisted on 30 days of indulgence each month, and he had to follow a strict sequence. To maintain fairness, Dudi was forced to arrange for partners a day. On the other hand, Bar and Luoxiao, though skeptical of Dudi's words, clung to a sliver of hope and summoned the members of the Violent Bear Pirates back. Luo, now in his 30s with a somewhat haggard appearance, possessed considerable talent. He had been a Marine lieutenant at the G2 branch when he learned the truth of Sulusi's death. He then chose to retire and gathered the former guards to form the Violent Bear Pirates. Over the years they had consistently attacked the merchant ships of the Alagudo nobles, distributing the spoils to the common people in the name of Halen Sulusi. With Luashia's intelligence network and Kapu's patronage, the violent bear pirates had always managed to escape unscathed, whether on land or at sea. Upon learning that Dudi was not dead, Luo-e was overjoyed. However, when Dudi claimed he would reason with Deloshi and make him abdicate the throne, Luo-e thought it was a joke. Nevertheless, eager to see Dudi, Luo-e returned with his men. These people were mostly the former guards of Sulusi or their descendants, and their loyalty was naturally to Sulusi's lineage. Previously, because Dudi's fate was unknown, they had pledged allegiance to Bar. Now that Dudi had returned alive, their allegiance shifted to him. Bar was fully aware of this, but he had no objections, for the sole purpose of their existence was revenge. Soon Dudi's words became reality. All the bounties on the members of the violent bear pirates were revoked, and Deloshi's appointment letters spread throughout every town in Alagudo. Furthermore, Deloshi specifically instructed Bar to head to Vilria. After deliberation, the group set out for Vilria with anxious hearts. Luo-e and his companions disguised as Batra's guards accompanied him, their minds filled with countless doubts. Upon arriving in Vilria, they immediately learned of the great prince's death and the news that Deloshi had executed dozens of officials, including several nobles who had long followed him, and had even confiscated their properties. For a moment, Bar and the others thought Deloshi had lost his mind from grief. While awaiting an audience, they discussed among themselves, utterly baffled by Deloshi's behavior. Just as they were utterly confused, Dudi arrived. Young Master Dudi. Seeing Dudi, Luoxiao exclaimed joyfully to Luo-e and the others, "This is young Master Dudi. Come pay your respects to young Master Dudi." In truth, Luoxiao's introduction was unnecessary. The moment they saw Dudi, they recognized him, for his build and features closely resembled those of a young Sulusi. Luo-e led the way, kneeling on one knee. "We pay our respects to young Master Dudi. We pay our respects to young Master Dudi." Soon Luo-e's voice drew the attention of all the violent bear pirates. Seeing this scene, they hurriedly entered the courtyard and knelt on one knee as well. Nearly 200 people knelt in unison, their faces brimming with ecstatic joy. Many were even moved to tears, which made Dudi somewhat uncomfortable. This was the first time Dudi had experienced what personal charisma meant since arriving in this world. Even if his cheap father wasn't a born incubus, he was close enough, with so many people still seeking revenge for him after his death. At the same time, their loyalty made Dudi truly realize the difference between the pirate world and his previous life. "Brother Dudi, what's going on with Deloshi?" Bar voiced the question on everyone's mind. Dudi helped Luo-e to his feet and gestured for everyone to rise before saying, "Didn't I tell you I reasoned with him? He found my reasoning sound." Seeing the bewildered expressions on their faces, Dudi laughed. "Haha, just kidding. How could someone like that ever listen to reason? I've got him under control, so you can all assume your new posts without worry." Dudi looked at Bar and said, "My identity is not suitable for a king, and I have no desire to be one. Next, I will have Deloshi pass the throne to Bar, and you must assist him well. Restore this country to its former glory, or even make it better." Upon hearing Dudi's words, Bar immediately refused, and Luoxia and the others urged him to reconsider. However, in the end, Dudi persuaded them, and they agreed to his request. After agreeing, Luoxia suddenly spoke, "Young Master Dudi, a knight will only serve his true master and his descendants. Thus we will only be loyal to you." Bar added, "Brother, now that you've returned, you are the lord of the Halen family. Even if I become king, I will remain loyal to you." The words of Luoxia and Bar moved Dudi deeply. Yet emotion alone was not enough. Loyalty required practical verification, a truth that could only be proven over time. However, for the moment, their allegiance sufficed to save Alagudo. Soon Deloshi confirmed Bar as the heir. A month later, driven by grief over her beloved son, she hanged herself. Everything proceeded with perfect legality. The dissenters had long been eliminated by Dudi, so Bar smoothly ascended as the new king of Alagudo. When the world government learned of this, they sent a congratulatory telegram, also reminding Bar not to forget the heavenly gold payment next year. The real Deloshi had been flayed alive by Luoxia before Sulusi's grave, and his 100-odd concubines were now destined to remain widows. After establishing the future governance of Alagudo, Dudi soon departed. Kilo stayed behind to set up a trading company. Alagudo abounded in specialties iron mines and had access to the Navy's internal routes, a prime location for development. Next, Dudi had to go to Mary Geo's to deliver the year's collection of rare treasures, then take a well-deserved rest. Overwhelmed by endless affairs, Dudi felt himself growing weary of women. When a hobby becomes a job, even pleasure can turn into torment. Upon returning to Mary Geo's, Dudi had just finished his recuperation and developed a deepening affection for Nuateli when he received a piece of news. Shanks had not returned to Mary Geo's since leaving on a mission months ago, only saying he had personal matters to attend to. Dudi calculated the timing and surmised that Shanks had obtained the information he sought and was determined to defect from Mary Geo's to form his own pirate crew. Though Nuateli spoke of bearing Dudi's child, she dared not do so. If a female celestial dragon gave birth to a child with another race, the child's only fate was death or being used as an experiment. Male celestial dragons meted out the same fate to children they did not value. Nuateli's only hope was for Dudi to become a celestial dragon. The conditions for that were either possessing overwhelming power or commanding a force so formidable it could bring immense benefits to the world government. Of course, the prerequisite was recognition of and loyalty to the world government. This was why Nuwa supported Dudi without reservation. After a month in Mary Geo's Dudi felt his weariness of women returning and quickly left. Nuwa, though older, possessed exceptional beauty and physique. Her only flaw was an unusual preference. She favored watching over participating. For an ordinary man this might be a virtue, but for Dudi it felt like being in Tokyo wondering if it was hot. Damn, a female photographer from another world. How could one endure that? In the year 1511 of the sea calendar, the Peony Flower Chamber of Commerce had established 7 or 8 strongholds in the front and middle sections of Paradise, connecting them, and temporarily halted expansion. Meanwhile, the Harlan Chamber of Commerce was as busy as the previous year. By the end of last year, all Marines in the EC had been confirmed to purchase insurance with a one-time payment. Thankfully, this world had computers, so only files needed to be created. However, the workforce was still insufficient. Both grassroots employees and junior managers worked tirelessly. But as long as the money was right, the company was home. With high salaries, no one complained, and they eagerly recommended suitable relatives and friends to join the chamber. Meanwhile, Kapu told Dudi that if Dudi's insurance did not collapse within 3 years, all Marines would purchase insurance. This meant that within 3 years, the Harlan Chamber of Commerce had to establish branches worldwide. To this end, Dudi deliberated with Luobin and others for several days, deciding to first set up branch headquarters in the Four Seas and Paradise, then establish outposts in cities near major bases, and open small storefronts elsewhere with 1 or 2 clerks. The focus in the coming years would be on training personnel. As for the New World, the Navy currently had few bases there, so it could wait. However, at the start of the Chamber's establishment, Luobin, following Dudi's instructions, had already set up branches in the South Sea, West Sea, and North Sea, recruited staff, and even appointed managers. The name of the North Sea manager sounded familiar to Dudi, Sai and Ior. Luobin said this person was very diligent and capable. Dudi decided to visit him when he had time. This familiar name must have appeared in the original story. While Luobin and the others were so busy they wished for clones, Dudi was slacking off. He spent the new year in the East Sea with AC and Sabo. Currently, AC and Sabo were progressing rapidly. They could already catch fish blindfolded. Due to their age, high-intensity strength training was still off limits. Although both children displayed extraordinary talent, in terms of pure aptitude, AC was definitely superior to Sabo. Whether in comprehension or physique, the difference was subtle, but it was precisely this subtle gap that could determine a person's ceiling. After all, he was the bloodline of the Pirate King. AC also had the potential to become a top-tier powerhouse. In the anime, AC's death was purely a plot kill, making way for Luffy. Is fire afraid of magma? Is the flame fruit merely an inferior version of the magma fruit? Dudi didn't think so. Perhaps the temperature of the flame fruit could be surpassed, but previous users hadn't found the method. After eating and drinking their fill, the three lay on the rooftop chatting. Dudi asked casually, "What dreams do you have for the future?" They answered in unison, "To go to sea and become pirates. To form our own pirate crew." Dudi continued, "Why? To pursue the great treasure. Or to enjoy freedom. Both, I guess. I want to sail freely as a pirate to see this vast world." Sabo answered quickly, but AC remained silent. After a long while, under Dudi's puzzled gaze, AC replied softly, "My father was a very powerful pirate. I want to become a pirate to prove I'm stronger than him, to defeat enemies he couldn't. I will keep winning battles, make all those who despise me look at me in a new light. No matter if the opponent is fear itself, I will never run. I will make my name known across every corner of the world." Seeing AC grow more agitated, Dudi interrupted, "Wait, so you mean to prove yourself? But I'm puzzled. From your tone you seem to hate your pirate father. Then why become a pirate? Why not join the Navy, or become a bounty hunter? Even if you can't join the Navy, you could be a bounty hunter, right? Capture the pirates your father couldn't beat. That would be even more impressive. Does the Navy require a background check? I know of many brothers where one is a Marine and the other is a pirate." Hearing Dudi's words, AC was stunned at first, then fell into deep confusion. Given Kapu's and Zhangwa's positions, protecting AC would have been no problem at all. Even if AC was the son of the Pirate King, becoming a Marine would be a positive example. Dudi felt Kapu had fallen into a misconception, thinking AC could never be a Marine. Zhangwa might see through it, but he must have his own schemes. Given the events of the Summit War, it was impossible that Zhangwa and Baihuzi had no deal. But sadly, no matter his plans, when the world government supported Chiquan as fleet admiral, all his schemes fell apart. Dudi hoped AC would become a bounty hunter, free and not manipulated by Zhangwa. But the choice was AC's. Even if he still chose to be a pirate, Dudi would not stand idly by. When Dudi left, AC was still bewildered. But Dudi could only hope AC would figure it out himself. After bidding farewell to Ace and Sabo, and giving Luffy a playful tease, Dudi flew back to Kanaku Island. Because an old man often returned to his homeland in the East Blue and casually eliminated high bounty pirate crews, the region's underworld had long remained fragmented, lacking any substantial scale. Now the Peony Flower Chamber of Commerce was expanding rapidly, and after Buggy's pirate crew eliminated several noteworthy pirate outfits, they leaped to become the strongest in the East Blue. Led by the Peony Flower Chamber of Commerce and joined by a few powerful merchant organizations, they now shaped the underground world of the East Blue. Merchant groups like the Peony Flower Chamber of Commerce, which appeared legitimate on the surface but operated primarily through smuggling, were generally tolerated by the Navy, as long as connections were maintained, and they avoided trafficking items strictly prohibited by the world government. After all, the revenue generated by such merchant organizations benefited various nations, and the taxes they evaded were losses borne by those same countries. The Navy and the world government suffered no real detriment. Moreover, Buggy's crew had largely abandoned plundering activities. Even if Garp remained unaware of Dudi's relationship with the Peony Flower Chamber of Commerce out of respect for Roger, he would not relentlessly pursue them. Thus, Buggy grew too lazy to personally command his ships. After indulging in a life of decadence for some time, he suddenly felt a void and resumed his quest to find treasure. As for Machi and Kabaji, they now endured grueling daily training. Dudi had issued them a stark decree: should their strength stagnate, he would transform them into living centipedes. Though they did not understand what that meant, they knew what a centipede was, so they threw themselves into their efforts with everything they had. Having become top-tier warriors in the paradise, Dudi naturally wanted them to grow even stronger. It was not for any grander reason. If someone challenged them, and they fell before surviving even a single exchange, that would be a pitiful waste. Just as Dudi was preparing to visit Robin, Notley contacted him via Den Den Mushi with urgent news. Dudi, a major crisis has erupted. Shanks, that scoundrel, has betrayed the world government. It turns out he had already formed his own pirate crew long before his return to Mary Geos. And his motives were far from innocent. He attacked a warship escorted by CP9 and seized a paramecia-type devil fruit known as the Gomu Gomu no Mi. Master Garungu is furious and has executed numerous slaves. You had best avoid visiting Mary Geos for the time being. Dudi had always believed Shanks formed his crew after defecting, but only after Notley's explanation did he learn the truth. Shanks had spent half his life as a pirate before going undercover in Mary Geos. It appeared his undercover mission centered on locating this devil fruit, perhaps drawn by the legend of Nika, or perhaps because the fruit held significance connected to Laugh Tale. Regardless from the fact that Shanks never consumed the Nika fruit, it was clear he recognized he was not suited to it. Later, when he arrived in the East Blue intending to formally begin his pirate journey, the fruit was accidentally eaten by Luffy. Shanks concluded that perhaps this devil fruit was destined for Luffy, so he deliberately allowed the Sea King to consume his left arm, the one branded with the deep sea insignia, moving Luffy deeply. He even went around telling people he had wagered his arm in the New World, or perhaps that was wordplay suggesting the Sea King swallowed it down its throat and evolved to reach the New World. But regardless, history proved him right. Luffy and Nico were perfectly aligned, allowing this long-dormant devil fruit to shine once more. Still, that was not his concern. No matter how powerful an individual may be, they cannot rival a collective, unless one can stand alone through eternity. Just as Dudi was sound asleep, that night his Den Mushi suddenly rang, Puru Puru. After answering and seeing Robin's form materialize from the shell, Dudi teased, "Oh, isn't this our dear Miss Robin? Calling this late. Do you miss me?" "Boss, we are short-staffed, and there is something that requires you to go to the North Blue. It should be a task only you can handle." Robin's tone grew grave. "Senior, head of our North Blue operations, bid on a paramecia-type devil fruit called the Tosh Tosh no Mi at an underground auction. He is now being hunted and is currently hiding on Sazanami Island. If you arrive and find Senior dead, he has hidden the fruit in a cave to the northeast." "What the? I'm heading there right now." Senior cowered in the cave, thoroughly beaten, his beloved suit reduced to tattered rags. As head of the Haroon Chamber of Commerce's North Blue operations, Senior's path to joining them was remarkably coincidental. Since childhood, after accidentally consuming a devil fruit, Senior had been treated as an outcast by others, including his own parents. After his parents died, his relatives turned hostile over inheritance matters, but Senior, indifferent to such concerns, relinquished everything to them. Yet Senior felt profoundly lost and decided to set sail for a new place to start over. His original plan was to join the Don Quixote family as a pirate, but while passing through a small town, he stumbled upon recruitment materials from the Haroon Chamber of Commerce, and a single line from it captured his attention. The phrase read, "The chamber provides food and lodging, the chamber gives you a home. Experience the warmth of family and enjoy a happy life. Come to the Haroon Chamber of Commerce." Missing love since childhood, Senior was moved by those words. Half-consciously, he placed the recruitment call. After a video conference where a masked girl claiming to be vice president asked him numerous questions, and he demonstrated his abilities, Senior became a member of the Haroon Chamber of Commerce's North Blue branch. No. Instead, he was immediately promoted to branch manager with assurances that funds would be provided for renting a storefront and recruiting staff. Senior briefly wondered if he had fallen victim to a scam until the next day, 5 million belly were deposited into the bank account he had provided. For most people, that kind of money might have prompted them to flee with it. But Senior's character proved unwavering. He invested the entire 5 million belly into establishing the branch. Subsequently, the chamber allocated additional funds, and Senior continued recruiting personnel and leasing storefronts. By late last year, he had risen to become the overall director of the parent organization, and during his recruitment efforts, he encountered a woman named Lucian and found himself drawn to her. Senior attributed everything he had achieved to the Haroon Chamber of Commerce, which is why he approached his work with such dedication. Since the chamber had no immediate plans to expand operations in the North Blue, Senior and his team's role was to gather intelligence on trade goods and devil fruit information. After the new year, while drinking at a tavern, Senior overheard mentions of the Tosh Tosh no Mi being auctioned at a certain venue. He contacted the vice president and successfully bid 300 million belly for the devil fruit, only to be tracked and attacked by a pirate crew shortly after. Everyone else had fallen in battle and Signoro had reported the situation to headquarters through a din mushy before hiding the devil fruit. He had now been engaged in combat with those pirates on this island known as Sazanami Island for nearly half a month. Though Signoro possessed devil fruit abilities, his opponents wielded extraordinary strength that he could not match. Now he felt his resistance was failing, his only hope being that the chamber could secure the Tosh Nomi. It was such a pity. He had planned to return and pursue Lucian. Crack. At that moment footsteps echoed from outside the cave, followed by a voice calling out, "Hello. Is anyone there? Are you Signoro? I'm your boss. I have come to rescue you." After hanging up the transponder snail, Dudi set off in a hurry. With Dudi's speed flying from the east blue to the north blue took 10 days plus resting and asking for directions along the way, which delayed a few more days, but fortunately he arrived in time. On the way, Dudi recalled who Sinaioer was, the true man of the Tangjide family in the original work. Unexpectedly, he had joined the Harlan Chamber of Commerce, a pleasant surprise. This guy's strength was decent and his character was beyond reproach. Loa Bean in recruiting people had good judgment. Originally, Dudi worried whether he had already joined the Tangjide family and was a spy sent by Duo Fuming. But on second thought, given the reputation of the Harlan Chamber of Commerce in the North Blue, Duo Fuming would not stoop to sending a spy, and even if he did, he would not send someone like Sinaioer. Upon arriving at Yinzi Island, Dudi immediately activated his observation haki. With his current observation haki, the entire island was within his perception range. Sweeping over the town on the island and disregarding the dozen or so people in the forest, Dudi quickly locked onto a single aura and headed there. The bloodstains on the ground further confirmed Dudi's suspicions. Inside the cave, after hearing Dudi's call, Sinaioer let out a sigh of relief, stood up, and slowly walked out. A man wearing a headband on his forehead was standing outside the cave. The man was tall and robust, blocking the sunlight from entering the cave entrance. "Is this my boss? He looks quite young." Seeing Sinaioer's miserable state, Dudi said, "You've worked hard. Leave the rest to me. Let me introduce myself. I am the chairman of the Harlan Chamber of Commerce, Harlan Dudi." Hearing Dudi's introduction, Sinaioer quickly bowed and said, "Chairman, I'm sorry to trouble you." Dudi quickly helped Sinaioer up and said softly, "All right, no need for these formalities. I'll take you to get treatment first." Sinaioer shook his head and said, "Chairman, there are those pirates in the town. Let's go get the devil fruit first." "I hit it. No need." Dudi supported Sinaioer and interrupted him firmly, "A mere devil fruit. How could it be more important than you? An excellent subordinate cannot be replaced even by 10 devil fruits." Hearing this, Sinaioer was stunned at first, then a warmth surged in his heart. Since childhood, due to accidentally eating a devil fruit, his parents regarded him as a freak, let alone his relatives. That was why Sinaioer left so decisively. He longed to be valued and cared for, but never expected that the first person to care for him would be his own boss. In an instant, Sinaioer felt that joining the Harlan Chamber of Commerce was the most correct decision of his life. "What? Did you come alone, boss?" Upon learning that Dudi had brought no subordinates and came alone, Sinaioer, ignoring his injuries, grabbed Dudi and said, "Boss, let's not go to the town. I don't know which pirate crew is chasing me, but their captain is extremely formidable. That guy is short and unremarkable, but he has monstrous strength. He can easily lift boulders weighing thousands of caddies and even uses an anchor as a weapon. If it weren't for my ability giving me a great advantage in escape, I might have died long ago." Dudi chuckled softly. "Don't worry, brute force alone can't defeat me. Have some faith in me. As your boss, I'm not a fool." Seeing Dudi's confident expression, Sinaioer didn't say anything more, but he prepared himself mentally. If Dudi was no match for that guy, he would risk his life to save Dudi. When the two arrived at the town's hospital, they were immediately spotted by two dark-skinned men standing at the entrance. The men showed a hint of joy and quickly left. Dudi, as if unaware, took Sinaioer to register for medical treatment. Although Sinaioer looked seriously injured, it was only due to exhaustion and weakness, so a simple bandage and an 4 drip sufficed. After Sinaioer was hooked up to the 4, Dudi walked toward the hospital entrance. The new year had just passed, the weather was still cold, and heavy snowflakes were falling from the sky. Before long, over 20 people came through the heavy snow. The leading man was indeed, as Sinaioer had described, thin and short, looking extremely incongruous with the anchor he carried on his shoulder. Seeing Dudi, the 2 pirates who had just left immediately pointed at him and said to the man, "Captain, it's him. He helped that guy come here." After saying that, one of the men shouted at Dudi, "Hey, if you're smart, hand over that bastard. Otherwise you're dead. Our captain is the renowned Captain Lacey of the Mighty Strength. Our captain is a devil fruit user." "Do you know what a devil fruit user is, eh?" Dudi raised an eyebrow and said, "Oh, not enough, huh? What a coincidence, my name is Come and Get Some. And a devil fruit user. What a poop power. That's invincible." Hearing Dudi's reply, Lacey slowly loosened the chain in his hand and said coldly, "You bastard, are you mocking me? Looks like I need to teach you a lesson." Seeing this, the other pirates immediately ran away shouting, "Run. Captain Lacey is about to go berserk." Shwa shwa. Lacey swung the huge anchor, and after a few rotations he hurled it at Dudi. Bang. Impossible. Seeing Dudi catch the anchor steadily with one hand, not only were the watching pirates stunned, but even Sinaioer, who had just pulled out his 4 needle, abandoned his impulse to jump down. A nurse on rounds came in and saw Sinaioer standing by the window. She immediately ran over and said, "Hey sir, what are you doing? Go lie down. Who told you to pull out the needle? Your body is still very weak." Lacey swung at Dudi several times in succession. Dudi finally dodged instead of blocking. He felt his hand numb. He had gauged how strong the opponent was. Although his strength was great, it was still inferior to his own. Mighty strength, huh? Humph. Sinaioer back at the window saw this and breathed a sigh of relief, then reinserted the needle himself. Lacey swung a few more times, but couldn't even touch Dudi's clothes. Enraged, he threw the anchor aside and shouted, "Bastard, do you think you can win by dodging? I tell you, without a weapon, I am the strongest." Seeing Lacey charging at him with fists raised, Dudi also clenched his fist and met him. Boom. Seeing the two fists, one large, one small, collide, Singer, who by the window, pulled out the needle again. Boom. Impossible, Captain Lacey. That man's strength is even greater than the captain's. Seeing Lacey stagger back, the pirate's eyes nearly popped out. Sinaioer by the window reinserted the needle again. Lacey charged at Dudi again, only to be sent flying by a punch. Then realizing he was no match for Dudi in strength, he did something that surprised Dudi. Lacey stood up and turned to run. Dudi was stunned for a moment, then appeared beside him instantly. "Why are you running? Aren't you a devil fruit user? What about your ability?" Lacey said in terror, "Please spare me. My ability is strength. I am a strength man who ate the strength fruit." "Huh, strength fruit." Dudi shook his head, then punched him down. "You're too weak. After eating the strength fruit, your strength is still so small. Better die and let it respawn." Boom. After dealing with the pirates and confiscating their ship, Dudi returned to the room upstairs. Seeing bloodstains on the floor, Dudi's heart tightened. But after glancing at Sinaioer lying on the bed, he relaxed. "Weren't you getting the 4 in your left hand just now? Why did you switch? Why so many needle holes? Did you get a hematoma?" That guy named Rice is actually a power fruit user, which Dudi did not expect. After eating the power fruit, his strength still couldn't match his own, which shows how poor his talent and physique are. The fruit wasn't developed well, and his own basic strength was not great. No wonder Blackbeard easily took away the power fruit later. However, the fact that Senior managed to auction off the age fruit, which in the original story was used by Saturn for experiments, greatly surprised Dudi. So that guy named Rice must have grabbed the age fruit, sold it to the world government, and then found a place to retire. Senior's physique was very good. By the next day, he was already fine. After storing the age fruit safely, the two found a restaurant in the town, eating and chatting casually. Just then, the conversation of several men at the next table instantly made Dudi perk up his ears. "Hey, have you heard? A lot of Navy soldiers have come here. The ones who came are big shots in the Navy. It seems they're here to capture someone. They say it's about a devil fruit called the op fruit." "You say the op fruit, what does it do?" "Perform surgery on people." Op fruit. At this time, Law and Rosinante. Don Quixote Doflamingo. Dudi tried to recall, the trading place for the op fruit should not be here, but a deserted island. In the anime, the Navy quickly arrived at the island where the real transaction took place, so it must be nearby. Since he encountered it, he certainly had to save them. You know, in the anime, before the story of Kuma and Bonnie came out, the past of Law and Rosinante ranked first in the pirate tearjerker list. However, the op fruit is a devil fruit that even the world government wants to obtain, so after saving Law, he must not let the world government discover Law's whereabouts. And Rosinante, as a Navy soldier, what choice would he make if he survived? But upon careful thought, since Rosinante was willing to give his life for Law, he would certainly leave the Navy. After eating and drinking their fill, Dudi told Senior to wait for him at the hotel in the town, then simply changed his appearance and began asking around. After learning that there was indeed a deserted island nearby, called Minion Island, Dudi leaped into the air, transforming into an eagle and flying up. In less than 2 minutes of flying, Dudi saw a deserted island that looked like a birdcage in the heavy snow. Doflamingo had already used his ability. It seemed Dudi had arrived a bit late. Dudi quickly flew into the birdcage, returned to human form, and landed on the ground. After thinking for a moment, Dudi directly transformed into the appearance of Shanks, lightly gripping the dagger form of Chiunto, which then transformed into the Western Sword Griffin. Bang! Doflamingo looked at his beaten younger brother, the veins on his forehead bulging. He never expected that the one who betrayed him in the family was his only relative in this world, his own younger brother Rosinante. "You are my own brother. Rosinante, why did you betray me?" Doflamingo was filled with murderous intent at that moment. He never expected Rosinante would betray him. "This bastard. Where is Law? Rosinante, where did you hide the op fruit and Law?" "Ha ha ha." Despite being bruised and battered, Rosinante still laughed loudly. Law has already eaten the op fruit and become its user, and he escaped. He is now being protected by a Navy surveillance ship. Just then, Baby 5, riding on Buffalo, shouted in the air, "Young master, news just came in that a boy has escaped. He is now being protected by a Navy surveillance ship." Doflamingo immediately roared, "What did you say? Why didn't you tell me such important news earlier?" Then Doflamingo ordered the others, "I will cancel the birdcage. You go verify the truth of this news. If it's confirmed to be Law, destroy that surveillance ship. Bring Law back." After the others left, Rosinante asked in confusion, "What are you chasing Law for?" "Chasing Law for?" Doflamingo repeated, then looked at Rosinante with a ferocious expression. "Since Law has become the user of the op fruit, then I will train him so that he can die for me." As he spoke, Doflamingo pulled a pistol from his pocket and aimed it at Rosinante, really always doing these useless things. Why do you stop me? Why do you force me to kill my own true family twice? Looking at the gun in Rosinante's hand, Doflamingo said expressionlessly, you can't shoot me. You are too much like father. Just as Doflamingo was about to pull the trigger, he suddenly stopped. Because a red-haired man walked up behind Rosinante. You are. Seeing the man's face, clearly Doflamingo was startled, then laughed loudly. Fufufu. Interesting. Interesting. I didn't expect the op fruit would attract you too. Shanks. Do you want to be my enemy? Dudi, with one foot on the box behind Rosinante, looked at Doflamingo expressionlessly and said, I have no interest in the op fruit. I just happened to pass by and don't want to see brothers killing each other. Do me a favor and let him go. How about it? Doflamingo was silent for a moment, then laughed angrily. Fufufu. Do you think you can just ask for a favor? Just then Buffalo's panicked voice came through the earpiece. Young master, it's bad. Tsuru's ship is about to arrive. We need to leave quickly. The veins on Doflamingo's forehead bulged again. Suppressing his anger, he looked at Shanks, who had his hand on the sword hilt, then turned and left. Fine, I'll give you a face. Rosinante, don't let me see you again. After Doflamingo jumped onto his ship and left, Dudi said to the bewildered Rosinante, take the child in this box and come with me. You can also choose to hand him over to the Navy. I believe the world government would be very interested in the op fruit user. Rosinante's eyes widened. Pointing at Dudi, his voice trembled. You. How do you know? Stop talking nonsense. Hurry up. After escaping Tsuru's pursuit, Doflamingo said coldly, that bastard Shanks, I'll remember this debt. And Doflamingo said to his subordinates, since Rosinante has been rescued, the family's businesses are in danger. Quickly notify them to relocate. Also tell those officers we bribed to fend for themselves. I can't care about them now. Yes. After they left, Doflamingo took out a den mushi and called, Virgo, you need to come back too. Rosinante has been rescued. Sorry, Virgo. Understood, Daffy. A massive golden eagle soared swiftly through the high sky. Rosinante and Law, each clutching one of its talons, soared through the air for over half an hour before finally landing on the ground. As soon as they touched down, Dudi roared at Rosinante, you bastard. You nearly tore my pants off. Why did you hold on so tightly? Ugh. After vomiting for a moment, Rosinante growled back at Dudi, you flew too fast. Do you have any idea? And I'm afraid of heights, you idiot. Dudi grabbed Rosinante by the collar. I'm your lifesaver. Is this how you treat me? Rosinante straightened up and seized Dudi's collar, spittle flying everywhere. Lifesaver. Even a lifesaver shouldn't snatch someone up without warning. Couldn't you have given me a heads up? I nearly wet myself, do you know that? Law looked left and right, then finally poked Rosinante. Corazon, haven't you noticed something? His appearance has changed and he's taller. Huh. Prompted by Law, Rosinante finally took in Dudi's current form and couldn't help asking, hey, what's the deal with you? You're not Shanks. Who are you really? What kind of ability user are you? Not only can you transform into others, but also into a golden eagle. That's a damn eagle. Can you even talk? And Dudi studied the wounds on Rosinante, puzzled. You've lost so much blood. Normally you'd be unconscious or at least weak. How are you still so energetic? Bam! The moment Dudi finished, Rosinante collapsed and fell asleep, startling Law into crying out, Corazon. Corazon. Crack. With a slight gesture of his hand, Dudi made a small building rise from the ground. Law was so stunned he forgot to cry. Relax, he won't die. Dudi hoisted Rosinante onto his shoulder, leaped onto the building, and said to Law, wait here for a while. I'll go get him some medicine and grab some food. Dudi returned to Seabird Island first, having Senor order a table of dishes to take away, then went to the hospital to get some medicine and medical tools. He quickly left with Senor. When they returned, seeing Law unconscious, Dudi remarked, what a tough guy performing surgery on himself without anesthesia. Rosinante woke to the smell of roasted meat. He looked around groggily and murmured, so thirsty. Here, drink. Gulp gulp. You bastard. Rosinante stared at the bottle in his hand, fully awake now, and pointed at Dudi. Who gives alcohol to a patient? Don't you have any common sense? Dudi shrugged, I'm not a doctor. Besides, you seem pretty lively, don't you? Rosinante glanced at the four stand beside him, then at the room and complained, what kind of hospital is this? So shabby. Hell, there's not even glass in the windows. Wait. Rosinante ran to the window, looked around carefully, and was utterly bewildered. Isn't this a forest? Where did this building come from? Dudi tossed a piece of grilled meat his way. Who cares? Just eat. Rosinante caught the meat and said earnestly, thanks a lot. Oh, where's Law? Law's illness flared up. He treated himself and fell asleep. My man is taking care of him. Don't worry, the surgery was successful thanks to the op fruit. Just then Senor came up. Rosinante raised his glass to greet him, drank, and then bit into the meat in his hand. Wow, this is delicious. I've never had grilled meat with such a unique flavor. Another piece, please. Burp. After eating and drinking his fill, Rosinante asked Dudi, Lifesaver, you still haven't told me your name. What do you do? Pirate. Marine. Dudi shook his head. My identity is complicated. For now, I'm a merchant. I'm Dudi, president of the Harlan Chamber of Commerce. What about you? Any plans? Hand Law over to the Marines. Rosinante gasped. How did you know? Because I was on that island and overheard your conversation with Virgo. Dudi made up a lie to dispel Rosinante's doubts. That kid ate the op fruit. If you hand him over to the Marines, you know the consequences. And Don Quixote won't let you go either. If you have nowhere to go, come watch my warehouse. Warehouse? Rosinante shook his head. I've heard of the Harlan Chamber of Commerce. I don't want to drag you into this. As a legitimate business, you deal with the world government and allied nations. If they find out, who said you'd go to the Harlan Chamber of Commerce? Dudi looked at him with disdain. I never said I only have one chamber. You think you could handle it at Harlan? You bastard. Rosinante lit a cigarette, took a drag, and said slowly, You're our lifesaver, but somehow, I really want to hit you. Dudi's eyes were full of contempt. You can't beat me. Besides, if I toss you into the sky, you'll wet yourself. All right, I'll go to your place for now. But before that, Rosinante said with a hint of melancholy, let me finish my last mission and say goodbye to my former identity as a Marine. Find a Marine base where I can hand over the intelligence on the Don Quixote family. Fine. Swallow Island was near Seabird Island. Senor had rented a shop in the town of Joytown and recruited a few people. It was close to a Marine base and Marines occasionally came for supplies. Rosinante only needed to leave the intelligence in a certain place and inform the Marines. To avoid drawing attention, Dudi landed with the three in the forest. But they hadn't walked far when they heard voices. You monster. Beat the monster. A talking bear. I'm not a monster. I'm not a monster. It hurts. Monster. Following the sound, Dudi soon saw two teenagers chasing a small white bear. The bear ran shouting, Stop hitting me. I'm getting angry. I'm really not a monster. Could this be Beepo? And those two, future subordinates of Law? Dudi glanced back at Law and sighed inwardly. What a coincidence, truly fate. Stop. Let that male bear go. Hearing Dudi shout, Rosinante behind him questioned, How do you know it's a male bear? What if it's a female? Dudi didn't turn around. Are those two things under its but your eyeballs? Even if they're not obvious, you can't pretend they're not there, can you? Did you eat them? Hey, who are you? The young Peichi duo said somewhat defiantly. As humans, why should we stop? This is a monster. Bang. Bang. After giving each a knock on the head, Dudi scolded them. Monster my ass. Haven't learned anything good. Watched too many hot-blooded anime. Always trying to fight monsters. This is a mink tribe. Dudi picked up Bebo, who looked pitiful enough to meld a crowd of girls, and said, Have you ever seen a monster that lets humans bully it? This is a mink tribe, got it. Though it looks like a polar bear, their intelligence is the same as ours. They are humans wrapped in animal fur. Understand? Woo-woo. Hearing Dudi's words, Bebo finally burst into aggrieved sobs. I told you I'm not a monster. They never believed me. They kept chasing and hitting me. It's okay, it's okay, it's okay. From now on you can follow me. Dudi's baby voice gave Rosinante goosebumps while Law stared blankly at Bebo in Dudi's arms, finding him extremely cute. Looking at the Peichi duo beside him, Dudi suddenly said, Hey, you two want to come along? I'm short-handed over there. Peijin and Shachi exchanged glances and asked in unison, What do you do? Business. You just need to guard the warehouse and load some goods. The pay will be generous. Shachi said suspiciously, Really? You won't make us do anything illegal, will you? How, what illegal things could you two do? If you don't believe me, suit yourselves. Seeing Dudi about to leave, the two immediately panicked. We'll go. But first we can't go to the town. Our Uncle Bolton and his family aren't good people. If they see us with you, you'll be in trouble. They're all into criminal business. Not good people. Dudi pointed at Rosinante and said to them, That's great. Tell him everything your uncle does. I'm sure before long your uncle's family will be taken away by the Navy. When they arrived at the town and settled everything, Dudi gave Senior a den mushy, telling him to contact him directly if anything came up. If he had any difficulties now, he could speak up. Senior looked at Dudi, opened his mouth several times, then closed it. Noticing this, Dudi frowned and asked, What's on your mind? Just say it, don't dawdle. Boss. Senior scratched his head, somewhat embarrassed. Can I work somewhere else? Why? Because I want to pursue a girl. Hearing Senior's words, Dudi's interest peaked. After asking for a long time and confirming the girl was indeed Senior's wife from the anime, Dudi waved his hand grandly. Of course, no problem. If you get married, I'll give you a house. Buy wherever you want furnished. You file the report, I'll sign off. Do you have money now, eh? As a reward for buying the sway fruit, I'll give you 10 million berry. Be sure to call me when you get married. I'll come. Senior was so moved, he almost wanted to call Dudi his father on the spot, but Dudi quickly stopped him. After Rosinante finished everything, Dudi transformed into an even larger golden eagle and carried them all into the sky. Bebo and the others shouted with excitement, while Rosinante, after getting used to it, started arguing with Dudi again. You turned into a bigger eagle this time. You should have done that before. Grabbing claws is no way to fly. This is a freaking eagle. It's a vulture. A golden vulture. It's an eagle. A golden eagle. Vulture. Dudi suddenly dove, get off. Help. Help. Hey, you bastard, don't pee. And you kids, that's my pants. Don't tug. After a noisy journey, they finally arrived at Coconut Island about half a month later. Coconut Island was now fully operational. With Aliguritos' help, the Peony Chamber of Commerce's smuggled goods quickly sold to other non-member nations. The world government strictly forbids member nations from selling goods to non-member nations regardless of profit. It's a form of sanctions. But where there's a policy, there's a loophole. Currently, Roy and the others were basically running a caravan. This route was very important to the Peony Chamber of Commerce, and also to the Heron Chamber of Commerce, so Fook was transferred here as well. A dozen or so talented youths had been sent here to be taught by Big Bear Fook, serving as the Peony Chamber of Commerce's talent base. Moreover, Big Bear had moved more than 20 of his friends and their families here. The island now had over 100 people, so there was no shortage of manpower. In their free time they fished and played cards, living a very comfortable life. With the business developing across the board, Agen often stayed here, and Dudi might move here in the future. When Rosinante saw Big Bear and Ginny for the first time, he was stunned. As a Navy spy, Rosinante naturally knew Big Bear and Ginny. He turned to Dudi and said, "You dare to shelter a Revolutionary Army cadre. Is it too late to leave now?" Before Dudi could answer, Rosinante muttered to himself, "No wonder you dare to take us in. Compared to a former Revolutionary Army cadre, we don't seem like much. But that puts my mind at ease. At least this bastard won't sell Law off. Hey. Dudi kicked Rosinante and cursed, "You bastard. At least talk behind someone's back. TCH. And you." Dudi pointed at Ginny's belly and said, "What's this? I've only been away a few months and your belly is already so big. It looks like you're about to give birth, that fast. Looks like Big Bear's life return is pretty good." Ginny touched her belly with a blissful expression and said, "We got pregnant soon after we got married. Fook said it's a boy. Big Bear and I decided if it's a boy we'll call him Little Bear. If it's a girl we'll call her Bonnie. Looks like she chose the name Ginny. Dudi, would you be her godfather? Would you be willing?" Hearing Ginny's words, Dudi was stunned for a moment, then smiled happily. "Sure, of course I'd be willing. As her godfather, I should at least prepare a gift for her. Here." Dudi handed the box containing the sway fruit to Ginny. "This devil fruit I got recently. I think it'll suit her perfectly." After Dudi had arranged for the others, Fake returned from his palace. To accommodate his beloved concubine, Fake had built a manor behind the warehouse, often visiting to refresh himself. Upon seeing Fake, Bebo's eyes lit up instantly. Fake also looked surprised and asked, "Where did you get this little bear cub? Did not Lily buy a mink again?" Dudi shook his head before speaking, but Bebo rushed to Fake and shouted, "Mister, can you take me back to Zoe? I accidentally fell from Zoe, and I miss home very much. I miss my brother. The outside world is so scary. Those humans bullied me. Woo-woo." As Bebo began to cry, Fake picked him up, patted his head, and said, "Little bear cub, it's not that I don't want to take you back. It's that I have no way to return to Zoe either. The Viver card I had fell off long ago. Woo-woo." Bebo became even sadder and wept loudly. When he quieted down, Fake pointed to the distant houses and said, "Don't be sad. Live here from now on. People here are different from those outside, very friendly. And you can eat any fish you want, plus there are many toys. Go make new friends. Look, the children who came with you have already gone to play." Bebo looked into the distance and saw Pejin and Xiaoqi playing soccer with the island children. Even Law, who was usually aloof, stood nearby watching with a few other boys. Fake set Bebo down and Bebo timidly shrank behind him. During the journey, Bebo had become friends with Law and the others. Children always need companions, so after a moment's hesitation, Bebo ran over. "Hey Fake, this is Rosinante." Dudi pointed at Rosinante and said, "Be careful. This guy used to be a marine spy. Don't let him near your manor in normal times, or he'll leak your secrets." Rosinante's cigarette in mouth roared, "You bastard. I'm not deaf, and don't badmouth me to my face." After shouting at Dudi, Rosinante turned to Fake with a smile. "So you're Fake, right? Could you tell me what's in your manor?" Hearing this, Fake became instantly alert. "Why do you ask? You want to steal my beloved concubine? I tell you I got them with great difficulty. Don't even think about it." "What? Beloved concubine?" Rosinante was utterly confused. A wicked idea popped into Dudi's mind. He walked over to Agen and whispered a few instructions. Agen's face darkened instantly, and he looked at Dudi incredulously. But despite his reluctance, he soon left. After a while, Agen returned and nodded to Dudi. Dudi stood up and announced, "Wait here, everyone. To welcome the newcomers, we're holding a banquet tonight. I'll be the head chef. You're in for a treat." When the moon rose, the banquet began. Most of them were big eaters. Except for the children, Fake and Bebo, each person had a whole roasted lamb. Though Rosinante had never seriously eaten Dudi's cooking, he admired Dudi's culinary skills. He had never tasted such delicious roasted meat. So when Agen placed the roasted lamb before him, Rosinante unceremoniously tore off a leg and devoured it. Agen glanced at Rosinante wolfing down his food, and suddenly the lamb before him seemed less appetizing. Ginny, being pregnant, didn't drink alcohol, but happily sipped juice with the children. When the adults got tipsy, they danced around the bonfire. After the banquet ended, the children went to sleep and the adults cleaned up. Dudi suddenly said to Rosinante, "How was the roasted lamb?" "Delicious." Rosinante answered without hesitation, "Delicious. To be honest, your character is lousy, but your cooking is unmatched." "And where is this lamb from?" "The meat is very tender." Dudi glanced at Fake and deliberately said loudly, "This lamb is just an ordinary young ewe from the East Blue. Nothing special. Maybe it's because Fake tended it so carefully that the meat is tender." "Oh, what?" The words young ewe instantly caught Fake's attention. He walked over to Rosinante, looked at the leftover lamb head on the table, and trembled all over. "This is a lien. A lien. Damn, that's too outrageous. You can recognize it just from the head. Woo-woo." Fake hugged the lamb head and cursed at them, "You two bastards. You actually made a lien into a roasted lamb and ate her." Dudi lit a cigarette. "Huh. Stop pretending. Didn't you say you didn't like her anymore? And you told Agen he could take her if he wanted." Fake wiped a non-existent tear and shouted at Dudi, I was joking. Besides, even if I don't love her anymore, so what? Even if I don't love her, she still existed in my life. I'm a very nostalgic person. I even revisited old times with her at noon. And you ate her. Dudi was immediately displeased. Hey, clarify this. It wasn't us, it was him. I just dealt with her corpse. Seeing that Fake was inconsolable, Dudi extended his hand and said, Alright, I'll find you 5 little-tailed red-butt fish from the North Blue. I guarantee each one's, but is redder than a monkey's. Deal. Rosinante was still bewildered, pointing at the lamb head in Fake's arms. What do you mean? Isn't this a sheep? Why are you treating it like a person? A sudden thought struck Rosinante, and he pointed at Dudi. Do you have some perverted ability to turn people into sheep? Did you make me eat a human? Dudi raised an eyebrow at Rosinante and grinned mischievously. Idiot, it's just a sheep. If I had that ability, I'd turn you into a sheep first, and a female one at that, and give it to Fake. Wait. Rosinante finally understood. He looked at Fake, then pointed at the lamb head again. You mean, this alien is? Fake said solemnly. She was my first woman. My first. Dudi corrected him. Be precise. She was my first you. You're a mink, but you're fundamentally different from them. You can't have offspring together. Even though you just had a reunion at noon, she wasn't that important to you. Black. Rosinante couldn't hold it in anymore. You bastard. Black. I'll kill you. Bastard. Black. A Jin's strength had recently surged dramatically. Not only had he mastered 2 types of hockey, but his devil fruit ability had also grown immensely more powerful. Dudi had sparred with him several times and devised a new training plan for his next step. That plan was to navigate the merchant ship through the Calm Belt. The fastest route from the East Blue to Paradise or the New World was actually the Calm Belt. Here there were fewer detours and no capricious weather. The greatest dangers were the absence of wind and the occasional appearance of sea kings. A Jin activated his observation hockey on the merchant ship, using his wind ability to accelerate it. If 1 or 2 sea kings appeared, he could slay them. If there were more, he could lift the ship into the air and fly away. This effectively trained his hockey stamina and abilities. To that end, Dudi flew ahead several times, locating several islands suitable for rest stops along the way. Interestingly, the Calm Belt actually contained many islands. However, due to the lack of wind, the trees were thinner and taller than those outside, and there were very few flowers. Otherwise, there was no difference. Mountains, rivers, fierce beasts, and birds were all present. Dudi flew several times and found a few perfect islands for resting. The farthest one, shaped like an eggplant, he named Eggplant Island. On Eggplant Island, there was a fruit that looked like an eggplant, but tasted sweet and sour. Dudi ate it several times and even used it as a seasoning for stewed meat, which turned out incredibly fragrant. So he brought some back and planted them on Coconut Island. However, the fruit was far from ripe, so Dudi would come to pick some whenever he had free time. Considering that a Jin and the others would rest here, Dudi also used his ability to build a small 3-story building and decorated it nicely. One day, Dudi was picking some eggplant fruits and had hunted a wild boar. He was cooking on the island when a ship, pulled by 2 giant sea serpents, slowly approached. Sister, you are truly amazing. The 3 Boa sisters stood proudly on the deck. Sonia said excitedly, on our first expedition, we effortlessly defeated the entire army of that allied kingdom. We didn't even have to lift a finger. They all turned into stone. I can't wait to see if the world government will send the Marines to help them. When the Marines arrive, we will definitely crush them all. After speaking, Sonia realized she had said something wrong. The words, world government, reminded them of their painful experiences in Mary Geos. However, thanks to Dudi's care, the 3 of them had not suffered excessively cruel treatment, so the memories were not as intense as in the anime. Sigh. After a moment, Hancock sighed. I am tired. Inform Aaron and the others. We'll rest on the Eggplant Island ahead. Yes, sister. Receiving the captain's order, the helmsman steered the pirate ship toward Eggplant Island. But as soon as the ship docked, the lookout suddenly shouted, Captain, it looks like someone is living here. There's a building in the forest. It seems to be smoking. Huh. Hancock and her crew disembarked and headed toward the forest. Before long, a 3-story building over 10 meters tall appeared before them. Someone was grilling meat on the rooftop. Hancock approached. This island belongs to our Amazon Lily. It's only been half a year since we were last here. And someone has already settled here. As they climbed up, they noticed the building appeared to be carved from a single block of stone. The walls were smooth with no seams, and even the stair railings were made of stone. They were even more astonished. Dudi had long noticed their approach, but paid no attention. When Hancock reached the rooftop, he looked up, his eyes brightening. Oh, it's you lot. What a coincidence, Hancock. Your skin has gotten whiter. Marigold, you've kept your figure well. Sonia, your head has gotten bigger. Dudi. The 3 sisters shouted in unison, their expressions varying. Hancock's face was frosty, while Marigold and Sonia blushed instantly. Dudi. Hancock said coldly, what are you doing on Eggplant Island? I heard you went back to Mary Geos. Did you come to capture us? Dudi did not answer. Instead, he picked up the freshly grilled meat and handed it to Hancock. You also call this island Eggplant Island. It seems we share a kind of telepathy. There's a fruit here that makes an excellent seasoning. I call it the eggplant fruit. Want to try? Go to hell. Marrow. Hancock formed a heart shape with her hands, and a pink beam shot straight at the grilling Dudi. The blushing Marigold and Sonia immediately panicked. Sister. Dudi. Yet to their surprise, the beam struck Dudi, but he showed no reaction, still holding the meat out to Hancock. How is that possible? Dudi. After the initial shock, Marigold and Sandersonia breathed a sigh of relief. Hancock, however, could not believe that her ability had no effect on him. A deep sense of frustration welled within her. The fact that her power had no effect meant Dudi had absolutely no interest in her. This infuriated Hancock and she kicked at him. You damn man. Die. Hey. Dudi dodged Hancock's attack and turned to Marigold and Sandersonia. Are you going to follow her example too? Seeing that they remained silent, Dudi immediately said, then take the others and leave quickly. I need to teach your sister a lesson and calm her down. Oh, okay. Since Dudi had been in charge of them and Mary Geos, the two instinctively obeyed and led the others downstairs. The Kuja Pirates members, seeing that they seemed to know each other and Hancock, said nothing, followed the two downstairs. Only when they were almost back to the ship did Marigold realize, why did we listen to him? Damn. Bang. Just then a loud crash came from the forest. Seeing the tense expression, Sandersonia said, it's fine. The two of us will go check. Wait here. Don't come over no matter what happens unless we come for you. Otherwise sister will be angry. Yes. At this point Hancock was blushing furiously. After several kicks were blocked by Dudi, he suddenly grabbed her leg and pulled off her shoe. Dudi took a deep sniff. This is 99% pure. Rare treasure. You even put perfume on your feet. As he spoke he touched her foot. Hancock felt weak all over, unable to stand. Bastard. Hurry. Dudi deliberately said, hurry. Why are you so impatient? Then I won't be polite. Let's rekindle old memories. You. Hancock's pride wanted her to resist, but for some reason, whenever Dudi touched her she recalled that wild night, and a hidden joy stirred within her. Her hands, which had been beating on Dudi, turned into caresses. When Marigold and Sandersonia returned they saw the two engaged in fierce combat and froze in shock. Sister. You too. It seems we came at a bad time. No, you came at exactly the right time. From now on we'll live together. The end.